The withering of the Tree of Chaos caused the disciples of the Dragon Palace to lose a precious place for cultivation. This made Wang Xian think of the riot zone. Compared to the Tree of Chaos, the effect of cultivation in the riot zone was better. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wang Xian had to set up a formation there to absorb the energy in the riot zone. This was not difficult for Wang Xian. The formation to absorb the energy in the riot zone was simple. The difficulty was that it required the fragment of the God of Elements as a primer. Wang Xian did not lack a primer. He could definitely create a holy land for cultivation that was more powerful than the Saint of Heaven's Good and the rest. The effect was several times that of the Tree of Chaos. Setting up a cultivation ground in the riot zone would allow the improvement of the disciples of the Dragon Palace to be faster. When the time came, they would be able to support the Tree of Chaos and produce 4 to 5 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. It shouldn't be a problem. There might even be more of them. Of course, the main reason why there were so many powerhouses was because the resources that Wang Xian provided were too precious. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian brought him to Planet Justice. The last time Wang Xian came, he bought a house on Planet Justice League and set up a demonic altar there. It was to make it easier for Wang Xian to come to Planet Justice League in the future. Now, it was really useful. Under Enlai's teleportation, Wang Xian arrived at Planet Justice. He took out his Tianyuan communicator and searched for information on the riot zone. He wanted to see if there would be a chain reaction after he took away the Primal Chaos Stone. When he saw the information in the Tianyuan communicator, his eyes flashed. According to the discussions of the experts, nothing unexpected happened in the riot zone. On the contrary, because of the previous incident in the riot zone had become more stable. Some factions were prepared to lead their disciples to the riot zone to cultivate. Especially that principle. Wang Xian discovered that within a short period of time, the path that was formed due to special reasons was known as the Great Tao of Reaching Heaven. By channeling the energy on both sides of the Great Tao of Reaching Heaven, one could create a top-notch cultivation treasure ground. This also caused many factions to head to the riot zone to investigate. Wang Xian read through the information one by one and had some understanding in his heart. Enlai, follow me for the time being. Wang Xian instructed Enlai and kept it into the mother nest. Following that, Wang Xian rushed towards the riot zone. He shuttled through the void rapidly. After a few thousand years, Wang Xian arrived at the front of the riot zone. Looks like I should build more devil spirit altars in the future. This will save me a lot of time. Wang Xian thought to himself. He continued to fly forward. When he got closer to the riot zone, he discovered that there were many more powerful disciples in this area compared to the last time. There were many floating islands. There were many huge battleships. There were palaces that were emitting a powerful aura. Wang Xian even saw an extremely huge ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. Yes, it was a treasure of the Heaven's Origin. Wang Xian was filled with astonishment. It seems that the changes in the riot zone have attracted many forces. Wang Xian scanned the area and couldn't help but look at the huge treasure of the Heaven's Origin. It was a treasure of the Heaven's Origin that was similar to an ancient sailboat. A huge flag was floating on it. There were words on the flag. Even if Wang Xian couldn't read the words, he could understand the meaning with a scan of his mind. The Ultimate Sect. This was the name of this faction. Wang Xian also realized that in the Justice Union, the powerful factions all claimed to be the Ultimate Sect, a faction that could use the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin as an aircraft was definitely extremely powerful. Wang Xian didn't pay too much attention to it and flew straight in. The change in the riot zone this time is huge. I heard that even the energy in the core area of the cross primordial spirit has calmed down a lot and is much gentler. I wonder what happened. Who knows? The changes in the riot zone must be hard for people like the sect leader to know the reason. However, this is a good thing for us. Yes, it is indeed a good thing. The energy in the riot zone is extremely gentle now. The Great Tao of Heaven is basically a holy land for cultivation. I heard that many great sects have started to set up their facilities there. When Wang Xian arrived in front of the Great Tao of Heaven, he realized that there were a large number of strong disciples around him. This number was somewhat unbelievable in the chaos. With a glance, he could see a few thousand people. The changes in this chaotic area are much greater than I imagined. Wang Xian mumbled. It seemed that there were changes again during the time he flew over. Furthermore, when Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings, he actually discovered an expert in the ruler realm. It was completely nonsensical for an expert in the ruler realm to come here previously. Just that terrifying energy pressure was enough to make it difficult for them to move an inch. Any stone that flew out would be able to annihilate them. But now there were quite a few rulers. And some rulers even directly floated in the air, absorbing energy. In this great Tao of heaven, even if one didn't rely on the elemental god to set up a formation to absorb energy, it was still a top-tier cultivation treasure ground. It was even higher than the Tree of Chaos. The surrounding energy is indeed much more stable. No wonder so many disciples have come. Wang Xian looked at the two sides of the great Tao of Tongtian and felt that the energy was extremely gentle. This made him extremely surprised. One had to know that the last time when he and Old Man Song Pagoda Sword were flying here, chaos stones would fly out from time to time. Does this have anything to do with me taking away the primal chaos stones? Wang Xian guessed in his heart. He continued to fly forward. When he discovered some forces, they began to set up palaces, set up formations, and build cultivation treasures here. Wang Xian looked around curiously and continued to fly in. He was not in a hurry to set up a paradise here. Instead, he was prepared to explore the surroundings. In addition, he would make a trip to the cross-shaped primordial spirit region to see if there were any special changes there. After flying for more than 10 days, Wang Xian arrived at the end of the Great Tao of Heaven. At the end of the Great Tao, there was originally an incomparably violent quicksand. In the end, although it was also quicksand, it was much gentler. After Wang Xian entered the area, he felt that even a powerhouse who had just entered the heaven's origin realm would be able to withstand it. What a huge change! Wang Xian was astonished as he continued to fly forward. I wonder if I will meet that spirit needer? If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely make you pay the price. Humph. Wang Xian thought of the 3 spirit needer who attacked him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He would remember this grudge. He would get his revenge sooner or later. After taking a stroll around the area of the cross-shaped primordial spirit, Wang Xian flew out from it. The place where the cross-shaped primordial spirit was located was the same as before. All kinds of energy were filled up. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and felt that someone was looking in his direction. He looked over as well. His gaze landed on a middle-aged figure. The two of them exchanged a glance before separating. Wang Xian left as well. He realized that, after the changes in the riot zone, there were many more powerhouses here. These powerhouses were all scouting out the situation around them. Clearly, they were also planning something. They had to be fully prepared if the Great Tao of Heaven was stable. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would be a devastating blow to the disciples who were cultivating in the Great Tao of Heaven. Therefore, many experts from the major sects and many universes came to investigate. If the Great Tao of Heaven was completely stable, they would be able to set up a holy land for cultivation in peace. Wang Xian walked around once and returned to the Great Tao of Heaven. The entire Great Tao of Heaven was extremely long and its width could reach thousands of kilometers. Wang Xian came to the center of the Great Tao of Heaven and looked around. In the direction near the edge, there were some experts from the universe who had established a cultivation ground there. Wang Xian moved his palm and established a group of palaces with a wave of his hand. He planted a flag of the Dragon Palace in the sky above the group of palaces. Following that, Wang Xian placed the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate in the group of palaces to intimidate the little rascals. Following that, Wang Xian entered the central palace and released Enlai. Let's go back, Wang Xian instructed Enlai. Enlai nodded and enveloped Wang Xian with his energy. They returned to the Dragon Palace in an instant. Prime Minister Gue, gather all the disciples who are at the peak of the Overlord realm of the Dragon Palace immediately. Also, gather 200,000 disciples from other places and follow me to a place for cultivation. Wang Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Soon, the disciples of the Dragon Palace rushed over. Wang Xian sat in the Dragon King Palace and sent a message to the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. At the same time, he also sent a message to all the powerhouses in the Nine Origin universe. He told them about the matter regarding the great Tao of Heaven. Currently, it was no longer possible to cultivate at the Tree of Chaos. The great Tao of Heaven was a good place to go. Although that place was extremely far away, it was fine to bring some disciples with potential there. With the current strength of the Nine Origin universe, there were no other universes that dared to offend. Even the Void universe had given up on the idea of the Nine Origin universe. After the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest received the message, they immediately sensed Wang Xian. Wang Xian did not wait for them and did not let Enlai bring them over. Enlai was a strategic talent in the Dragon Palace. He was very important to the entire Dragon Palace. Therefore, Wang Xian was not prepared to expose him. Even if the other experts had their own guesses. Let's go, let's go. After telling the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest, Wang Xian glanced at the disciples of the Dragon Palace. He nodded with a smile and said, "Get ready, don't resist." After Enlai said that, his energy enveloped everyone. In an instant, they disappeared and came to the palace of the great Tao of Heaven. This place is filled with majestic energy. It's even more abundant than the energy in the Tree of Chaos. Yeah, if I cultivate here, I'll be able to reach the peak of the ruler realm soon. It's at least twice as much as the Tree of Chaos, right? Where did the Dragon King take us? The disciples of the Dragon Palace came here and looked around in surprise. This is a special place in the chaos called the Riot Zone. On both sides of this road, there are terrifying energy tides. The energy there can threaten powerhouses who have just entered the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. With your abilities, you will be killed instantly if you enter. Don't enter recklessly. Wang Xian instructed all the disciples. This time, there were more than 200,000 disciples from the Dragon Palace. They were among the first batch. If everything went smoothly and there were no unforeseen circumstances, Wang Xian could consider summoning all the other disciples. After all, cultivating here was much faster than cultivating in the Dragon Palace. All of you can move around in the surroundings for the time being. I'll make some preparations too. Wang Xian instructed them. It's the Dragon King. The disciples of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. Wang Xian moved his palm and pieces of the elemental god flew out. Just like the good heaven realm, Wang Xian wanted to use the elemental god pieces to attract the energy in the violent area and use them to build a cultivation treasure ground. Wang Xian waved his arm. There were 9 fragments of the elemental god. Each of them had a certain attribute. He entered one palace after another. There were 10 palaces built by Wang Xian. 9 of them had 9 different attributes. Each palace had 1,000 cultivation spots. After Wang Xian placed the fragments of the elemental god into the palace, he waved his arm and began to draw them in. He used the god of elements to guide 9 types of energy into the palace. Then, he guided them to the cultivation cattails in the palace. The energy that was drawn over could not possibly allow all 200,000 disciples to cultivate. If that was the case, the effects would be spread out too much. Each cultivation venue had 1,000 cultivation cattails. This could increase the cultivation speed of these 1,000 disciples by 10 times. This was absolutely terrifying. It was not difficult to guide the energy. Although Wang Xian did not understand the Heaven's Fate level array formation, he had 10 attributes, so it was very easy for him to guide it. When the God of Elements fragment was sent into the palace, one could see that from the chaotic energy region at the side, rays of light were being guided into the palace. Each ray of light represented an attribute. That was the energy tunnel. After Wang Xian received the light, he went to the location of the 10th palace, which was the central palace. He took out the 9 God of Elements fragments again to create a core cultivation treasure ground. In addition, Wang Xian waved his arm and the primal chaos stone appeared at the central location. That's right, the 10th palace. Wang Xian was using it to nurture disciples in the Heaven's Origin realm. In this place, Wang Xian would use the primal chaos stone to open up the flow of time. He would let the disciples in the Dragon Palace who were at the peak of the Dominator realm enter the palace to cultivate so that they could reach the threshold of a breakthrough as soon as possible. This time, Wang Xian tried his best to increase the number of disciples in the Heaven's Origin realm in the Dragon Palace. Among the disciples of the Dragon Palace who came this time, 9,000 of them will enter the palace to cultivate according to their respective attributes. There will be a change every 10,000 years. All the disciples who are at the peak of the ruler realm come to me. After Wang Xian finished setting up, his voice entered the ears of all the disciples. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Master. 68 disciples at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm came up to Wang Xian and greeted him respectfully. Wang Xian looked at them and nodded his head in satisfaction. All of you enter this place to cultivate and strive to reach the threshold of the Heaven's Origin realm. Inform me immediately once you reach it. Wang Xian looked at them. The flow of time in this place is 100 times slower than in the outside world. In other words, all of you will cultivate in this place for 10,000 years, which is equivalent to 1 million years. In addition, I will guide the surrounding energy into the place where all of you cultivate. Cultivating in this place is much higher than cultivating in the Tree of Chaos. Don't disappoint me, Wang Xian said faintly to them. It's the Dragon King. We will do our best to reach the threshold of the Heaven's Origin realm. The disciples of the Dragon Palace said with determination. They had advanced to their current level, but they had consumed too many resources. The corpses of the experts in the Heaven's Origin realm could be easily absorbed. All kinds of powerful energy were for them to consume. A large portion of the resources of the Dragon Palace were concentrated on them. Go! Wang Xian nodded at them. The group of disciples of the Dragon Palace immediately entered the Primal Chaos Stone and began to cultivate. In the other few palaces, the group of disciples also began to cultivate. The god of elemental fragments attracted the energy in the surroundings and emitted powerful fluctuations. It was exceptionally eye-catching on the great Tao of heaven. Wang Xian made some simple arrangements to conceal the energy of the god of elemental fragments. After that, he stayed quietly in the palace and opened the Heaven Origin communication device. In Wang Xian's hands, there were still a lot of resources. For example, the corpse of the spiritual person. Half of the corpse of the spiritual person could be exchanged for a huge amount of resources. Although it was not enough for Wang Xian to achieve a breakthrough in his strength, he could obtain a lot of accumulation. In addition, he still had more than 10 fragments of the elemental god in his hands. These fragments of the elemental god were also very valuable. Of course, Wang Xian could also use these fragments of the elemental god to continue to build a holy land for cultivation. However, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Wang Xian still gave up. In this chaotic area, no one knew if there would continue to be unrest. If there were to be another huge change, it would be extremely dangerous for too many disciples to stay here. Through the Heaven's Origin communication device, he also learned that a large number of factions from the Justice Alliance had come to the Great Tao of Heaven to build a cultivation ground. This also made the chaotic area extremely lively. Naturally, there would be business in places where there were many strong disciples. At the entrance of the Great Tao of Heaven, a trading area was formed. Wang Xian looked at the information and then looked at the information in the trading area. He was considering whether he should make a move on the other half of the spiritual being's body. After thinking for a while, he gave up. There was no rush. There were still many more resources before he needed to make a breakthrough. There was no rush to make a move now. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, if you have nothing to do, you can take a stroll around. Wang Xian read some information and sent a voice transmission to all the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Things like cultivation were not always done in seclusion. Sometimes, inspiration was needed. In fact, inspiration was more important than hard work. In addition, he wanted to let the disciples of the Dragon Palace meet the strong disciples outside to broaden their horizons. Some of the disciples of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads in excitement when they heard Wang Xian's words. Some of the disciples even prepared to form a team to take a look around. In any case, there were only 9,000 spots for cultivation in the 9 palaces. Although the cultivation speed here was very fast, they had been cultivating for a long time and wanted to take a look around as well. Some of the disciples left. Wang Xian closed his eyes quietly. Not long after, Enlai came over with a piece of news. There were many peak races in the 9 Origin universe who were prepared to bring their disciples over. Among them, the Shadow Devil Emperor would also come over to take a look. After Wang Xian received this news, he was not surprised. Now that the nine-origin universe was in a relatively safe situation, it was normal for some experts to seek opportunities in the chaos. However, it would take them tens of thousands of years to rush here from the nine-origin universe. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. After cultivating for thousands of years, Wang Xian felt a little bored. Cultivating here for thousands of years was simply too little for the improvement of the dragon qi in his body. Based on this cultivation speed, it was estimated that Wang Xian would need tens of billions of years to break through. He looked at the interior of the primal chaos stone. A group of disciples were cultivating. However, among them, Bei Shuang was the most powerful. This time, Wang Xian obtained an ice attribute chaos gem. The grade of this gem was extremely high. There was a high chance that Bei Shuang would be able to achieve a breakthrough. As a mutated divine dragon, Bei Shuang's current strength was extremely terrifying. The chaos gem floated above his head as he absorbed it bit by bit. In the surrounding area, the other disciples were equally powerful. This was the future pillar of the Dragon Palace. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and flew out of the palace. He looked to his left and right. A few thousand kilometers away from both sides, there were factions that had built their own cultivation treasure grounds. They did not disturb each other. He had also seen it in the Tianyuan communication device. Some of the experts from the Justice Alliance had said that it was best not to fight in the riot zone. This had gained the support of many experts. Wang Xian flew straight towards the starting point of the Great Tao of Heaven. Over the past few thousand years, a large-scale trading ground had been formed there. Wang Xian flew over, and the energy in his entire body was restrained. Currently, he had fused 2/10,000 of the primal chaos stone. There was an additional type of energy in his body, along with the power of chaos. Although this energy was extremely rare in Wang Xian's body, its level was terrifyingly high. As Wang Xian circulated it, his aura was directly reduced to the peak of the ruler realm, the fire attribute. Although the primal chaos stone was now separated from his body, after this period of research, he was able to summon the primal chaos stone over in an instant. Another point was that other experts could not control the primal chaos stone at all. Therefore, he was not worried that the primal chaos stone would be taken away. With a move, Wang Xian flew rapidly towards the trading ground in the riot zone. On the Avenue of Heaven, he could see all kinds of powerful disciples. Technology, magic, mystery, immortals, Buddhas, and all kinds of special flying machines. It's quite lively. Wang Xian came to this trading ground. The trading area was very big now. Some of the universes and forces even started doing business here. Cultivation was a lonely place for any strong disciple. Sometimes it was a good choice to come here to relax. Wang Xian walked in the trading area and looked at all kinds of strong disciples from different universes. He was in a good mood. It had been a long time since he last walked around the bustling area. In the trading center of Tongtian Avenue, Wang Xian, who was strolling around in boredom, came to a fantastic restaurant. The restaurant was built with a tree and emitted an alluring fragrance. Wang Xian had not eaten for a long time. He entered the restaurant for no reason and ordered a table full of delicacies to taste one by one. Soon, plates of delicacies were served. The delicacies from other universes were indeed unique. The business of fantasy restaurant was also very good. It was always full of people. Wang Xian ate the delicacies while sizing up his surroundings. The customers around him were all masters in the mastery realm. He even saw a master who had just entered the heaven's origin realm. He was hiding his aura and drinking there. Wang Xian took a glance at the elder who had just entered the heaven's origin realm. A smile appeared on his face. The elder sensed Wang Xian's gaze and swept his gaze over. However, he did not notice anything unusual. He did not pay much attention to a disciple with the fire attribute who was at the peak of the dominator realm. Such a situation is really dazzling, Wang Xian thought to himself. There were as many disciples at the dominator realm as dogs. It was common to meet strong people at the heaven's origin level. They would even hide among the ordinary disciples and play with their lives. At this moment, a few young men and women with sharp swords walked into the restaurant. Wang Xian's gaze swept across them and landed on the young men and women. He felt a familiar aura. There's an aura of the Heaven's Origin sword technique. Wang Xian looked at these young men and women and muttered. The Heaven's Origin sword technique was a powerful sword technique that Wang Xian had obtained by accident. It was a sword technique that could lead straight to the Heaven's Origin realm. And this sword technique originated from the sword universe. Wang Xian was not familiar with the sword universe. In fact, he only understood it from the Heaven's Origin sword technique. But now he could actually feel a familiar aura. This is a disciple of the universe of swords? When he landed on the body of a woman in the middle, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It was a little strange. The woman was a sword cultivator with the darkness attribute. Her strength was at the 8th level of the ruler of the universe. This was not what surprised Wang Xian. What surprised him was that there seemed to be something in his body. This thing contained an extremely powerful energy. However, this thing was well hidden. If it wasn't for the chaotic energy in Wang Xian's body, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Not simple. It can actually block my detection. Wang Xian sensed for a moment but didn't discover what this thing was. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. One had to know that he was only a few dozen meters away from the lady. At such a close distance, he was actually unable to see through anything. One could imagine that this thing was not simple. It was at least an existence at the Heaven's Origin level. It's a living thing. Wang Xian continued to think to himself. Many guesses appeared in his mind. My friend, you don't have anyone here, right? At this moment, coincidentally, a few young men and women glanced around and came to Wang Xian's side. They spoke to him. Sure. Wang Xian looked at them and nodded with a smile. The 6 of them smiled and sat at the side. When Wang Xian saw the woman approaching, he sensed her silently once again. He looked at the woman and hesitated for a moment. Then he said directly, "My friend, you have something dirty on you." When the young men and women who had just sat down heard Wang Xian's sudden words, they were stunned. Jian Tianyao, in particular, looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. She sized up Wang Xian. What was going on? Was he trying to hit on her? Friend, what business do you have? Beside Jian Tianyao, a young man frowned as he looked at Wang Xian and asked, I can feel an energy that doesn't belong to me from her body. It's very special. Wang Xian spoke and looked at Jian Tianyao. Can I sense it? How can there be any energy that doesn't belong to me? Are you mistaken? Jian Tianyao looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and frowned as well. I'm stronger than you, so I can sense it. Let me check it out. Wang Xian continued to speak to her. Jian Tianyao looked at Wang Xian and then at her companions. What do you want to see? Her senior brother beside her felt a sense of wariness as he looked at Wang Xian. Just use your energy to check it out. As Wang Xian spoke, a wisp of flame floated in front of Jian Tianyao. Even my seniors didn't sense anything special in my body. How can you sense it? Jian Tianyao didn't believe this man who said that there was something strange in her body when they first met. She continued to ask cautiously. I have a special feeling. I just need to touch it and I will know. Wang Xian looked at her and continued. He was prepared to make a move if this woman didn't agree to it. With his strength, she wouldn't be able to sense him even if he made a move. I want to see what you are up to. Jian Tianyao stared at the wisp of flame in front of her and said, Don't worry. I have no ill intentions. Wang Xian looked at him with a smile on his face. A wisp of flame landed on her body. At this moment, the power of the flame entered Jian Tianyao's body instantly. Before she could react, Wang Xian had already sensed the energy in the ball. This is. Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of surprise. When his energy sensed the special thing in the woman's body, he was a little shocked. There was actually an existence at the level of Tianyuan creation in her body. No, it couldn't be said to be a powerhouse at the level of Tianyuan creation. It was more like an existence at the level of Tianyuan creation was being nurtured in his body. It was slightly different from the birth of Tianxi by Tianxi's mother. The heaven's origin creation in the woman's body was a living being and not a treasure of the heaven's origin creation. However, this living being was currently in a state of deep sleep and was extremely weak. It had completely fused with the woman and was absorbing energy to revive. Possession? Or what is the situation? Wang Xian's eyes were shining. He wanted to capture it, but he realized that he could not capture it at all. It was as if he had completely fused with the woman. Buzz. Wang Xian's mind moved and mobilized the chaotic energy in his body. That thing was located in the woman's body. It was as if Wang Xian had fused with the primal chaos stone. It was extremely strange. However, when Wang Xian mobilized that weak chaotic energy, he was able to capture that heaven-origin blessed embryo. His gaze focused. Following that, on Jian Tianyao body, a palm-sized, baby-like object was pulled out by Wang Xian. When Jian Tianyao saw an object coming out of her body, her face revealed a look of shock. The faces of the few companions beside her changed slightly as well. They stood up immediately and stared at the strange embryo and Wang Xian vigilantly. "I'll go." At the same time, when Wang Xian took out the embryo from the woman's body, a look of shock appeared on his face. He didn't expect that he would encounter such an opportunity while walking around casually. From the embryo, Wang Xian sensed the aura of a top-notch powerhouse. It was the aura of a great Tao-level powerhouse. Although it looked weak now, its aura was indeed very terrifying. This made Wang Xian extremely pleasantly surprised. If this embryo was used well, it would bring him a lot of benefits. Wang Xian held the sleeping embryo in his hand and stared at it with a burning gaze. It was a good thing. The aura contained within was equivalent to the inheritance of a powerhouse. This is... Jian Tianyao looked at the item that Wang Xian took out from his body. She was stunned and filled with shock. She quickly checked her own body and felt that there was nothing abnormal about it. Instead, she felt relaxed. "Your talent is not bad, but this item has delayed your cultivation." Wang Xian kept the embryo and looked at Jian Tianyao. Yes, this embryo wanted to possess her body. When the embryo completely fused with Jian Tianyao, the embryo would have its attributes and replace Jian Tianyao perfectly. At that time, Jian Tianyao would disappear as well. Wang Xian had obtained an opportunity. Similarly, he was helping Jian Tianyao. Furthermore, Wang Xian could sense that Jian Tianyao's talent was a little terrifying. Her body contained the aura of a powerhouse in the heaven's origin realm. It was very easy for such an existence to reach the threshold of the heaven's origin realm. He didn't know if it was the embryo's transformation of her body or her innate talent. Taking out the embryo from her body was equivalent to saving her life. Wang Xian didn't feel that he owed her anything. "What is this?" Jian Tianyao stared at Wang Xian and asked. "It's an evil thing." Wang Xian didn't say much. After that, he smiled and stood up. "You guys go ahead and eat first. We'll meet again if we're fated." As he spoke, he walked out directly. This left a few people who were looking at each other. "Tianyao, that fellow must have taken some treasures from you." As Wang Xian walked out of the restaurant, a young man looked at Jian Tianyao and said, "However, there is nothing strange about my body. Instead, I feel much better. Furthermore, there aren't any treasures in my body." Jian Tianyao frowned and replied, "Tianyao, what he took out of your body is definitely some treasure. Maybe it's a fortuitous encounter that belongs to you. Otherwise, we have never met him before. How could he be so kind to help you? Besides, it's obvious that he didn't want to tell the truth just now and left directly. It's obvious that he obtained some benefits." A woman next to him also guessed. "We can't let him leave. He must have taken the treasure from junior sister Tianyao." Jian Tianyao's senior brother stood up immediately. His gaze focused as he spoke. "Let's go and ask him clearly." Jian Tianyao thought for a moment and nodded her head. The six of them moved and flew out immediately. When they saw Wang Xian, who had not gone far, their gaze focused. They flew over in an instant and surrounded him. "Ha!" When Wang Xian saw them flying out to surround him, he raised his eyebrows slightly and his gaze landed on Jian Tianyao. "What exactly did you take from me? I need to ask clearly. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." Jian Tianyao looked at Wang Xian and said, "I can tell you." Wang Xian looked at her and was silent for a second. He did not hide anything. "A strong person will perform a possession in your body. He will absorb the energy in your body and fuse with you. When he wakes up, it will be the time for the possession to be completed. Now, you can try to absorb the energy to cultivate and see if you have undergone a huge change. What? Jian Tianyao's expression changed slightly when she heard Wang Xian's calm reply. Possession? There was an expert who wanted to possess her? How was that possible? However, she still followed Wang Xian's method and absorbed the surrounding energy. In an instant, she felt that the energy that entered her body was twice as much as before. This caused her expression to change slightly. If she had this kind of absorption speed and talent in the past, she would have already broken through to the peak of the Overlord realm. Junior sister Tianyao, is what he said true? The young man beside her asked Jian Tianyao. It's true. I realized that the speed of my absorption of energy has increased by a lot. Jian Tianyao nodded her head and looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes. Is this true? We only met Master not too long ago. Master didn't notice the abnormality in your body. The young man was also a little shocked. Wang Xian looked at them and shrugged his shoulders. Unless it was an existence at the level of Great Tao who possessed special abilities, it was impossible to detect the abnormality in her body. An expert who is able to parasitize your body and attempt to possess it. Even your master, who is at the peak of the Dominator realm, was unable to detect it. Then what realm is this parasitized expert at? Beside her, a woman's face was filled with astonishment as her gaze flickered. What realm was he at? Jian Tianyao's heart was also shaken. She was a disciple of a great sect and a disciple of the Sword Sect, the strongest force in the Sword universe. In the entire sect, there were many Tianyuan Destiny Realm experts. In the Justice Alliance, their status was also very high. Although it had been a long time since he had encountered a Tianyuan Destiny Realm expert, he had frequently encountered seniors at the peak of the ruler realm. None of these seniors had noticed the abnormality in her body. Didn't that mean that those who wanted to possess him were existences at the ruler realm and above? When she thought of this, she felt a lingering fear. Why would such an existence want to possess her body? Did she provoke any existences? In addition, if it was a possession under normal circumstances, an expert would encounter a life-and-death crisis and had no choice but to choose possession. This was considered the lowest choice in the revival of an expert. In other words, that black thing just now might be the consciousness and body of an expert in the Destiny realm? A young man also guessed something and exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Wang Xian heard their exclamations and looked at their contemplative expressions. He did not hide anything. It's mutually beneficial. I'll help you to prevent you from being possessed and to prevent you from being killed. That embryo is the reward. Wang Xian had nothing to hide from them. If he were to hide it, he could take it out silently. However, Wang Xian did not choose to do so in the beginning because if it was a woman's opportunity, it would be beneath his status to snatch a woman's opportunity in such a manner at his level. Even though he could sense the aura of the heaven's origin destiny in her body. Moreover, snatching someone's opportunity would also provoke her enemies. The opportunity of others might have been given to her by an expert in her universe. He snatched it away directly. It was purely a provocation. He wanted to start a war. When he sensed that the thing in the woman's body was about to possess her, Wang Xian made his move directly. After all, if he made his move and helped her, he would also be able to obtain the opportunity. Is it really the body and consciousness of a heaven origin creation level powerhouse? In the trading area, 6 young men and women surrounded Wang Xian. When they heard that Wang Xian actually admitted that the embryo was of the heaven origin creation level, this made their eyes burn with excitement. It was a treasure of the heaven origin creation level. Possession and rebirth. If a powerhouse of this level could undergo possession and rebirth, he would be able to possess the inheritance and everything of this heaven origin creation level powerhouse. A treasure of this level was extremely terrifying. Any disciple or faction would be tempted. Jian Tianyo pursed her lips and her eyes revealed a fiery expression. My friend, this treasure belongs to our friend. Isn't it inappropriate for you to take it away like this? A young man squinted his eyes and stared at Wang Xian as he spoke. Jian Tianyao heard him and looked at him without saying a word. This treasure belongs to our sword sect. This treasure belongs to my junior sister. Please hand it over as well. Jian Tianyao's young senior brother stared at Wang Xian as he spoke with an expressionless face. Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard their words. Greed is the greatest sin. Wang Xian stared at them and said, "Now, this treasure belongs to me. If you want to take it away, I won't hold back either. This item originally belongs to me. Although it was discovered by you, our sword sect has many powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. If it wasn't discovered by you today, it would have been discovered by the other powerhouses. I am very grateful to you. When the time comes, I will give you some rewards and return the embryo to me." Jian Tianyao's expression changed as she spoke to Wang Xian. She wanted to obtain such a powerful treasure. A treasure of this level was a huge treasure for the sword sect. They had to fight for it. Furthermore, this was a treasure in her body. It was just returning it to its owner. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly when he heard Jian Tianyao's words. He swept his gaze across them and said, "Don't you know how to repay a debt of gratitude? All of you are courting death. Do you understand? We are courting death? I think you are courting death. Hand over the treasure immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Jian Tianyao's senior brother stared at Wang Xian coldly and berated him. At this moment, he had also shed all pretenses of cordiality. "What if I say no?" Wang Xian looked at them indifferently and spoke coldly. "Then our sword sect will not let you off." Jian Tianyao stared at Wang Xian coldly. At the same time, they began to send messages in secret. They knew Wang Xian's strength. Furthermore, he did not hide his strength and was at the peak of the Dominator realm. They were not his match. However, there were a large number of strong disciples from their sword sect in the surroundings. They were able to rush over quickly. "You're courting death." Wang Xian stared at them with a hint of killing intent on his face. He waved his arm and a stream of flame shot towards them. In the trading zone, all the forces silently agreed that there would not be any fighting. However, there were no specific rules. However, the powerhouses from all the universes also warned their disciples not to cause trouble in the trading zone. This was because there were too many strong disciples from all the universes in the current chaotic zone. If they were to incur the wrath of the masses, or if they were to fight here and affect the disciples from the powerful universes, they would have to wait for their revenge. Therefore, the strong disciples from the big sects of the universe would not fight here. Wang Xian's sudden attack caused the expressions of Jian Tianyao and the rest to change drastically. The expressions of the six of them changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged to the side. However, their dodging speed was still a little slow. The terrifying flames landed directly on their bodies. The few of them were not very strong to begin with. Even if Wang Xian had concealed his strength, there was still no room for resistance. The bodies of the six of them were instantly burned to death. Eh? What happened? There was actually a battle here. 6 of them were instantly killed. What kind of conflict happened? Interesting. They actually dared to fight in the trading area. Who are they? Which universe and which faction are they from? The few people who were killed seemed to be disciples of the Sword Sect and the Carefree Sect. No way. The disciples of the Sword Sect and the Carefree Sect also dared to kill them. Wang Xian's sudden attack from the surrounding areas attracted the attention of all the strong disciples. They looked over and revealed an astonished expression. Eh? He actually dared to kill the disciples of our Xiao Yao sect. Among them, there were even disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. When they looked over, their eyes focused. Their eyes were filled with a cold and sinister look. The news of the disciples of the 2 major religions being killed spread to the surroundings at a terrifying speed. Wang Xian casually killed 6 people without any change in his expression. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and felt some hostility. Wang Xian didn't pay any attention to it. He flew straight to a high tower. This was a mechanical high tower. There was a platform on the high tower. There were robots performing on the platform. Wang Xian sat there and ordered some tea indifferently. He sat there and waited quietly. He had to understand this matter. Wang Xian didn't want them to go to the palace of the Great Way of the Heavens and disturb the cultivation of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. This guy didn't leave. He must have some background. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay so calm after killing the disciples of the Sword Sect and the Carefree Sect. In the universe around us, The sword sect and the carefree sect are the top sections. Now that he dares to kill the disciples of two sects at the same time, who can protect him? Some of the universe's disciples looked at him in surprise and whispered, "Boom, boom, 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 boom." While they were talking, terrifying auras flew toward them. The powerful disciples gave off killing intent. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Walkabout sect? More than 20 Overlord Realm disciples flew over. The 5 leading them were all existences at the peak of the Overlord Realm. The disciple in the middle was holding a blood-red needle in his hand. The needle was pointing at Wang Xian's position. How fast! Wang Xian had just sat down when he saw them flying over. His eyes revealed a cold expression. Whoosh! 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 One by one, figures flew over and locked their eyes on Wang Xian. "It has nothing to do with you. Move aside." An expert who was at the peak of the ruler realm from the carefree sect glanced at the disciples around Wang Xian and said, "Let's go and watch the show from the side." Some of the strong disciples around them exchanged glances and quickly made way for them. Interesting. Someone actually dares to provoke the carefree sect. The strong disciples looked over with interest. "Did you kill the disciples of our Xiao Yao sect?" More than 20 figures stared at Wang Xian and questioned him coldly. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the group of strong disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. "They want to snatch the treasures in my hands. Naturally, I have to kill them." Wang Xian stared at them and spoke with a calm expression. "Snatch your things? HMPH. Would the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect snatch your things?" More than 20 dominant disciples stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Wang Xian looked at them and continued to speak indifferently. "You're courting death. Suppress him and hand him over to the deacons of our sect to be judged." Among the more than 20 dominant disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, one of them who was at the peak of the dominant state spoke. As soon as he finished his sentence, he waved his arm and a round ball attacked Wang Xian. In the surrounding area, all the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect attacked in an attempt to suppress Wang Xian. "Since you all want to die, I will grant your wish." Wang Xian stared at them with a cold expression on his face. He waved his arm and a stream of flames attacked the more than 20 strong disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. The flames swept past, and the spheres that were charging towards him were instantly extinguished. The flames instantly covered their bodies. "Quick, dodge!" The 20-plus ruler realm experts saw the terrifying flames instantly attack them. They felt death approaching. The peak ruler realm expert in the center couldn't help but let out a wild roar. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, their bodies were instantly incinerated and their vitality vanished. Wang Xian waved his arm and stored all their corpses away. These were considered a considerable amount of resources. Hiss! This is the level of a saint. This is definitely the level of a saint. That fire attribute powerhouse is in existence at the level of the heaven's origin creation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to easily destroy a few existences at the peak of the Dominator realm. Instant kill, instant kill. He is definitely an existence at the heavenly fate level. Everyone in the surrounding area was slightly shocked when they saw this scene. They said with shock on their faces, "Instant kill of a group of experts from the carefree sect, including a few existences at the peak of the ruler realm." This was definitely an existence at the saint level, an existence at the heavenly fate level. In the Justice Alliance, there were many titles for existences at this level. A saint, a Tianyuan creation, and a sect leader. The strength displayed by Wang Xian was definitely at the level of a saint. At this moment, a few hundred strong disciples flew over on swords. These few hundred disciples were all strong disciples of the sword sect. Just a moment ago, they received news that a great opportunity in the body of a disciple of their sword sect, a treasure at the heavenly Yuan creation level, had been taken away by an expert at the peak of the ruler realm. And they had been exterminated. This made them extremely furious. He actually dared to kill a disciple of their sword sect. He dared to snatch the treasures of their sword sect. Hundreds of sword sect disciples quickly gathered together and rushed over. However, the moment they rushed over, they saw a group of strong disciples from the carefree sect being killed. This made them slightly shocked and looked at Wang Xian with a face full of fear. Which universe are you a saint from? You killed the disciples of our sword sect and the carefree sect and stole our treasures. Are you trying to make an enemy out of our two great sects? At the sword sect, an expert who was at the peak of the dominator realm stared at Wang Xian with a solemn expression and asked. Although Wang Xian was strong, they had a powerful sect behind them. They were not afraid of an expert who was in the heaven's origin realm. At the same time, they immediately reported the news to the saint of the sword sect. I'm snatching treasures? Your sword sect disciples don't know how to repay kindness with kindness. Since they have failed to educate you, I can only help you to educate them. Wang Xian stared at them and said coldly, It's your turn to educate the disciples of my sword sect? However, the moment Wang Xian finished his sentence, a powerful pressure came crushing down on him. The saint of the sword sect is here. He's here. Currently, there are many powerhouses at the heaven-reaching Great Tao. Many saints of the sword sect are here. The saint of the Xiao Yao sect should be here soon. In addition, the Xiao Yao boat is in the riot zone. The leader of the Xiao Yao sect should be here too. This saint is done for. In the surrounding area, when all the strong disciples heard this voice, their eyes narrowed slightly. The experts from the sword sect had arrived. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw a middle-aged man dressed in white who was riding a sword. His eyes flickered slightly. I want to see who dares to be impudent with our sword sect. The middle-aged man dressed in white stared at Wang Xian and spoke with a cold expression. Greetings, patriarch of the windless sect. Greetings, patriarch of the windless sect. When the strong disciples of the sword sect saw their patriarch of the windless sect flying over, they immediately greeted him respectfully. It seems that your sword sect lacks education from bottom to top. Wang Xian stared at the middle-aged man in white and spoke indifferently. In the next instant, his figure disappeared instantly. In the sword sect, the ancestor of the wind attribute windless sect saw Wang Xian disappear instantly and his pupils contracted slightly. A bad premonition appeared in his eyes. How was this possible? He actually couldn't figure out his figure. You lack education. Then die. In the next instant, the ancestor of the windless sect sensed a voice appearing by his ear. This made his hair stand on end and he revealed a terrified expression. His strength was only at the beginner level. There was a huge gap between him and Wang Xian. Faced with Wang Xian's attack, there was no way for him to dodge. Bang! A flaming palm landed on the head of the ancestor of the windless sect. The terrifying power of the flames instantly destroyed his life force. He was killed before he could even let out a scream. The difference was too great. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the corpse of the patriarch of the windless sect. Now it was too easy for him to kill a beginner-level powerhouse. This is impossible. An instant change. The patriarch of the windless sect was killed in an instant. This caused the more than 200 disciples of the sword sect to reveal expressions of shock. How is this possible? One of their sword sect's patriarchs had just flown over on his sword and was instantly killed. This intense contrast made them too shocked. An existence that had stepped into the saint realm was actually instantly killed. Just who was this youth? Just what kind of existence was he that was fighting against their sword sect? Hiss. At this moment, all the surrounding experts and disciples were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. The saint realm was an existence in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. In their eyes, he was an existence that was immortal and lofty. But now, a sword sect's patriarch was instantly killed just like that. He was killed as if he had crushed an ant. This made them feel incredible. They were horrified, instantly killing the sword sect's Wufeng sect's ancestor. Although the sword sect's Wufeng sect's ancestor's strength has just entered the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm, to be able to instantly kill him, he must at least have the strength of a control-level expert. Furthermore, he must be a veteran control-level expert with a deep foundation. To dare to go against the sword sect and directly kill the sword sect's expert, it seems like this person isn't simple. In the trading zone of the riot zone, a heaven's origin blessed realm expert was forcefully suppressed. This caused a huge commotion. This news also spread to the surroundings at a terrifying speed. In the trading zone, some Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm experts hid their strength and were among the group of disciples. When they saw Wang Xian forcefully killing the patriarch of the Windless sect, they muttered to themselves. Their faces were also filled with shock. An expert who could kill the patriarch of the Zephyr sect in an instant was no weakling in the entire Justice Alliance. What did you guys say? Zephyr sect was killed by a mysterious expert. Damn it, he actually dared to kill an expert from our sword sect. Let's go over. A mysterious expert killed a disciple of our carefree sect? Killed the patriarch of the sword sect? The news quickly spread to the sword sect and the carefree sect. The powerhouses from the two major sects in the trading zone were rushing over. At the same time, in the trading zone, Wang Xian had killed a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm without any change in his expression. He looked to the side. There was also a group of sword sect's powerhouse disciples there. He waved his arm and a flame engulfed them. Not good. Run, run, run. We are not his match. Run. When they saw Wang Xian's cold gaze sweeping across them, they were horrified. They moved and wanted to escape. However, how could they escape when faced with Wang Xian's attack? After the flames, more than 200 disciples from the sword sect were killed. Wang Xian kept the corpses and revealed a faint smile on his face. Other things aside, killing was the fastest way to obtain resources. Boom, 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 boom. At the instant when Wang Xian killed all the strong disciples of the sword sect, Wang Xian saw a terrifying energy pressure erupting from two locations. Even though they were very far away, he could feel powerful figures flying over. The experts from the Xiaoyao sect and the sword sect are rushing over. A heavenly Yuan creation realm expert was killed. This is a huge matter, especially since this mysterious expert killed a sword sect expert. Furthermore, he killed a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. The two sects will definitely not stop. A huge battle is about to break out. The surrounding heavenly Yuan creation realm experts thought to themselves as they prepared to watch the show. Further away, some of the strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin creation who had received the information flew over with great interest. They wanted to see what kind of existence it was that dared to provoke the sword sect and the carefree sect. One had to know that these two great sects had existences at the level of great Tao. Wang Xian sensed the auras of those two places. With a move of his palm, the divination lamp appeared in front of him. Buzz! The divination lamp lit up and a message appeared under the light. Those who are flying over now, 1 is at the control level, 2 are at the beginner level, 2 are at the control level, and 3 are at the beginner level. Wang Xian looked at the message on the divination lamp and raised his eyebrows slightly. He had naturally sensed the discussions around him. However, the strength of these two sects had indeed exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. With so many experts flying over, they were almost on par with him. Furthermore, the experts from these two sects who were at the Great Tao level had yet to arrive. Wang Xian frowned slightly. However, if they want to make an enemy out of me, I'm not afraid of them. It has been a long time since a war broke out. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. He stood there and watched quietly as the experts from both sides flew over quickly. Boom! 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 Whoever dares to kill the disciples and experts of our sword sect will not rest until one of them is dead. Whoever dares to make an enemy out of our carefree sect will die. In less than a second, a terrifying aura was emitted. Following that, cold voices were heard. Disciples, stay away. Those who don't want to die, stay away. The experts from the sword sect and the carefree sect arrived. When the surrounding heavenly fate realm experts saw the scene, they immediately said in a soft voice. The voice entered the ears of all the ruler realm disciples. Quick! Quick! Once this level of battle affects us, we won't be able to resist it at all. Retreat! Retreat! The group of disciples hurriedly flew into the distance. They didn't dare to get close to the surroundings. They didn't even have the right to spectate a battle of this level. One wrong move and they would vanish into thin air. Boom! 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 Wang Xian floated in the air and looked left and right. There was 1 control-level disciple in the Carefree sect, 2 beginner-level disciples, 2 control-level disciples in the Sword sect, and 3 beginner-level disciples in the Sword sect. This force was very strong. When they arrived, they locked onto Wang Xian with murderous intent. Before the battle starts, you guys better understand why I killed them. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and said coldly, "We will understand after you die." The expert at the control level of the Xiaoyao sect stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent and said coldly, "Buzz." When he said that, Wang Xian knew that the battle was about to start. Since the battle was about to start, he would not hold back at all. The opponent was very strong, and it was very likely that there would be more powerhouses rushing over. At this moment, he wanted to reduce the number of his opponents. He wanted to kill a few of them first. Buzz. Wang Xian teleported and disappeared. He then used spatial teleportation. In the next instant, his figure appeared behind the control-level powerhouse from the Xiaoyao sect. Be careful. Attack him together and kill him. Don't let him escape. On the right, when the experts from the Sword sect saw Wang Xian making his move, they focused their eyes and shouted loudly, "Die!" When the control-level powerhouse from the Xiaoyao sect sensed that Wang Xian had appeared behind him, his eyes also focused. He waved his arm and a sharp awl shot toward Wang Xian. "I'll kill you first." However, at this moment, a voice rang in his ears. Bang! A terrifying claw crushed his attack directly and covered him. An attack that he couldn't defend against and suffocated him swept toward him. At this moment, he was a little stunned. This? How was this possible? Why didn't he even have the courage to defend? Boom! At this moment, that terrifying claw grabbed onto his body. A destructive power covered his entire body. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was filled with disbelief. "You're courting death." At the side, the 2 early-stage Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts were also extremely shocked when they saw the scene. They immediately unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom! 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 The 2 powerhouses who had just entered the Heavenly Yuan Creation stage widened their eyes and unleashed a terrifying attack that landed on Wang Xian's body. They wanted to finish off their companion. Finish off the powerhouse at the control level. Boom! However, when their attack landed on Wang Xian's body, they realized that it was easily blocked. This caused them to reveal a look of horror. Bang! At this moment, they saw that the powerhouse of their Xiaoyao sect was directly destroyed. A powerhouse at the control level was directly destroyed. They revealed a look of horror on their faces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. You are a powerhouse at the Great Tao level. At this moment, the powerhouse of Xiaoyao sect who was attacked by Wang Xian and directly destroyed by Wang Xian. His flesh and blood gathered rapidly at a corner in a strange manner. He stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed and shocked expression and roared furiously. He was resurrected quickly with his powerful ultimate treasure. Boom! Just like before, after he resurrected and roared furiously, Wang Xian's figure followed closely behind him. The dragon claw was clawing at him once again. Death descended on his body once again. All of this was within Wang Xian's expectations. He had been activating it all along during the battle. With his strength, it was not a big problem for him to divine an expert at the control level. The lamp of divination also indicated that he would be resurrected with a treasure the moment he was destroyed. Ah! When the expert from the Carefree sect saw Wang Xian's attack again, he let out a roar of anger and despair. At this moment, he could clearly sense that Wang Xian was not an ordinary expert at the Great Tao level. He was an expert at the Great Tao level with an extremely deep foundation. He was not someone he could fight against. Bang! His body was once again under the attack of death. This made him feel helpless. He waved his arm and many treasures flew out of his body towards the 2 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. Dodge? Before he died, he gave a warning. Be careful. Let's work together. The 5 experts from the Sword sect flew over from another location. When they saw this scene, their pupils constricted as they roared. The eyes of the 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses from the Carefree sect were about to split open. They were terrified. Their attacks landed on Wang Xian's body, but they were completely ineffective. The strength of the opponent was just as the seniors at the control level had said. It was at the Great Tao level. Their bodies moved as they took over the treasures one by one. They quickly approached the sword sect powerhouse. At the same time, a heavenly Kismet realm expert waved his arm. A round ball flew into the air. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, a blood-red boat was formed. The blood-red boat was located in the sky. It did not disperse for a long time. It could be seen from a great distance. At this moment, all the experts and disciples in the surroundings were stunned. The experts from the Carefree sect and the Sword sect had arrived. A total of 8 Heavenly Fate realm experts had arrived. 3 of them were at the control level. In the blink of an eye, a control-level existence was insta-killed. This? Especially the terrified roar of the Carefree sect's control-level expert before his death. It also made all the experts know that the mysterious young man was actually a Great Tao-level existence. This caused all the experts and disciples to be incomparably shocked. First, he instantly killed a sect ancestor of the Sword sect, and now, he killed an expert of the Xiaoyao sect. How terrifying! Where did this expert come from? He's not an expert of our Justice Alliance. How could he be so powerful? This strength is truly terrifying. No wonder he dared to kill experts of the Sword sect and the Xiaoyao sect. No wonder. This is too terrifying. In just a few minutes, I actually saw the deaths of 2 saints. All the expert disciples were stunned when they saw this scene. They were somewhat dumbfounded. Attack together. Don't split up. Surround and attack him. One of the control-level experts from the Sword sect stared at Wang Xian with a solemn expression and shouted loudly. At the same time, he passed this news to all the experts from the Sword sect who had yet to arrive. The Sword sect didn't know the existence of these experts. The strongest expert of their Sword sect was also in the area of chaos. Trap him and wait for the Carefree sect's patriarch and our Sword sect's patriarch to join forces. At that time, we'll definitely make him pay a terrible price and keep him here. The Sword sect's controlling expert sent a stern voice transmission to his companion and the 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts of the Carefree sect. Although the opponent's strength was abnormally terrifying, they were not afraid at all. Furthermore, this was a situation where the 2 sects were working together. Once they worked together, they would be able to kill the opponent, even if he was a Great Tao-level powerhouse. Kill! Kill! The group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses roared in anger. They waved their arms and launched terrifying attacks at Wang Xian. The combined strength of 7 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses far exceeded that of ordinary Great Tao Realm powerhouses. Even Wang Xian would take that terrifying attack seriously. Wang Xian waved his arm and a divine dragon circled above him. The divine dragon roared and attacked them directly. The divine dragon swayed its huge body and destroyed their attacks one after another. Continued to attack them. Although the divine dragons might had weakened a lot, this scene still shocked all the powerful disciples. Although the Sword sect and the Footloose sect's experts didn't come all together, when these 7 joined forces, they were comparable to 1 Great Tao Realm expert. In addition to the 4 weakest beginner-level experts, they were still suppressed under such circumstances. This mysterious expert is so terrifying. Around them, there were some controlling-level Heaven Origin Creation-level experts who were watching the battle with a solemn expression. Some of the beginner-level Heaven Origin Creation-level experts looked at Wang Xian with a hint of fear. This was an extremely terrifying existence even at the Heaven Origin Creation level. The opponent is very strong. Don't let him break them one by one. Let's get close together. The control-level powerhouse from the Sword sect, who was holding a sharp metal sword in his hand, saw that their attacks were blocked by Wang Xian. Furthermore, the aftershocks of their attacks continued to attack them. This made his face filled with a solemn and shocked expression. Immediately, he shouted loudly, "Yes!" The surrounding Heaven Origin Creator-level powerhouses also felt the strength of Wang Xian. In order to prevent them from being broken one by one, they quickly got close to each other. Humph! Wang Xian snorted softly. The divination lamp emitted a luster as it looked for their weaknesses. After all, the other party was not a single entity. There were many weaknesses. When he saw the result of the divination lamp, his body moved and instantly concealed his figure, disappearing from their sight. Ha! Has he left? When the 5 powerhouses who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm saw that Wang Xian had disappeared, their expressions changed slightly. They immediately asked, "No, I can vaguely sense that he hasn't left yet. Be careful. You must be careful." The sect master of the Golden Sect of the Central Sword Sect reminded him with a solemn expression. "I've found the flaw." Wang Xian concealed his figure and disappeared between the heaven and earth. His concealment technique could be sensed by experts of the same level or even the control level. However, those experts who had just entered the Heaven's Origin manifestation level could not sense Wang Xian. They could not sense Wang Xian at all when they saw him disappear. This made their hearts clench. Swoosh! Wang Xian's body flashed and instantly arrived at the side of a powerhouse who had just entered the level of Heaven's Origin creation. The ability of teleportation caused the powerhouse who had just entered the level of Heaven's Origin creation to have no time to react. Puff! A sword of light from space instantly arrived above his head and slashed at him. "Save me!" When the powerhouse saw this terrifying attack, his expression changed drastically. He cried out for help with a terrified expression. "Attack! Damn it!" When the rest of the Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately attacked Wang Xian, who had appeared. However, the sword of light still pierced into the body of the Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouse. However, his body was slightly illusory and a strange creature flew out from his body. The creature flew to the side and turned into the figure of the expert. He used a treasure to avoid this fatal attack. Defend. Directly defend. When a control-level expert from the Sword Sect saw this scene, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared loudly, "Defense! All-round defense!" This way, they could stop the other party's repeated attacks and prevent them from breaking through one by one. Although the other party could break through their defenses. However, if they wanted to completely kill them, they would need some time. During this time, the Sword Sect and the Carefree Sect's support would be enough to rush over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Don't hold back. The group of experts roared loudly. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest defensive techniques and surrounded them. When Wang Xian saw their defenses, he raised his eyebrows slightly. His figure appeared. With a wave of his arm, an incomparably huge dragon head headed straight for them. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out. Their defenses began to crumble. However, they could still withstand it. Wang Xian continued to wave his arm and continued to attack. So powerful. Even when the Sword Sect and the Xiaoyao Sect joined forces, the 7 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses were completely suppressed. That mysterious powerhouse's strength is too terrifying. When all the powerful disciples around saw the scene, their faces were filled with shock. This was especially so for the disciples who were in the ruler realm. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? He had fought against 8 people from the 2 great sects and even suppressed them. What level of existence was this? Boom boom. Very soon, Wang Xian's second attack was aimed at them. The loud rumbling continued. At the center, the strong practitioners from the Sword Sect and the Carefree Sect were resisting with great difficulty. Their expressions were abnormally ugly. The world is free and unfettered, and I am the only one who reigns supreme. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Following that, an incomparably terrifying huge boat was flying towards them at a terrifying speed. Many huge fish were accompanying the huge boat. The surroundings of the huge boat was a vast ocean. When the huge fish were flying over, they leaped out of the water and attacked Wang Xian. Ha! When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes narrowed and he revealed a serious expression. Towering dragon horn. Wang Xian growled and a divine dragon horn attacked the big fish that were attacking him. Our sect leader is here. Phew! Our sect leader is here. The 2 newly advanced Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses from the Xiaoyao sect who were suppressed by Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their sect leader rushing over. Following that, they stared at Wang Xian coldly and gritted their teeth. Sect leader of the Carefree Sect, he is very strong. Let's surround and attack him together. A control-level powerhouse from the Sword Sect also had a glow in his eyes as he shouted at the sect leader of the Carefree Sect. "Surround him!" The members of the Carefree Sect stood on the Carefree boat. Dressed in green, he stared at Wang Xian with a solemn expression in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the towering dragon horns collided with the huge fish. As the huge fish dissipated, the remaining power of the towering dragon horns continued to attack the Carefree boat. "Your strength is comparable to two great Tao realm experts. May I know which universe are you from?" When the Carefree Sect's ancestor saw that the first collision had ended, he immediately judged Wang Xian's strength and asked, "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in the Nine Origin universe?" Wang Xian stared at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and replied indifferently, "You have to pay the price for killing the experts of our Xiaoyao sect." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stared at Wang Xian coldly. "Hee, you guys don't have the qualifications to make me pay the price. Your strength is inferior to mine." Wang Xian stared at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The divination lamp had also detected the other party's strength. It was comparable to the strength of two masters of the Great Tao. This strength was not weak at all. However, it was still lacking when compared to him. Furthermore, even if he were to join forces with the other 8 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses, they would not be able to suppress him. At worst, Wang Xian could just escape. This is the territory of the Justice Alliance. It's not something that you can be impudent about. The leader of the Xiaoyao sect frowned slightly and stared at him coldly. He did not make a move rashly. This was because he knew that with their strength, it would be very difficult for them to keep Wang Xian here, unless 2 more experts of the Great Tao level came. "Your disciples are courting death by provoking me. I can only teach them a lesson on your behalf." Wang Xian was still calm. Beside him, the lamp of divination continued to light up. He was divining the time when the other party would make a move and whether there would be any more experts rushing over. Lamp of divination? However, at this moment, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect noticed the lamp of divination floating beside Wang Xian. His gaze froze slightly. "What is your relationship with Saint Shan Tian? Why is his lamp of divination in your hands?" The ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect stared at Wang Xian and asked, "I have no relationship with this Dragon King. He used some treasures to trade for my divination lamp." When the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect finished his sentence, a voice was heard from the back. Saint Shan Tian with long hair and white beard flew over. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect and spoke. There was such a huge commotion over here. Even a Heaven Origin creator had died. Naturally, he rushed over to take a look since he was at the Great Tao of Heaven. However, he did not expect that the main character of time was the Dragon King who had made a deal with him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's gaze froze when he heard his words. "I will not interfere in your grudges." When Saint Shan Tian saw Wang Xian looking at him, he spoke directly and made his stance clear. Saint Shan Tian had already experienced Wang Xian's strength. It was obviously an unwise choice for an expert of such a level. Furthermore, no one knew if he had his own forces or if he had other subordinates in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. If he did, he would be even more troublesome and powerful. Therefore, the Sage of Good Days will not act when he sees this situation. Although he and the Xiaoyao sect are both members of the Justice League. The Justice League. They may be a league, but they have many rules. For example, in the face of the invasion of the evil sequence camp, they have to cooperate. But in this case, it's clearly personal. This kind of situation even happened in the Justice Alliance from time to time. An alliance couldn't be an iron plate. Sometimes there would be fights within the alliance. There would also be casualties. However, under normal circumstances, a great battle wouldn't break out. Great battles would be stopped, and peace would be negotiated. The divination lamp that was traded to Saint Shan Tian seems to be something that you can't refuse. Xiaoyao cult patriarch heard the words of the Saint of Good Days. The face of the solemn opened his mouth and said, "The lamp of divination. He knows. In a way, it can change the course of a battle. We can attack, we can retreat." He could not understand why the saint was willing to trade such a treasure. You know, the entire Justice League, many powerful people are coveting this treasure of the Sage of Heaven. Saint Shan Tian smiled and didn't say anything. Hiss, this? The carefree sect ancestor and Saint Shan Tian from the good heaven realm are all here. That mysterious expert said that the carefree sect ancestor isn't his match? No way. He's so strong. Hiss, how terrifying. Saint Shan Tian actually made a deal with that mysterious expert. All the experts in the surroundings were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. Saint Shan Tian, the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect. This was a well-known existence in the entire Justice Alliance. Now they were all gathered here. I don't care who you are, which universe you come from, or how much power you have. Now give me an explanation. Otherwise, let's start a war. The ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect stared at Wang Xian and spoke with a cold expression. Although Wang Xian was very strong, the Xiaoyao sect was not afraid at all. Hehe, I will give you an explanation. You can investigate the details yourself. You are not qualified yet. Let me give you an explanation. Wang Xian did not give the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect any face and replied with disdain. Kill. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect heard Wang Xian's words, killing intent flashed in his eyes. His palm landed on the dragon boat, which trembled slightly. In the ocean below, an extremely powerful sea monster attacked Wang Xian directly. Hehe. Then let's fight. Wang Xian sneered. He waved his arm and a divine dragon attacked the sea monster. Make your move. We don't care where you are from. But this time, you are provoking the Xiaoyao sect and our sword sect. An expert at the control level of the sword sect shouted with a face full of killing intent. They launched their attacks at the same time and charged at Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw their attacks, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Since we are going to start a war, I will make the carefree sect and the sword sect pay a terrible price after today. Boom. Wang Xian's body trembled and he flew towards a direction. Wang Xian was prepared to retreat. If he continued to fight with them, Wang Xian would not gain any advantage at all. In that case, there was no need to continue the battle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Wang Xian was about to retreat, his gaze focused slightly. Our sword ancestor is here. Trap him. At the sword sect, the 5 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses felt the aura coming from behind. Their faces lit up as they shouted immediately. Streams of energy were heading towards Wang Xian. The sword ancestor of the sword sect and Song Ta are here. When the carefree sect ancestor felt the aura coming from behind, his gaze focused and his eyes shone. Carefree heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, he took a step towards the carefree boat with his right foot. The vast ocean below the carefree boat was spreading towards the surroundings at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Wang Xian was enveloped above the ocean. The strongest person in the sword sect, the senior devil sword ancestor, is here. The great Dao-level experts from the sword sect are here. With this, the carefree sect and the sword sect are on the upper hand. That's not right. Other than the sword ancestor, there's another great Dao-level expert. At this moment, dozens of heaven origin blessed realm experts were hiding in the surrounding void. All of them were here to watch the show. Now that they saw the strongest person from the sword sect rushing over, their gaze froze. Once the strongest person from the sword sect came over, the sword sect and the carefree sect would have the complete upper hand. They could even make that mysterious powerhouse pay a heavy price. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the ocean below. The patriarch of the carefree sect wanted to use the powerful heaven's origin blessed supreme treasure to trap him for some time. However, when he sensed the 2 auras in the distance, Wang Xian, who was prepared to leave immediately and fight with them in the future, stopped. The 2 figures who were rushing over from the distance had very familiar auras, especially the sharp sword rays. It's them. Wang Xian recognized them. He hesitated for a moment and looked over quietly. The discussions around him also made Wang Xian understand a little. However, this made him very surprised. All of this was really a coincidence. He didn't expect that the sword sect actually had such a deep relationship with that old man sword. Furthermore, the old man sword was suspected to be the strongest person in the sword sect. This? He had fought with an acquaintance? After the last time when he joined hands with the old man sword, Song Ta, and the others, Wang Xian admitted that he had some friendship with them. Wang Xian stopped. Two figures from afar also rushed over at a terrifying speed. Sword Ancestor, you came at the right time. The carefree sex ancestor was a little surprised when he saw that Wang Xian did not escape. He did not think too much about it. He looked at the two figures who were flying over quickly and spoke. Senior Sword Ancestor, you are finally here. Wu Feng was killed by him. Many disciples of the Sword Sect were also killed by him. The eyes of the experts from the Sword Sect were glowing. They immediately reported loudly to the Sword Ancestor of the Sword Sect. The Sword Old Man still had the appearance of a demon sword. He looked a little strange and terrifying. At the side, Song Ta was on his body. He was holding a pagoda in his hand. However, the two of them did not attack immediately when they arrived. They didn't reply to their words either. They looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. What's going on, brother Wang Xian? Song Ta looked at Wang Xian before looking around. He asked in astonishment, why are our people fighting? Ha! His words stunned all the strong disciples around him. What was going on? Our people? The arrival of the strongest expert of the Sword Sect and the arrival of Song Ta. Two experts of the great Tao level rushed over, causing all the surrounding experts and disciples to reveal shocked expressions. Within a short period of time, 4 of the most top-notch sect ancestors and saints had arrived. These people were the most top-notch existences in the entire Justice Alliance. Including that mysterious expert, there were already 5 of them. However, just as they thought that there would be a world-shaking battle, Song Ta's words caused all the expert disciples to be stunned. What's going on? The expert beside the Sword Ancestor actually knows that mysterious expert. One of their own? Looks like they know each other. No way. What's going on? Which faction is that mysterious expert from? Is he also a top-tier expert of the Justice Alliance? All the expert disciples stared at this scene with their mouths agape as they asked. The carefree sect ancestor was also slightly stunned when he heard Song Ta's words. His face was filled with shock. Song Ta, you guys know each other? The carefree sect ancestor's expression changed slightly as he asked Song Ta. They were all top-tier experts within the Justice Alliance. They naturally knew each other. Song Ta was a powerful expert from the Justice Universe. He was one of the founders of the Justice Alliance. He wasn't the strongest within the Justice Alliance, but his status was very high. Another point was that the Justice Universe that Song Ta was in was the strongest universe in the Justice Alliance. At the same time, the leader of the Justice Alliance was the strongest in the Justice Universe. Similarly, he was also the strongest existence in the Justice Alliance. However, the leader of the Justice Alliance had not appeared for a long time. We know each other, of course we know each other. Not long ago, Old Man Sword and I teamed up with Brother Wang Xian to kill that fellow, the Spirit Kneader. Hee. Song Ta said with a smile on his face. His words gave the ancestors of the Xiaoyao sect a slight shock. Brother Song Ta, Brother Old Man Jian, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, and in such a manner. Wang Xian looked at them, shook his head slightly and said, it's indeed very fast. The flood has really washed over the Dragon King Temple. The serious old man Jian nodded his head and said, I don't know what small matter it is that caused Brother Wang Xian to make such a big fuss. Old man Jian, are you the Sword Ancestor of the Sword Sect? I came across something good while I was wandering around just now. Wang Xian smiled and moved his palm. He did not hide anything and took out the embryo directly. A disciple of your Sword Sect was possessed by an expert. I happened to sense it, so I took it out. Later on, they said it was their treasure. I casually destroyed them. However, I was really lucky this time. There was actually a great Tao-level powerhouse who was parasitizing your Sword Sect's disciples. I think that with this powerhouse's parasitizing technique, you wouldn't be able to find out. Therefore, this belongs to me. Of course. If this parasitizing technique belonged to your Sword Sect's powerhouse, that's another story. As Wang Xian spoke, he smiled faintly. This expert at the level of the Great Tao was indeed strong in his ability to possess. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Xian could sense the power of chaos in his body, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. If he couldn't notice it, then with Old Man Jian's strength, he wouldn't be able to notice it either. At that time, a disciple from the Sword Sect would also be possessed silently. Of course, Wang Xian wasn't unreasonable. If this was a strong practitioner of the sword sect who possessed a disciple of their own sect, Wang Xian would return the embryo to him. This is. When Wang Xian took out the embryo, the eyes of the patriarch of the Shaoao sect froze and a look of shock appeared on his face. A strong practitioner of the great Dao level possessing a parasite? Song Ta cried out in surprise and flew directly towards Wang Xian. His gaze was fixed on the embryo. Old man Jian also flew over immediately and sized up the embryo carefully. Damn, old man Jian. Feel the aura of this embryo. This is the fucking aura of a devil man. Didn't we kill this fellow completely? All of a sudden, Song Ta cried out in surprise and shouted at old man Jian. It is indeed the aura of a devil man. No, this is a devil man. Old man Sword stared at the embryo, his eyes slowly revealing a serious expression. More than 10 billion years ago, this guy raised creatures from the universe and was completely destroyed by US and the Deputy Alliance leader. I thought he really was completely killed. I didn't expect that this guy actually didn't die. And he actually latched onto Old Man Sword's disciple. This is obviously revenge. Song Ta exclaimed, his expression changing slightly. The demon was an expert of the sword universe. Speaking of which, he was an existence that was even older and stronger than Old Man Sword. However, Old Man Sword caught up later and the sword sect grew stronger. With a leap, he became the strongest force in the sword universe and Old Man Sword also became the strongest existence. At that time, there was a conflict with the sect created by the demon. However, both sides were stable. But later, the demons were unwilling to live under others, unwilling to let the sword sect grow stronger. So they wanted to quickly increase their own strength. They raised living beings to slaughter, taking their souls and preparing to refine the demon sword. In the end, the matter was exposed. The actions of the demons were completely dehumanizing existences that had no connection with the Evil Sequence Alliance. Therefore, Old Man Sword reported this matter to the Justice Alliance. After verification, it was confirmed that they had eliminated them. However, he didn't expect that they didn't die. They were still living in the body of a sword sect disciple. The demons cultivate all kinds of evil techniques. There's a slight possibility that they didn't die. They are living in the body of a sword sect disciple. They must be seeking revenge. I wonder how long he's been parasitizing for. But he hasn't been discovered. Old Man Jian said with a grave expression. This was a major event for the sword sect. An extremely terrifying event. Old Man Jian had a deep understanding of the terror of the demon. Back then, in order to exterminate it, for great Dao experts and the powers of all the heaven origin creation experts of the sword sect had been mobilized. They had paid a great price to completely destroy it. At that time, they thought that they had killed it, but they did not expect that they had let it escape with a chance of survival. They had actually let it live in a disciple's body, preparing to possess it. Most importantly, the devil was right under their noses, and they had not even noticed it. Just imagining it made him feel a little terrifying. If he were to recover his strength bit by bit, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the sword sect and the sword universe. Old Man Sword, you didn't notice the crisis under your noses. Now that Brother Wang Xian has discovered it, this is a huge good thing for your sword sect. Your sword sect should thank him properly. Song Ta spoke to Old Man Sword. The strength of Wang Xian Song Pagoda and Old Man Jian have seen it. They are no match for each other in a one-on-one fight. Although they are also very powerful in the Justice League, position is very high. But if you can make friends, make friends. What's more, this time, Wang Xian really solved a huge hidden danger for the Swordmaster. You really need to thank him properly. The old man nodded and looked at Wang Xian. Thank you, Brother Wang Xian. Come to my sword sect later and let us thank you. As for the misunderstanding just now, I apologize on behalf of the sword sect. It's nothing. If I knew that you were a strong practitioner of the sword sect, I wouldn't have made a move. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm. One corpse after another flew out. These were the powerful disciples of the sword sect and the footloose sect that Wang Xian had just killed. One of them had just entered the heavenly Yuan blessed realm while the other was at the control level. The one who had just entered the control level was from the sword sect while the one who had just entered the control level was from the footloose sect. Patriarch of the Footloose sect, I'm really sorry that you guys are involved in this matter. Our sword sect will give you guys some compensation. Let's just forget about this matter. How about it? The old man looked at the patriarch of the Footloose sect and said to him. The patriarch of the Footloose sect stood there, his expression changing slightly. He hadn't expected this outcome either. Not only did they not fight, but this mysterious expert had become a guest of the sword sect. In addition, the embryo was an extremely powerful treasure in his eyes. He was very tempted and envious. However, after seeing the attitude of Old Man Jian and Song Ta, he knew that they had a good relationship. The embryo belonged to that mysterious expert. In the end, their carefree sex patriarch had interfered in the matter between the sword sect and this expert, and had instead stirred up trouble. This made him somewhat angry. It seemed like it was time for his disciples to be properly dealt with. Forget it. This matter was originally my fault for teaching my disciples. Give me the corpses of our disciples and forget about this matter. This is your friend. Let's make friends. This friend, can you give me the corpses of my strong disciples? You have taught them a lesson anyway. The leader of the Xiaoyao sect nodded his head and looked at Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head and passed the corpse to the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect. Hee. I didn't expect that this would be considered as an exchange of blows. Saint Shan Tian's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. He didn't expect such a situation either. However, he chuckled and said, The lamp of divination is in Brother Wang Xian's hands. What's the matter, Shan Tian? Have you fought with Brother Wang Xian before? Song Ta heard his words and looked at Saint Shan Tian. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Haha, we have fought before. Can be said that we don't know each other without fighting. We have made a deal with the Dragon King. Saint Shan Tian replied with a smile. I'm very curious to be able to trade for your divination lamp. Are you sure that this divination lamp is not the spoils of war of Brother Wang Xian? Song Ta could not help but tease him. Song Ta, don't spout nonsense. Brother Wang Xian happens to have another part of my star field. Otherwise, why would I be willing to hand over the divination lamp? Saint Shan Tian shook his head and said speechlessly, Oh? Your star field's ultimate treasure of Tianyuan destiny is about to reappear in the universe. Song Ta revealed a look of surprise. At that time, your Song Ta won't be my match. Saint Shan Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. Hee everyone. If there's nothing else, come to my sword sect and have a seat. The sword old man laughed and said to them. Good. Saint Shan Tian nodded and agreed. The carefree sect's ancestor also agreed. At their level, although they were basically invincible, very few could suppress them. However, if they could get to know experts of the same level, it would also be beneficial. After all, in their universe, they were already invincible and lonely. It was also a good thing to be able to make a few friends of the same level. If anything happened in the future, they could take care of each other. Ha, let's go. I'll take out the fine wine that I've brewed for a long time. Song Ta laughed. Everyone nodded and followed Old Man's sword to fly toward the sword sect. I didn't expect this to be the end. Not only did they not fight, but they even went to drink together? At their level, there are hardly any opponents left. Besides, there is no need for the Xiaoyao sect to offend such a powerful enemy. Moreover, the sword sect owes that mysterious powerhouse a favor. That mysterious powerhouse is called Wang Xian, and Saint Shan Tian called him Dragon King. It seems that he is the strongest powerhouse in a powerful universe. It's normal for the ancestors of the Xiaoyao sect to not care about it. Although they have killed and injured their powerful disciples, the control-level powerhouse can definitely be resurrected. Now that the corpse is returned to the Xiaoyao sect, they can accept the loss. It's much better to have such a powerful friend than to have one more enemy. It seems that another terrifying powerhouse will appear here in the future. In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples' eyes sparkled when they saw Wang Xian and the rest leaving. They were discussing among themselves. The battle today had broadened their horizons. At the same time, the name of Dragon King Immortal entered the line of sight of all the powerful disciples. He was a terrifying existence. An almost invincible existence. At the very least, his strength was stronger than the carefree sect's patriarch and the rest. Wang Xian and the rest did not mind the discussion and shock in the trading zone. The group followed Old Man Jian and the rest to a palace in the sword sect. It was more like a huge sword peak that was emitting a majestic aura. Behind them, 5 strong cultivators of the heaven's origin creation followed. When they flew over, they had already contacted their disciples to investigate the specific reason for this matter. If this matter was really as the Dragon King had said, then those disciples who provoked the Dragon King would have to pay a price. After all, if their sword ancestor didn't know him, their sword sect might have befriended a powerful existence. Not to mention, this Dragon King had helped their sword sect solve a huge hidden danger this time. He had saved the sword sect a huge trouble in the future. It was even a huge trouble that could threaten the life and death of the sword sect. Your Excellency Dragon King, we have offended you just now. We will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Your Excellency Dragon King, Your Excellency Ancestor of the Xiaoao sect, Your Excellency Saint Shan Tian, please come in. They came to the front of a sword peak. An expert at the control level of the sword sect apologized to Wang Xian respectfully. Then, he opened the door to the top of the sword peak and extended his hand to signal to Wang Xian. Settle this matter properly. The old man nodded and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. Please come in. As the demons were feeding on living beings, they fed on all living beings as their blood and were eliminated by us. This time, thank you for discovering it, Brother Wang Xian. Speaking of which, the demons have been eliminated by us for more than 10 billion years. They should have been hiding under the eyes of our sword sect. However, we didn't expect that they were not discovered. If you have any needs in the future, please let us know directly. In a sword peak of the sword sect, a group of 5 great Dao-level powerhouses were sitting on their chairs. Old Man Jian transformed into a human form and toasted Wang Xian with a smile on his face. At the same time, he owed Wang Xian a favor. It's just a small matter. Speaking of which, being able to discover the embryo of the demon is also a huge opportunity for me. Wang Xian smiled at Old Man Jian. This time, he had gained even more. TSK, an expert at the level of Great Dao would possess the embryo. The value of his embryo is extremely terrifying. If he could reverse the possession, he would be able to nurture an existence at the level of Great Dao. Saint Shan Tian spoke with an envious expression on his face. It's not that simple. Although he has obtained the embryo of an expert at the level of Great Dao, the embryo still possesses consciousness. If he were to sense that he has been possessed, I'm afraid he would be torn between life and death. However, it shouldn't be a problem to nurture an expert at the level of control. The carefree sect's ancestor spoke. His face was also filled with envy. Even nurturing a control realm expert was exceptionally difficult for any universe or any great sect. The difficulty was too high. It was still fine if it was an expert who had just entered the heavenly Yuan manifestation realm, but with a huge amount of resources he could be formed from numerous disciples. However, the control realm would depend on one's own luck and luck. It might not even be possible for an expert at the Great Dao level to help someone who had just entered the heaven's origin realm to advance to the level of control. Any expert would be very concerned about the fact that an embryo could easily nurture an existence at the level of control. It was no exaggeration to say that this embryo was comparable to an ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin realm. In fact, its potential was even higher than an ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin realm. Brother Wang Xian, this embryo is indeed a rare treasure. However, it is very difficult to obtain it perfectly. You can study it and perhaps nurture a top-notch powerhouse. Song Ta smiled and said, "Oh right, Dragon King, you have your own forces, right?" "Yes. I have my own forces, the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian nodded. "Oh? Dragon Palace, are you interested in joining the Justice League? There are many benefits to joining the Justice League. Furthermore, we worked together to kill the Spirit Needer the last time. The Spirit Needer is a vengeful person. If you join the Justice League and encounter the Evil Sequence Alliance, you can look for the League to help you." Song Ta looked at Wang Xian and invited him. This? Wang Xian pondered for a moment. Our 9-origin universe is too far away from the Justice Alliance. In addition, we have many friends in the 9-origin universe. If we join them, we have to inform them as well. "Oh? Brother Wang Xian. There are still many experts in your 9-origin universe. Old Man Jian looked at Wang Xian in surprise. Hee, fortunately, we still have one friend at the Great Tao level, 4 to 5 at the control level, and a few at the beginner level. Wang Xian said with a smile. So strong? Looks like the universe you're in is a top-tier universe. Song Ta was slightly shocked. Wang Xian's strength was already so strong, yet there was still an existence at the Great Tao level. There were also so many existences at the level of control. In the entire Justice Alliance, a universe at this level was considered the best. There weren't many who could match up to it. Wang Xian smiled. We have a grudge with the universe beside us. We haven't settled this grudge yet. Do you guys have another universe that is comparable to yours? Wang Xian's words made Song Ta even more astonished. It's not that much of a match. In a space-attributed universe, there is an existence at the level of the Great Tao and many experts. Wang Xian stopped talking and gave a simple explanation. Brother Wang Xian, you can ask those friends of yours. If you are interested, you can join our Justice Alliance. Although your universe is far away, there are still many benefits. Song Ta said one last sentence. No problem. Wang Xian nodded, then he looked at them and said, all right, I have half of the body of the spiritual being in my hands. I am prepared to exchange it for some resources. The level of the resources doesn't need to be too high. As long as you have enough, you can proceed with the transaction if you are interested. His words made the eyes of Saint Shan Tian and the patriarch of the Shaoyao sect freeze. Then they revealed an eager look. It was the corpse of an expert at the Great Tao level. To them, this could be used for cultivation. It could even be used to nurture an expert at the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. It was an absolute treasure. Furthermore, the resources that Wang Xian exchanged for were only ordinary resources. There were no other requirements. Such an exchange opportunity had never happened before. Brother Wang Xian, do you really want to trade with the corpse of the spiritual man? Saint Shan Tian stared at Wang Xian eagerly and asked. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. Wang Xian was prepared to use the corpse of the spiritual leader to improve his own strength. Therefore, he had to exchange this half-corpse for resources. Coincidentally, there were 4 Great Tao experts here. They were the ancestors of the great sections. They could eat this corpse. All right. I want a portion of this half-corpse. Saint Shan Tian said directly. I want it too. Everyone who sees it will get a share. The patriarchs of the Shaoyao sect said without hesitation. Song Ta also smiled and rubbed his hands together. Wang Xian nodded and took out the corpse. Following that, they discussed the value of the corpse and how many resources to exchange for it. After a round of trade, it was obvious that the Shaoyu sect's patriarch and Saint Shan Tian were closer to Wang Xian. The grudges and estrangement from the past had disappeared completely. The group of people chatted about their cultivation and some of the strange things they had encountered. It was very harmonious. Wang Xian also inquired about the information regarding the spirit needer. Wang Xian was not prepared to let the spirit needer take revenge on him. The group chatted for a few days before they left. The carefree sect's ancestor, Saint Shan Tian, and the rest went to their respective sects to prepare resources. The value of the spirit needer was very high. They didn't bring too many resources with them, so they needed to make some preparations. Wang Xian also returned to the Great Tao of Heaven. The harvest this time wasn't bad, especially the embryo of the Devil Man. Wang Xian had to make good use of this embryo. If he could obtain it perfectly, it would be able to increase the existence of the avenue of heavenly arrival in the Dragon Palace. Great Tao level, demonic human. An embryo with darkness attribute. In the Great Tao of Heaven, Wang Xian looked at the embryo in front of him. His eyes were sparkling. According to Saint Shan Tian, Song Ta, and the rest, this embryo with darkness attribute could at the very least nurture an expert who had just entered the heaven's origin realm. It was normal to nurture an existence at the control level. If they could fuse perfectly, they would be able to nurture an existence at the Great Tao level. However, it was too difficult to obtain it perfectly. In the embryo, the demon didn't have any attributes yet, but if his life was threatened, the demon would resist. In fact, he would even fight to the death. Once the embryo was destroyed, the embryo wouldn't be perfect. it wouldn't be able to inherit everything from the demon. In other words, the more perfect the embryo was, the more inheritance it would receive from the demon. If it was completely obtained, it would be equivalent to possessing the demon. If its possession of the embryo, the Dragon Palace's darkness attributes would be fine. However, overall, the venom-horned dragon species is the most suitable. Wang Xian thought to himself. The poisonous horned dragon species had a terrifying innate ability when it came to possession. When the poisonous horned dragon species possessed an embryo, it was much stronger than the other darkness attribute divine dragons. He was prepared to let the demonic fiend possess this embryo. However, although the poisonous horned dragon species had a special ability when it came to possession, Wang Xian was still unsure if the demonic fiend was able to possess it perfectly. If there was even the slightest mistake, the embryo would be destroyed. It would not be able to completely obtain everything that belonged to the demonic humans. A perfect possession was the most important thing. How to achieve a perfect fusion was an extremely difficult task. Demonic fiend, come out first. Wang Xian came to the side of the primal chaos stone and called out the demonic fiend who was cultivating inside. Mo Sha now possessed the strength of a ruler at the peak of the realm. There was still a gap between him and the heaven's origin blessed realm. In the Dragon Palace, the purebred divine dragons were the easiest to break through to the heaven's origin blessed realm. It was actually very difficult for a purebred dragon like the poisonous horned dragon to break through. This required great opportunities and good fortune. Dragon King, upon receiving Wang Xian's call, Mo Sha immediately flew out and greeted him respectfully. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked at the embryo in front of him and said, There is a huge good fortune here. I am prepared to give it to you. This is the embryo of a great Tao-level heaven origin creator. If you can possess him, you will be able to possess everything about him. However, the embryo is alive. Once it awakens, there is a possibility of a life and death battle. He is very weak now and you can easily suppress him. However, it is still a little difficult to obtain it perfectly. Take a look and see what the chances of obtaining it perfectly are. Mo Sha was slightly shocked when he heard Wang Xian's words. Following that, his eyes lit up. It's the Dragon King. Thank you for your nurturing, your majesty. Mo Sha immediately knelt down and bowed to Wang Xian. Wang Xian waved his hand and allowed him to sense the embryo in front of him. Mo Sha placed his palm on the embryo and sensed it quietly. Dragon King, this embryo is only at the 8th level of the Universe Overlord realm. However, Mo Sha sensed it and frowned slightly. There is a very strong soul power and a very strong pressure inside him. I have the confidence to possess him, but the soul and pressure inside may cause some interference to me. Yes. Wang Xian heard his words and frowned slightly. You have no way to completely resist the soul and pressure inside? Do you have the confidence to possess him 100%? Dragon King, I don't have such confidence. In fact, if I were to possess it, I would definitely encounter resistance. Mo Sha shook his head. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked deep in thought. This was indeed a problem. The situation at that time was also a thorny problem in the eyes of the Song Tower's carefree sex patriarch and the other great Tao experts. They couldn't obtain everything about this embryo perfectly. This was because the will of a great Tao-level expert was extremely terrifying. Even if he were to make a move himself, it was possible for him to fail. Not to mention letting a weakling make a move. Wang Xian looked at this embryo and kept pondering. A few hours later, his gaze focused slightly. He recalled the time when he approached the Primal Chaos Stone. The Primal Chaos Stone could devour him directly. It could melt his consciousness and everything. In other words, it could completely melt him. Then, could it be possible to use the Primal Chaos Stone? The Primal Chaos Stone is 1 point, and so is the power of chaos. What if I use the power of chaos to assist the demonic fiend? The more Wang Xian thought about it, the more he felt that there was a high chance of success. The Primal Chaos Stone at that time could absorb everything. Even a powerful tree of chaos was absorbed by it until it withered. This was the power of the Primal Chaos Stone, and it was also the power of chaos. In that case, if he placed the demonic fiend inside the Primal Chaos Stone, would it be able to fuse perfectly with the help of the power of chaos? Let me perform a divination first. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and took out the lamp of divination. This lamp of divination was indeed a rare treasure at times. With a thought, Wang Xian performed an ordinary divination. Under normal circumstances, if he were to possess, how many inheritances of the embryo would he be able to possess? Very soon, the lamp of divination gave an answer. 30%. 30%? For an expert of the great Tao realm to possess 30%, it's equivalent to the control level. Wang Xian mumbled. Following that, his body moved and brought the demonic embryo into the primal chaos stone. After entering, Wang Xian continued to perform divination. With the help of his own power of chaos, the demonic embryo's possession talent was sealed by the primal chaos stone. Under such circumstances, how much could he obtain? Wang Xian thought to himself as the lamp of divination was burning rapidly. The result appeared very quickly, 90%. This result made Wang Xian's eyes freeze. He was pleasantly surprised but also a little disappointed. 90% was already very high. However, he was still a little short of 100%. What's the reason? Is it because the demonic fiend doesn't possess the power of chaos, so it can't achieve a perfect possession without achieving a perfect suppression? If I let the demonic fiend refine some of the power of chaos, will I be able to achieve 100%? Wang Xian kept pondering. After that, he separated a trace of the power of chaos and let the demonic fiend refine it. The power of chaos was a high-grade energy, one of the highest-grade energy in all living things. Logically speaking, any powerhouse would be able to refine it. However, no powerhouse would be able to control it. Except for Wang Xian. When the demonic fiend refined a trace of the power of chaos, it could only allow its body to possess such a trace of energy. It would not be able to control it. However, by using the power of chaos, it could suppress the soul and aura of the demonic human in the embryo. It could completely suppress or even fuse with it. Mo Sha. Refine this wisp of energy and wrap it around your body. Wang Xian moved his palm and a wisp of energy appeared in his palm. It flew to Mo Sha. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha nodded and started to refine it immediately. It was still extremely difficult to refine a wisp of chaotic energy. Time passed by minute. A few thousand years later, the wisp of chaotic energy was completely refined by Mo Sha. However, a few thousand years in the primal chaos stone was only a few decades in the outside world. Dragon King. The refinement is successful. Mo Sha wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Wang Xian, "All right, try to wrap this energy around your entire body." Wang Xian continued to instruct Mo Sha. Mo Sha nodded his head and moved that wisp of energy bit by bit, infusing his body with the energy of the power of chaos. Time passed little by little again. Wang Xian stared at Mo Sha as his eyes sparkled. It's about time. Wang Xian saw that Mo Sha's aura was tainted with the power of chaos. He took out the divination lamp and continued his divination. The current demonic fiend had traces of the power of chaos on its body. And the power of chaos originated from the primal chaos stone. This primal chaos stone once possessed a terrifying fusion power. At that time, a divine dragon of 10 attributes that Wang Xian created was absorbed perfectly in an instant. Wang Xian didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Furthermore, he was almost fused by this primal chaos stone. Fortunately, the system had warned him to use up a large amount of resources to open up the dragon palace, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, Wang Xian would have already disappeared. He had already fused with this primal chaos stone and survived in another way. In this way, Wang Xian had no consciousness. It was equivalent to another form of death. The characteristics of the power of chaos could turn everything into chaos. Everything could also turn into chaos. With a trace of the power of chaos, could this form of possession achieve perfection? Very soon, the lamp of divination gave Wang Xian a result. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. The perfection of possession had reached 99.99%. This was already considered a perfect form of possession. Mo Sha. Carry out the possession immediately. Wang Xian's eyes glowed as he instructed Mo Sha. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha nodded his head and looked at the embryo. The half-liquid body entered the embryo and began the possession. Wang Xian stared at it intently. Ah! Mo Sha entered the embryo and quickly absorbed everything from the demon. The demon who had been in a deep sleep was suddenly invaded into the core. At the moment of life and death crisis, he woke up. Feeling that he was rapidly losing control of the embryo, he let out a terrified scream. Who are you? You dare to possess me? Do you know what a great existence I am? The demon's sharp voice rang out. His voice was filled with fear. Damned ant, you dare to possess me? Die! Ah, what is this? What is this? No, no, no. My last hope of resurrection. No, 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 don't possess me. Don't kill me. I can do whatever you want. I can be your slave. I can be your slave. Don't kill me. In the embryo, the demon's voice went from anger to fear to despair. Finally, it turned into a plea. Wang Xian looked at it coldly from the side. His eyes were sparkling. What kind of energy is this? Why can't I resist it? No. When the last scream was heard, the embryo slowly released a wave of energy. This was an energy that Wang Xian was very familiar with. The scream came to an abrupt end. The demon was replaced. Just like how Mo Sha and the rest used to parasitize other living beings, they were able to receive everything from them perfectly. Memories, opportunities, and aptitude. The devil man was in existence with the darkness attribute, and so was Mo Sha. This was because waves of energy were surging out from the embryo. This energy belonged to Mo Sha. He had completely eliminated his original body from the embryo. This was because, compared to everything about the devil man, everything about Mo Sha was an impurity. As long as one had consciousness, everything else would be abandoned. This was a true possession, a perfect possession. Buzz. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he waved his arm and an elemental god fragment appeared in his hand. The darkness attribute elemental god fragment was emitting a powerful energy. Wang Xian controlled the energy of the elemental god fragment and slowly poured it into the embryo. The entire embryo was absorbing it rapidly. It was like a sponge, absorbing the energy at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the embryo grew bigger and turned into the appearance of Mo Sha. Wang Xian moved his palm again and took out all the God of Elements fragments with the darkness attribute in his hand and placed them beside Mo Sha. There were a total of 4 pieces of God of Elements fragments with the darkness attribute. These 4 pieces of God of Elements fragments were extremely valuable. To any large sect, they were all rare treasures. Masha was rapidly absorbing them, and the energy in his body was also growing rapidly. His aura quickly reached the peak of the ruler realm. However, all of this did not stop. Masha had inherited everything from the demon, and it was also a perfect possession. This was equivalent to him being a demon, and the demon was him. The devil man was originally a great Tao-level powerhouse. A powerhouse at this level would cultivate again after death without any shackles. As long as there was enough energy, he could recover quickly. With enough resources, he could quickly recover to the great Tao level. Now that he had the energy of the elemental god fragment without shackles, Masha could quickly improve. The peak of the ruler realm was just the beginning. Very soon, a surge of energy gushed out from Mo Sha's body. His strength had directly reached the initial stage of the heaven's origin creation realm. Naturally, there was no need for the quota of the heaven's origin creation realm for the powerhouses to come back from the dead to cultivate again. When Mo Sha broke through to the heaven's origin creation realm, he didn't even use up a single fragment of the God of Elements. The energy of the surrounding fragments of the God of Elements continued to surge into his body. Wang Xian exited the primal chaos stone and sensed it with a smile in the outside world. In the future, besides him, the Dragon Palace would also have top-notch heaven origin creation level powerhouses. Along with Lin Yo and Xiao Lan, the Dragon Palace's strength was not weak. However, from Wang Xian's point of view, it was not too strong. He was not satisfied. According to what he knew, there were about 10 heaven origin creation level powerhouses in Old Man Jian's sword sect. The Dragon Palace was still lacking. They still needed to continue to nurture them. If the demonic fiend can reach the great Tao level, I can consider sweeping across the entire starry universe. Even Little White and the rest have broken through. Wang Xian thought to himself as a look of anticipation appeared on his face. However, if the demonic fiend wanted to recover to the Great Tao level, it would require a lot of energy. It was too huge. Mo Sha's improvement this time was very important to the Dragon Palace and the entire Nine Origin universe. Needless to say, the improvement of the Dragon Palace. They could plan the Starry Universe. They could attack the Void Universe. If all of these were successful, the Dragon Palace would have more Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. 100 million years. In 100 million years, I will restore Mo Sha's strength to the Great Tao level. In addition, I will also increase the number of Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. 100 million years. With the Primal Chaos Stone, this cultivation period could be extended to 10 billion years. In other words, in 10 billion years, Wang Xian wanted to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace by a huge margin. However, maintaining the flow of time with the Primal Chaos Stone requires a lot of resources. Wang Xian mumbled and frowned slightly. The amount of resources consumed was quite a lot. An ordinary fragment of the elemental god could only last for about 10 million years. One had to know that the energy of these fragments of the elemental god was comparable to that of a powerhouse who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm. If it was activated for 100 million years, it would require 10 fragments of the elemental god. This consumption was extremely terrifying. Of course, the time spent in the Primal Chaos Stone was related to the number of disciples who entered. If one person were to experience the time spent, one fragment of the elemental god would be able to last for more than 50 million years. I can still afford 10 fragments of the elemental god. Fortunately, Wang Xian obtained more pieces of the god of elements in this chaotic region. Moreover, if he really lacked them, Wang Xian would not be idle. He could continue to create the 10 elemental divine dragons and enter the cross-shaped primordial spirit region. Although Wang Xian had obtained the Primal Chaos Primordial Stone in the cross-shaped primordial spirit region, there were still many treasures in that region. At the very least, Wang Xian did not see any of the ultimate treasures of the Heaven's Origin that Song Ta and the rest mentioned in the area of the cross-primordial spirit. The energy in the entire area was fluctuating. It was possible that Wang Xian had searched through an entire area. In the next moment, the energy surged and treasures came to the area where he had searched. Time passed day by day. A few thousand years later, Song Ta, Saint of Heaven, and the ancestors of the Carefree sect came separately. They took out enough resources to trade with Wang Xian. They bought a portion of the corpse of the spiritual leader. Buzz buzz. On this day, while Wang Xian was cultivating in the palace with his legs crossed, the communication device in his hand suddenly rang. He took it out and saw the message on it. A smile appeared on his face. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest had rushed over. Wang Xian's figure moved and immediately flew towards the location outside. After the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest received news from Wang Xian, they rushed over immediately. At the same time, the strong disciples of all the other peak races were also rushing over. Almost all the strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin manifestation had arrived. Only the Unity Saint and Lin Yo were in charge of the Nine Origin universe. Wang Xian used the coordinates on the communication device to quickly welcome them. Their communication device was made by the 12 ancestral warlocks. If they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to contact them. However, as long as they were close enough, they would be able to communicate. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest weren't too far away from Wang Xian. After flying for more than 10 days, Wang Xian arrived at the periphery of the riot zone. He looked ahead and saw a group of powerful disciples flying over. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, the Elven Empress, the ancestor of the Netherworld race, the Black Tortoise Ancestor, the ancestor of the Royal Family, the Emperor of Angels, the 12 Ancestor Witches, the Celestial Nation's Floating Water Empress, the Divine Tiger Clan's Tiger Roar Mountain, and the many powerful experts of the Skeleton Clan. Beside them were more than 100,000 disciples. These disciples were all at least at the 4th level of the Overlord realm. They could be said to be the elites of their peak races. Dragon King. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest saw Wang Xian flying over, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts and immediately went up to welcome him with a smile. When they first arrived here, they were a little shocked by everything that was happening in front of them. Those streams of energy were too terrifying. Even the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm could feel their hearts palpitating. In addition, they could vaguely sense that there were a large number of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm in front of them. It was their first time here, so they had to be cautious. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, everyone, you are here. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile, Dragon King, there are many powerhouses here. The Shadow Devil Emperor glanced ahead and said to Wang Xian in shock, Yes, there are a lot of strong people from the Justice Union here. There are at least a few hundred of them. Now, there are a lot of living beings here because there is a very suitable area for cultivation. After all, there are a few hundred strong disciples from the universe here. Wang Xian introduced them with a smile. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared under their feet. Let's go. I'll show you around. He continued. Thank you, Dragon King. The group of powerhouses immediately responded, especially the Queen of Floating Water of Huming Mountain. When facing Wang Xian, they were like disciples. I know a little about the universe of the Justice Alliance. However, the area I used to be active in was in another area in the chaos. That area is where the disciples of some neutral universe powerhouses are active. That area is called Origin. It's an incomparably huge chaos stone. However, there are more chaos behemoths there. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor stood beside Wang Xian and said, Origin? Chaos behemoth? Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard that. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was very powerful. Before the apocalypse, he spent most of his time in the chaos. However, he was not going to this place, but in another direction. There was also a place similar to the riot zone there. Yes, but it's not suitable for disciples to cultivate there. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. Of course, I don't know if there are any changes since the apocalypse has arrived. Dragon King, the energy in front of us is really scary. Are those glowing lights the elemental gods? The Elven Empress looked ahead and asked in slight shock. Yes, there are many elemental gods here, and the position inside is even more chaotic. Before this place became gentler, no one at the control level could enter the core. In the center of this chaotic area, there are 10 elemental gods, each with 10 attributes. Each of these 10 elemental gods' energy is comparable to the might of 2 Great Tao-level experts. They are very terrifying. Great Tao-level powerhouses can't last more than a minute in their zone. Of course, there are also fragments of elemental gods. To obtain them, we need some means. Wang Xian introduced them to the Elven Empress one by one. Is it that terrifying? The Elven Empress and the rest of them were shocked. There are many treasures here, but there is also a huge crisis. You can go and take a look, but be careful. Wang Xian reminded them. It's the Dragon King. The group of experts answered. They stood on the 5 elements millstone and followed Wang Xian as they flew forward rapidly. Their eyes scanned their surroundings curiously. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. This was especially so for the disciples in the ruler realm. They had no understanding of the universe in the outside world. The living disciples who saw the various universes were also extremely shocked. In particular, they realized that most of these disciples were stronger than them. The masters of the universe at level 8 or level 9 could be seen almost everywhere. Those at the peak of the master realm could be seen at a glance. Technology, magic, xianxia, fantasy. All kinds of styles and styles. Dragon King, are these the strong disciples of the Justice Alliance? Will we be in danger here? Ling Honggu scanned his surroundings and asked Wang Xian after a moment of hesitation. Ling Honggu was now one of the leaders of the Skeleton Clan. Currently, among the peak races, only the Skeleton Clan did not have any strong practitioners in the Heavenly Kismet realm. This also caused the strong practitioners of the Skeleton Clan to be very distressed. Fortunately, they knew that Ling Honggu had a good relationship with the Dragon King and had fought together before. With the Dragon King around, nothing would happen to the Skeleton Clan. However, there were no powerhouses from the Heaven's Origin realm who belonged to their own race. The Justice Alliance is a very loose alliance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't care about internal conflicts. Their only goal is to fight against the Evil Sequence Alliance. Here, as long as you don't deliberately cause trouble, just tell me my name if anything happens. Wang Xian said. When he spoke, the 5 elements millstone had already led them into the inner area. Oh, that's the Dragon King. Yes, it's the Dragon King. This Dragon King is really strong. I wonder which universe he came from. Look at those powerhouses beside the Dragon King. Hiss, there are so many existences at the heaven's origin level. Are they the Dragon King's subordinates or something? I don't know. Let's not talk about anything else. The Dragon King's strength alone is comparable to those top sects in the Justice Alliance. Wang Xian flew with the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest. Without any concealment, he naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding powerhouse's disciples. One had to know that even in the riot zone, existences at the Great Tao level would not appear frequently. Some of the powerful disciples of the Sword Sect even bowed to Wang Xian from afar to show their respect. Ever since the incident last time, the Sword Sect had also issued an order. The Dragon King was the benefactor of the Sword Sect, and he owed the Sword Sect a favor. When the disciples of the Sword Sect saw this, they had to be respectful. This was the rule of the Sword Sect. The group of powerful disciples naturally did not dare to disobey it. Oh, Dragon King, it seems that you are very famous here. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor heard the voices around him and spoke with a smile on his face. It's all right. I've gotten to know a few powerful people through fighting. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Ling Honggu. Honggu, has that person from your skeleton clan made a breakthrough yet? Have you not found a suitable universe yet? Sir Dragon King, I haven't found a suitable universe yet. From the skeleton clan, an old man flew out and reported to Wang Xian bitterly. Yes, safety is the priority. As long as there are no great Tao experts in that universe, I can help you to protect your path. Wang Xian spoke to him. Then Dragon King, what if there are 3 control-level universes? The old man was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he asked with excitement and anticipation. It's fine. Wang Xian shook his head. Let's go to their universe and take up a spot. To any universe, this is the act of starting a war. However, 3 control-level universes shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. I do know of one place. I will go and investigate it in detail soon. The elder from the skeleton clan thanked him excitedly. Dragon King, your strength has improved again. This is unbelievable. We are all old. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor watched from the side. As they ventured deeper into the great Tao of heaven, they encountered more powerful disciples. When some of the powerful disciples saw Wang Xian, they were discussing him carefully. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor could also clearly hear the discussions of some disciples in the ruler realm. What kind of existence was comparable to 2 great Tao levels? The carefree sect's ancestor was no match for him. Wait. They could all hear it. This made the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor sigh again. Wang Xian's strength had improved too quickly. With such strength, he could indeed protect his disciples easily. I haven't improved much either. Wang Xian smiled. It was true that he hadn't improved much recently. While everyone was conversing, they came to the great Tao of the heavens. A group of strong disciples from the 9-origin universe looked at both sides of the great Tao of the passageway with a shocked expression on their faces. Cultivating here is indeed several times better than the Tree of Chaos, the Elven Empress said with a slight tremble. One should not underestimate this. This was a huge gap. If you can obtain the fragment of the God of Elements and draw the energy from the 2 sides, you can create an even more powerful cultivation land. Wang Xian spoke to them. Yes, using the fragment of the God of Elements to draw the energy from both sides can create a powerful cultivation holy land. However, with our formation, there are some effects. The 12 ancestral witches spoke. Then, they looked at Wang Xian and asked, Sir Dragon King, is this path stable? Once the energy in the surroundings is in chaos, it will be very dangerous. Even beginner-level existences will be killed. No one can guarantee that it will be stable. However, I will be here for this period of time. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, you should be here as well. In case anything unexpected happens, have Hetian Sage and the rest keep a close watch over our 9-origin universe. If there is any danger, I can return immediately. Wang Xian replied. All right. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. Other than that, 12 ancestral witches, you can create an array formation. It will cover all the disciples in the 9 origin universe. I will take care of the resources for the array formation. You can continue to set up the array formation in your respective peak races. Wang Xian continued to instruct the 12 ancestral witches. Dragon King, it's all right. We are all from the same universe. It will be beneficial to me if you become stronger. When the 12 ancestral witches and the group of powerhouses heard that, they opened their mouths slightly. Wang Xian waved his hand and interrupted them. Thank you, Dragon King. The group of Heaven Origin Creation powerhouses from the 9 Origin universe replied respectfully. They had also heard the discussion about Wang Xian from the surrounding disciples of the universe. They also knew about Wang Xian's current strength. Other than the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, he could barely match up to him. The difference between the other powerhouses was too great. The huge difference in strength was no longer on the same level. This also made them feel a surge of respect in their hearts. Wang Xian brought them to the location of the Dragon Palace. Following that, the 12 ancestral sorcerers immediately set up the formation. Wang Xian took out some relatively precious items to set up the formation. After that, he did not bother about these matters. Time passed bit by bit. Wang Xian was in the palace watching the situation of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Soon, 5 million years passed. On this day, a cold gleam swept across the entire primal chaos stone. In the surrounding area, a group of disciples of the Dragon Palace opened their eyes and looked at Bei Shuang. Congratulations, Bei Shuang. You have touched the threshold of a breakthrough. The group of disciples of the Dragon Palace immediately congratulated her with envy in their eyes. Phew! Bei Shuang opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with excitement. I'm also relying on the treasure to take the first step. Good luck, everyone. Bei Shuang smiled and said to the group of leaders of the disciples from the Dragon Palace. At the same time, Wang Xian also sensed Bei Shuang's change. A smile appeared on his face. The disciples from the Dragon Palace were finally the first to complete the breakthrough. Moreover, it was his own disciple, Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang's breakthrough did not exceed Wang Xian's expectations. After all, the energy of that mutated frost gem was indeed terrifying. It was also very suitable for Bei Shuang. Moreover, once Bei Shuang made a breakthrough as an existence with mutated attributes, his strength was stronger than an expert who had just stepped into the Heaven's Origin creation level. The reason for the mutation attribute allowed him to be comparable to an expert who had just stepped into the Heaven's Origin creation level with the space attribute. That's right, Bei Shuang. Let's go back to the 9 origin universe to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian said to her with a smile on his face. Bei Shuang's uniqueness allowed him to make a breakthrough directly in the 9 origin universe. This was one of the benefits of the mutation attribute. Yes, Master. Bei Shuang nodded her head happily. If one didn't enter the Heaven Origin creation realm, one would eventually face death. Only by entering the Heaven's Origin would one be able to transcend everything. Wang Xian called an Lai over and brought Bei Shuang back to the 9 origin universe. Let's break through. They flew out of the Dragon Palace directly. Wang Xian said to Bei Shuang with a smile on his face. Okay. Bei Shuang nodded her head heavily. Roar! His body moved and he immediately flew to the sky above the Dragon Palace. When some of the strong disciples in the Dragon Palace saw this, they flew out one after another. Lord Bei Shuang is about to break through. I didn't expect our Lord Bei Shuang to be the first to break through. With the help of Lord Dragon King, our Dragon Palace will have more and more Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses. When the disciples of the Dragon Palace saw this scene, they revealed excited expressions. Dragon King! Xiao Xian! At this moment, Lin Yulan Qingyue and the rest also flew over and came to Wang Xian's side. Is Bei Shuang about to break through? Guan Shuqing looked at Bei Shuang, who had turned into a frost divine dragon, and asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Yes, she's about to break through. All of you must work hard and strive to reach the destiny realm of the Heaven's Origin realm. Wang Xian looked at the group of girls and said with a smile. The group of girls were not as serious in their cultivation as the leaders of the Dragon Palace. Other than Qingyu, none of them had reached the peak of the Dominator realm. However, they had already reached the 9th level of the Dominator realm. They were not far away from the peak of the Dominator realm. In the next 4 to 5 billion years, they would just have to touch the threshold of breaking through. Wang Xian believed that he could make them reach this stage. Looks like we have to train hard. The group of girls said, "Roar, roar, roar." Bei Shuang raised her head and roared. An endless amount of water energy surged towards them. The moment it got close to her, it turned into crystals that shimmered under the sunlight. The terrifying power caused the powerhouses in the Nine Origin universe to be shocked. There are powerhouses making a breakthrough. How is this possible? Aren't the slots in our Nine Origin universe used up? In the direction of the Dragon Palace. Hetian Saint immediately flew out of the palace and looked over after sensing this powerful force. He hesitated for a moment and directly teleported toward the Dragon Palace through the teleportation array. Not long after the demon race made a breakthrough, Julie, who was in charge of the Nine Origin universe, also flew out of the demon abyss. His eyes flickered as he directly teleported toward the Dragon Palace. Buzz! 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 The two peak races had teleportation arrays that could directly reach the Dragon Palace. When they teleported over, they immediately saw Northern Frost, who had made his breakthrough in the sky. This is the mutated Divine Dragon, Frost Divine Dragon, the disciple of the Dragon King, a powerhouse with mutated attributes. This is unique in the entire Nine Origin universe. No wonder he could achieve a breakthrough. When he saw this scene, Saint Hetien's eyes narrowed as he spoke in shock. Congratulations, Dragon King. The Dragon Palace has another powerhouse. Saint Hetien immediately flew over and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Congratulations, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon Palace. Julie also flew over and congratulated Wang Xian respectfully. Wang Xian nodded at them and looked at Bei Shuang. Bei Shuang's breakthrough was very smooth. Master, I've made a breakthrough. Bei Shuang had made a breakthrough and flew to Wang Xian with a face full of joy. Not bad. Wang Xian nodded. For the next period of time, you should stabilize your cultivation at the Dragon Palace. Yes, Master. Bei Shuang nodded her head. Congratulations, Bei Shuang. A group of girls flew over and congratulated Bei Shuang. This made Bei Shuang smile in embarrassment. Dragon King, do you want to arrange a celebratory feast for Miss Bei Shuang? Saint Hetian said with a smile from the side. Forget it for the time being. The experts from the Nine Origin universe are all outside now. We can prepare when we have time. Wang Xian shook his head. After chatting with them for a while, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace. Although Bei Shuang's breakthrough was not celebrated in the Nine Origin universe, it was held in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace for some time before returning to the Great Tao of Heaven. Time passed once again. Another 100,000 years passed. In the Primal Chaos Stone, another 10 million years passed. On this day, another powerhouse from the Dragon Palace reached the threshold of a breakthrough. The second person to reach the threshold was Shui Linglong's father, the leader of the water element in the Dragon Palace. With the huge amount of resources, the Dragon Palace began to produce disciples who had reached the shackle. Dragon King, Shui Linglong's father, the leader of the water god dragon, looked at Wang Xian with excitement and called out respectfully. Very good. Wait here for now. I need to find a universe that can help you break through. Wang Xian said to him with a smile on his face. It's the Dragon King. The leader of the water dragon god nodded his head. Wang Xian took out his Heaven's Origin communicator and browsed through it while looking at the messages one by one. On the Heaven's Origin communicator, the Heaven's Origin creation quota was sold. Similarly, some universes encountered a crisis and would take out the Tian Yuan creator slot to trade for help. The backers could even raise this condition. The leader of the water god dragon of the Dragon Palace had achieved a breakthrough. This was a joyous occasion for the Dragon Palace. However, Wang Xian would need to look for the quota to break through the heaven creation realm and the universe that he had broken through. In the universe that Wang Xian knew and understood, the sword and magic universe had water-type powerhouses in the heaven creation realm. The last time he went to the Na Tian universe, the water element quota was occupied by the scholar. He knew of a universe that had the water element quota, and that was the Six Paths universe. However, the Six Paths universe was the universe that heaven bestowed. The tribe that heaven bestowed was the water element tribe. Wang Xian was too embarrassed to occupy the quota of the Six Paths universe. Wang Xian would have to search for this spot himself. However, after checking the information in the Heaven's Origin communication device, Wang Xian did not find any information about the selling spot. The spot in the Heaven's Origin creation was a foundation for a universe. Once it was sold, it would feel like digging one's own grave. A universe would not sell a spot unless it was in a critical situation. However, there were a few universes that sent out a message asking for help. Wang Xian immediately contacted them below. The reward that he wanted was naturally a water element spot. However, the result that Wang Xian received was that the other party rejected it. Or perhaps, the other party did not have a spot in the water element of the Heaven's Origin blessed realm in the other universe. I can't find it here in the Heaven's Origin communicator. Looks like I have to go out and look for it myself. Wang Xian mumbled. He was not anxious about this quota. It was not that easy to find such a quota. For example, it had been a long time since the skeleton race found a universe with a quota of darkness attribute. Let's wait a little longer. It seems that there are still disciples who are about to reach the bottleneck of breaking through. Wang Xian looked into the primal chaos stone. The arrival of Bei Shuang. The arrival of the leader of the water god dragon. This made Wang Xian sense this aura. When they reached the threshold of breaking through, their bodies would emit a transcendent aura. In the primal chaos stone, Wang Xian sensed that there were still disciples who were about to reach. Time passed once again. 10,000 years in the outside world and 1 million years in the primal chaos stone. On this day, Wang Xian sensed something and looked inside. Roar! Roar! An excited roar came from inside. The leader of the fire elemental divine dragon, who was emitting the power of flames, swayed his body. Congratulations! Leader of the fire elemental divine dragon. In the primal chaos stone, the rest of the disciples who were at the peak of the ruler realm looked over and congratulated him. Hee. I'll take my leave first. I'll be waiting for my brothers in the Heaven's Origin blessed realm. Leader Hu said excitedly. Then he flew out of the primal chaos stone and looked at Wang Xian. Immediately, he turned into his human form and knelt in front of him. Greetings, Dragon King. I have lived up to your high expectations. I have reached the threshold of a breakthrough. Leader Hu knelt there and said respectfully. Wang Xian nodded and said, wait here with Leader Shui. I'll help you find a spot next. It's the Dragon King. Chief Hu replied respectfully. Wang Xian looked at the primal chaos stone and his gaze landed on Mo Sha. Mo Sha's strength had already reached the control level. Furthermore, it was comparable to 2 existences at the control level. This strength was already very strong. However, he could still improve. However, the improvement was already very slow. Other than the resources that Wang Xian had prepared for himself, the rest of the resources in Wang Xian's hands had been used up. Mo Sha. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Mo Sha. Dragon King. When Mo Sha heard him, he immediately flew out and stood respectfully beside Wang Xian. I'll be out for a period of time. You take care of everything here first. If anything unexpected happens, bring all the disciples away. Wang Xian instructed Mo Sha. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha nodded. Okay, you guys can cultivate outside for the time being. Wang Xian also kept the primal chaos stone. He had no choice. This time, he had to go to the primal chaos to look for a spot for a breakthrough. Hence, he had to take this primal chaos stone away and fuse it into his body. It's the Dragon King. The group of disciples came out from the primal chaos stone and nodded. Wang Xian gave some instructions to the demonic fiend and flew out with Enlai. Right now, the fallen shadow demonic emperor was here as well as a group of experts from the 9 Origin universe. After he left, no one dared to touch the palace of the Dragon Palace or the fragments of the elemental god. Of course, with Wang Xian's current reputation, no one was courting death and provoking the Dragon Palace. I'll go to the sky-absorbing universe to take a look first. Wang Xian flew quickly. There was a place in his heart. The sky-absorbing universe was the universe where the scholar made his breakthrough. There were two powerhouses in the sky-absorbing universe who were at the heaven origin creation level. Both of them were at the control level. One of them, the Haoyang Saint, was a fire-attributed powerhouse. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of the Haoyang Saint and the Buddha Saint. He used living beings as livestock to trade with the powerhouses of the evil universe. Wang Xian was prepared to go over again to see if he could meet the Haoyang Saint. If he could find him, he was confident that he could destroy him completely. That was because he had the divination lamp now. The divination lamp. With his strength, using the divination lamp, he could lock onto a powerhouse at the control level. However, the prerequisite was that Wang Xian could touch him. Only by touching him would he be able to lock onto him. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian flew rapidly. The distance to the Na Tian universe was very far and was not within the boundaries of the Justice Alliance universe. It would take him at least 10,000 years to fly there. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Time was the most worthless thing in the chaos. Moreover, the calamity had only just begun. It had not even been 200 million years. Wang Xian shuttled through the chaos. His full speed was still extremely terrifying. 10,000 years later, Wang Xian arrived in front of the Na Tian universe. Looking at this universe from afar, he shook his head slightly. The living beings in this universe were also sad. The saints were heartless. However, the soul-returning wood branch that I gave to the old man did not ask for help. Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang should not have continued to kill the innocent. Wang Xian thought to himself. He concealed his figure and entered the Na Tian universe. Hopefully, he is still in this universe. When he arrived at the Na Tian universe, Wang Xian immediately took out the divination lamp. Is there a strong person in the heaven's origin destiny realm in this universe? Wang Xian began his divination. Soon, the divination lamp sent him a message. The answer was yes. Where was the location? Wang Xian continued his divination. Soon, a map was displayed on the divination lamp. His eyes sparkled when he saw the information on the map. Looks like I have to kill the saint of the Na Tian universe. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness. According to the map displayed by the divination lamp, Wang Xian flew forward. Wang Xian carried the divination lamp and flew rapidly in the universe looking for the figures of Futu and the Great Sun Saint. At the same time on a planet in the universe, Futu and the Great Sun Saint were hiding in the underground palace of this planet. Since they were killed by Wang Xian the last time, they were burning with anger after being resurrected. However, they soon received the news that itinerant immortal spirit and the rest were killed and fled. This shocked Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang. They were shocked by Wang Xian's strength. However, although they were shocked, it also made them hate Wang Xian even more. They immediately contacted itinerant immortal spirit and the rest to seek revenge. Futu and Saint Haoyang were people who would seek revenge for any flaws, even if the other party was a great Dao expert. However, they didn't have their own forces and didn't have any worries. So what if it was a great Dao expert? However, after they contacted itinerant immortal spirit, they didn't want to provoke such a powerful great Dao expert. This made their faces a bit embarrassed. In the end, they came up with a condition. That was the creatures of the entire universe. Yes, they came up with the creatures of the entire universe to let loose immortal spirit and the others cooperate with them. Although the Dragon King who killed them was very strong. He was a powerhouse at the Great Dao level. But as long as they worked together, they would have 4 powerhouses at the control level plus 1 at the beginner level. In fact, if they were to count in detail, they would have 5 control level experts. This was because the immortal spirit loose cultivator and the others were not the weakest control level experts. 5 control level experts, even if the Dragon King was very strong, as long as they joined forces, they could still contend with him. They could still make the Dragon King pay a terrible price. When the immortal spirit loose cultivator from the evil sequence camp received the news of Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang, he secretly thought that they were crazy, but he also agreed. After all, this was a creature of the entire universe. If they could obtain it, they would be able to improve quite a bit. In addition, when they joined forces, they weren't afraid of the Dragon King at all. However, they had just been killed by the Dragon King, so they needed to recover their strength. In addition, they needed to find the Dragon King's location. Therefore, they didn't take any action. Why do I feel like I'm locked on? At this moment, in the underground palace of the life planet, Saint Futu suddenly opened his eyes, and a surprised look appeared on his face. He was a light-attributed expert, and he had a special sense. He would sense danger. He frowned slightly, and with a thought, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Saint Haoyang. Haoyang, I have a bad feeling. I feel that I'm locked on. Saint Futu sent a voice transmission to Saint Haoyang. After receiving his message, the Haoyang saint moved and instantly appeared at his side. What's going on? I have set up the life spirit heaven flame around me, but I didn't sense any experts approaching. Why do you have such a feeling? The Haoyang saint frowned slightly and a solemn expression appeared on his face. The Haoyang saint paid great attention to Saint Futu's senses. I don't know. I keep feeling like I'm locked on. Buddha saint shook his head. He moved his palm and took out a treasure that was on the run, holding it in his hand. Let me check it out. The vast sun saint moved his palm and flicked his finger. A streak of flame fused into the planet and quickly spread out in the surroundings. However, the vast sun saint searched for a full hour, but he didn't find anything. There's nothing wrong. Should we go somewhere else? The vast sun saint paid a lot of attention to Saint Futu's premonition. Experts at their level usually had premonitions prepared. Okay, let's go somewhere else. The vast sun saint nodded, and the two left immediately. They hadn't recovered to their peak yet. They still needed tens of millions of years of cultivation to recover. The two of them moved to another empty space. They were surrounded by meteorites and the entire void was dead silent. Do you still have this feeling? The great sun saint looked at Saint Futu and asked. Yes, could it be the Dragon King? Saint Futu frowned. This special premonition always gave him a bad feeling. It was a terrifying feeling. It shouldn't be. He has been away for a long time. It's impossible for him to come here again. Besides, it's impossible for him to completely kill us. He should be clear about it. Saint Haoyang shook his head and scanned his surroundings. Could there be experts around our universe spying on my universe? It's very possible. We will act according to the situation. Saint Futu nodded and reminded the Saint of Haoyang. The Saint of Haoyang nodded his head. They actually changed their location? At the same time, at the edge of the universe, Wang Xian could predict their change of location through the divination lamp. He raised his eyebrows slightly. However, Wang Xian was already quite far away from them, so the general direction did not change much. He continued to fly forward. Time passed by little. The universe was very big. Even with Wang Xian's current strength, it would take him hundreds of years to fly from one side to the other. This was under the condition of Wang Xian's extreme speed. However, the location where Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were located was at the center of the universe. 200 years later, Wang Xian arrived at the center of the universe. The divination lamp continued to perform divination and Wang Xian obtained an accurate location. Then he flew over quickly. After flying for a few more years, Wang Xian arrived at a barren area. Looking at this area, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were inside. Wang Xian circulated his body and the power of chaos enveloped his entire body. His aura and energy were transformed. In an instant, his aura changed completely. Even if he was an expert at the Great Tao level, he would still be considered an expert at the peak of the Dominator realm after careful inspection. Wang Xian changed his appearance and entered the void where there were no living beings. There were meteorites around the void. The distance between Wang Xian and Saint Futu, Saint Haoyang, was getting closer and closer. A few days later, Wang Xian sensed something and pretended to be an ordinary living being as he continued flying forward. At this moment, Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang, who were hiding in the two meteors, sensed something. A living being at the peak of the Dominator realm. Saint Haoyang transmitted his voice. Don't bother about it. Saint Futu pondered for a moment and said, he still felt that he was locked on, but nothing had happened in the past few years, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Now, it wouldn't be long before their strength was restored to its peak. When the time came, he would investigate why he had this feeling. They are not moving. Hey, are they waiting for me to get closer? Wang Xian was flying rapidly in this space. He was not far away. Wang Xian could sense the auras of Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang. Seeing that they were not moving, the corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This method of concealing his figure with the power of chaos was indeed powerful. Wang Xian was flying at the speed of a ruler at the peak of the realm. I can make my move now. When he was very close to Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang, his gaze focused slightly. Wang Xian's body immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The incomparably huge dragon body directly enveloped the surrounding space. The dragon tail and dragon body directly enveloped Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang. Explode! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. An unparalleled energy attacked them? What? Oh no! Damn it! It's that Dragon King! How is this possible? Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang, who were hiding in the two meteorites, looked horrified when they saw the sudden attack. They never expected that the Dragon King would return. He had even come to kill them. What frightened them the most was how the Dragon King knew where they were. Especially Saint Futu, whose expression changed drastically. Now he finally understood why he had a feeling of being locked on. The sudden attack completely terrified Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang. They immediately wanted to escape into the distance. However, the terrifying power completely enveloped them. Even if they had the most precious treasure to flee for their lives, it was too late for them to use it now. Dragon King, we will not live under the same sky as you. Saint Haoyang roared furiously with a ferocious look on his face. He had killed them twice. They had already been killed twice. They must take revenge for this. They had to take revenge. Die! Wang Xian stared at them with disdain. The terrifying energy quickly wiped out their vitality. They did not have the ability to escape. The two experts who had not recovered to their peak state could not put up any resistance. After Wang Xian killed them, he waved his arm and kept their corpses. A smile appeared on his face. The lamp of divination. Wang Xian took out the lamp of divination and immediately divined the location of their resurrection. After being killed by Wang Xian, Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang had their strength reduced once again. This made it easier for Wang Xian to perform divination. You won't be able to escape from there. Wang Xian divined the location of the two of them and smiled. He moved and immediately flew towards their location. At the same time, it was a remote place in the universe. This was a newborn planet. The entire planet was still in a very primitive state. This was the place where the two of them were resurrected. In this planet, they had placed resurrection treasures. However, the aura on their bodies had become weaker after this resurrection. Their strength was only at the initial stage of the heavenly Yuan creation realm. And it was at the weakest level. The two of them broke out of the two strange eggs. They looked at each other, and their expressions were abnormally ugly. They immediately absorbed the energy from the eggshells. When the energy from the two eggshells was completely absorbed by them, the two of them took a deep breath. That damn Dragon King. Why did he attack us again? The Haoyang Saint growled in a low voice with an incomparably ferocious expression. His expression looked incomparably crazy. They had always been on a smooth path, but ever since the calamity began, they had suffered a huge blow from the Dragon King. This made his heart incomparably violent. But there was no other way. He was unwilling. No wonder I have a feeling of being locked on. I don't know what method that Dragon King used to lock onto us. Saint Futu's expression changed drastically as he spoke. What about now? Futu, do you have that feeling of being locked on? Saint Haoyang's heart tightened when he heard that. He was afraid that the Dragon King could still lock onto them. I can't sense them now. I don't know if it's because I'm weaker or because I've escaped this lock. Saint Futu shook his head, feeling a little uneasy. Then what should we do now? The vast Sun Saint's heart tightened as well. If they were still locked onto, what would they do? Wait here. If he can really lock onto us, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. Saint Futu shook his head. Yes, right now their strength was comparable to the weakest heaven origin creation realm expert. If they were really locked onto, then they wouldn't be able to escape either. Right now, the only way was to wait here, to confirm if the two of them were still locked onto. This made them feel helpless, as if they were resigned to fate. They were control realm experts after all. Yet they had fallen to such a state. Huff, huff. The two of them took a deep breath. We're here. 10 years later, Wang Xian was flying rapidly in the Nation universe. He looked at a life planet in front of him with a smile on his face. He could sense the auras of Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang on that life planet. I only have the strength of someone who has just stepped into the heaven's origin creation stage. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled lightly and flew over while concealing his figure. He had powerful concealment techniques and a huge difference in strength. When Wang Xian approached the planet, they did not sense his arrival. Buzz. Wang Xian teleported and arrived in front of them. You can't escape. Die! Wang Xian smiled coldly as a wave of energy enveloped them. No. Both of them widened their eyes as despair filled their faces. PFFT. Wang Xian moved his palm and killed them instantly. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled. He moved his palm and took out the divination lamp to continue his divination. The place of resurrection this time is so far away. The consumption of the divination lamp is too great. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the divination message and frowned slightly. This time, the place where Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were resurrected was very far away. It was so far away that Wang Xian had to fly for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, because of the distance, he could only divine a vague location. This caused Wang Xian to shake his head helplessly. Every Heaven's Fate-level powerhouse has 3 guesses. It will be extremely difficult to completely destroy them. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his palm, he set up a few demon spirit altars in the entire Nation universe. Then, with a thought, he took out a map that he obtained from the Evil Sequence faction's powerhouse and started to investigate. This place. Very soon, Wang Xian found the location predicted by the divination lamp on the map. He raised his eyebrows. This place was relatively close to the Six Paths universe. He would head to the Six Paths universe first. He estimated that he would reach it after flying for a few thousand years. There was a demonic spirit altar at Tianxi's place in the Six Paths universe. Wang Xian could let an lie bring him to the Six Paths universe in an instant. In the next instant, after Wang Xian arrived at the Six Paths universe, he immediately flew out. Tianxi was not at the Muli tribe. Wang Xian did not greet the Muli tribe either. Instead, he flew straight out. The strength of the Six Paths universe was not bad. No universe dared to invade them at will. Wang Xian flew out of the universe in a year through the teleportation formation of the Six Paths universe, saving tens of thousands of years in one go. Not bad. I don't think Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang would be able to react in time. Wang Xian smiled and flew straight out of the chaos. Damn it! Damn it! That damn fellow actually wants to destroy us completely. At the same time, at the Land of Origin. The Land of Origin was a place where many powerhouses of the universe gathered. There were a large number of powerhouses and some chaos behemoths running amok here. Many powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were trying to hunt down the chaos behemoths here. In the Land of Origin, there was a huge chaos meteorite. There were many holes in the meteorite. The huge meteorite was like a beehive. There was a pool in the deep hole. There were 2 flowers in the pool. The flowers were huge, 4 to 5 in size. At this moment, angry voices came from the flowers. Soon after, the flower began to open and begin to wither. The figures of Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang slowly appeared. This was one of their resurrection treasures. It was the place they thought was the safest for resurrection treasures. That Dragon King has a way to lock onto us. Damn it, we've lost too much this time. Saint Haoyang's expression was very ugly. They had been killed several times in a row, and their losses were too great. The supreme treasure they had resurrected had consumed too much energy. This was even the last supreme treasure they had that could maintain the strength of the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. If they were to be killed again, their strength would drop to the ruler realm. Will we be discovered again if we resurrect here? The Haoyang saint looked at Saint Futu and said with an embarrassed expression, I don't know, but this place is very far away from our sky-receiving universe. Even if he is a great Tao expert, it will take him 50 to 60,000 years or more to get here. He might not be able to lock on to us from such a far place. Saint Futu said with a gloomy face. "We're not afraid of anything," Saint Haoyang said with a gloomy face. "However, this place is very secretive and hard to find. If he finds us, we won't be able to escape from him at all. We'll just wait for death." "No, the Dragon King won't be able to find us here." Saint Futu firmly believed that it was as if he was hypnotizing himself. However, they really didn't believe that they would be able to find such a hidden place even though they had been resurrected so far away. "There are some resources here. Let's recover our strength first. This place of origin is very dangerous." Saint Haoyang nodded with a solemn face and continued speaking. Saint Futu nodded. This place of resurrection was the safest place, they thought. That was because it was far enough. Even if the enemies were to attack their universe and kill them, they would be able to resurrect here. In addition, they had left some resources here for accidents to happen and for rapid recovery. The two of them sat cross-legged and began to recover immediately. Time passed by slowly. At the same time, Wang Xian was flying rapidly in the chaos. The distance from the 6 universes to this place was a little further than he had imagined. After flying for more than 6,000 years, Wang Xian finally arrived here. According to the map of the expert from the Evil Sequence faction, this is the location in front. And this is also the place where the Shadow Devil Emperor mentioned. It's the place of origin. The disciples of the experts from the 9 origin universe used to look for treasures in this direction and roam the chaos. Wang Xian thought to himself. In the chaos, the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence Alliance were only a small part of the chaos. No one knew how big the chaos was. The strong disciples who were active in the place of origin were mostly from the neutral camp. Wang Xian flew over and looked at the incomparably huge chaos stone that was like a beehive. His face was filled with shock. This chaos gem was too huge. It was so huge that it was comparable to the size of a universe. One could imagine how terrifying it was. According to the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, there were many chaos behemoths living here. Those deep pits were the nests of some chaos behemoths. The interior of this chaos gem contained a special and terrifying energy. It was extremely dangerous for a powerhouse to enter it. This was a special domain similar to the Riot Zone. However, it was different from the Riot Zone. There was no elemental god here. Naturally, there were no elemental god fragments and all sorts of gemstones. The chaos behemoths here were resources. It was extremely difficult to hunt and kill the chaos behemoths. Wang Xian did not come here to investigate the situation. Nor did he have the interest to study this place in detail. The priority was to get rid of Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang first. With a move of his palm, the divination lamp began to perform divination. A detailed path appeared in his sight. Wang Xian's figure moved and immediately flew towards the place of origin. The closer he got to the huge chaos meteorite, the more shocked he was. In front of this chaos meteorite, he was smaller than an ant. There were some extremely huge caves inside. The entrances were extremely terrifying, like a terrifying abyss. Wang Xian could sense that there were some powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm in the surroundings. There were many powerhouses gathered in this area. The information that the 6 paths of the universe had the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm came from here. Wang Xian did not probe further. He flew into a cave and flew straight into it. The cave was extremely deep and he could not sense the end of it. Wang Xian had been flying in this cave for more than 10 years. To Wang Xian, this was a little terrifying. Furthermore, Wang Xian discovered many small caves in the interior of the cave. These caves seemed to have been dug by other powerhouses or space beasts. It is indeed very difficult to find a needle in a haystack if it is hidden in here, Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at it. Fortunately, he was able to lock onto it through the divination lamp. After entering some small caves, Wang Xian proceeded forward bit by bit. There were more than 100 such caves. It's in front. It's really well hidden. However, all of you will still die. Wang Xian mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. Buzz. In a secret place of origin. A cave entrance was opened directly. Wang Xian entered it and a surge of energy enveloped him. Inside the cave entrance, Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were sitting cross-legged in the energy liquid to recover. The moment Wang Xian rushed over, Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were stunned. They looked at Wang Xian's figure and felt the sealed space around them. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. Am I hallucinating? Saint Haoyang stared at Wang Xian in disbelief and growled in a low voice. Gulp. Saint Futa's eyes were also wide open. His face was filled with shock. This is impossible. This is impossible. How could you come here from the Na Tian universe so quickly? This is impossible. He screamed in fear. How could they believe it? How long had it been? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had actually chased after them. He wanted to kill them all. The mistake is that you have provoked the wrong person. Wang Xian stared at them. His eyes were filled with coldness. He waved his arm and an energy enveloped them. In an instant, they were wiped out. After killing them, Wang Xian kept their corpses and took out the divination lamp to continue his divination. There were many treasures for a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm to be resurrected. After his divination was completed, the information was clearly displayed. They would be resurrected in a place in the entire universe. The treasures that they used to resurrect could only sustain them to the peak of the Dominator realm. They had fallen to the Overlord realm. Divination was much easier now. Wang Xian waved his arm and released Enlai. Then, he moved his body and arrived in the Na Tian universe in an instant. Following that, Wang Xian quickly flew towards the outside of the Na Tian universe. According to the information obtained from the Lamp of Divination, the place where they were resurrected this time was outside of the Na Tian universe. Of course, it was also very close to the universe. This was because they had already fallen into the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. If the calamity did not arrive, their strength, which was at the peak, would not be able to survive for long in the chaos. Wang Xian flew over at a very fast speed. At the same time, Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang were resurrected again. They looked at each other and trembled slightly. We are locked on by the Dragon King. He will probably come after us again soon. They were panicking. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was going to destroy them completely. They were terrified and trembling. They didn't want to die. If the Dragon King kept chasing them, they would disappear in this universe. This made them, who were high up in the sky and immortal, extremely terrified. Run! Let's split up and run. Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang gritted their teeth and split up. If they split up, they might still have a chance. Perhaps only one of them was locked on. They prayed in their hearts. They flew directly into the boundless chaos. However, their speed was too slow. The difference between the speed of a ruler at the peak and that of a king immortal was too great. Time passed day by day. In just over 500 years, Wang Xian looked at a figure in front of him with a mocking expression. Buzz. Wang Xian teleported and arrived in front of Saint Futu. You can't escape. You can't escape at all. His voice appeared in Saint Futu's mind. This caused Saint Futu's body to stiffen. He couldn't help but look behind him. No, no, no. Dragon King, let me go. Let me go. I can do whatever you want me to do. Let me go. Saint Futu was on the verge of collapse. He widened his eyes. He had caught up to him in just over 600 years? How was this possible? From the origin to the universe, it would take them over 200,000 years to fly by themselves. How could he be so fast? He broke down and wanted to beg for mercy. Guys like you are not worthy of the Heaven's Origin creation. Wang Xian stared at him coldly. With a move of his arm, he absorbed the soul. This time, he did not kill him directly. His strength had dropped to the Heaven's Origin creation stage. Wang Xian could use the soul-absorbing power to obtain all of his memories. In this way, he could store all the treasures that he resurrected and erase all his information. Saint Futu was in a trance in an instant. One by one, information was transmitted into Wang Xian's mind. Wang Xian did not kill him. After storing them, he continued to pursue the Haoyang Saint. A few decades later, Wang Xian arrived in front of the Haoyang Saint and similarly obtained all his information. Following that, Wang Xian flew toward the places where they were resurrected. In the next 1,000 years, Wang Xian wiped out all the treasures that they resurrected. This also meant that as long as they were killed, they would be completely dead. Wang Xian did not kill them immediately. The Haoyang Saint had the fire attribute while the Buddha Saint had the light attribute. Wang Xian kept them in his hands and would kill them when the disciples of the Dragon Palace came here to make a breakthrough. It's fortunate that I came here. Otherwise, these two reckless fellows would really take revenge on me and the 9 Origin universe. After Wang Xian received the information about the two of them, a cold look flashed in his eyes. The Buddha Saint and the Haoyang Saint deserve to die. In addition, in the entire universe, other than the fire attribute and the light attribute, there are 3 slots for the Heaven's Origin destinies. One is for gold, one is for wood, and the other is for thunder. These slots are useful to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. Enlai, bring the leader of the water god dragon here. Let him break through first. Wang Xian released Enlai and instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded his head. With a move of his body, he immediately arrived at the heavenly path. Soon, the leader of the fire god dragon was brought over. Greetings, Dragon King. The leader of the fire god dragon bowed respectfully. Breakthrough, Wang Xian said to him with a smile on his face. It's the Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. The leader of the fire god dragon nodded his head excitedly. Roar! Roar! He let out a low roar and flew directly to the sky to begin his breakthrough. Wang Xian stood there and watched with a smile. This can be considered as the second divine dragon to achieve a breakthrough in the Dragon Palace. He thought to himself, in the sword and magic universe, there are 4 spots in the Heaven's Origin destinies with wood, earth, wind, light, and thunder attributes. After the leader of the fire god dragon used one, there are still 8 spots left. They are 1 gold, 2 wood, 1 earth, 1 wind, 2 light, and 1 thunder. This was also a fortune for the Dragon Palace. At least there were many attributes. If the disciples of the Dragon Palace broke through, they wouldn't need to look for slots. However, the Dragon Palace didn't have a water attribute slot. After the fire attribute was used up, there was no more. There was no darkness attribute either. But this wasn't a big problem. Boom, 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 boom. The leader of the fire god dragon was making a breakthrough. Because he was in the center of the universe and there was no interference, the speed of the leader of the fire god dragon's breakthrough was very fast. Thank you for your nurturing, Dragon King. In the future, I will fight for you and live for you. After the leader of the fire god dragon made a breakthrough, he immediately knelt respectfully in front of Wang Xian and pledged his loyalty. Hee. Get up, go back to the Dragon Palace and stabilize your strength. Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Lin Niu, Xiaolan, Bei Shuang, the leader of the fire divine dragon, Mo Sha. The Dragon Palace now had 5 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. Mo Sha was the strongest. As long as he had time and resources, he would be able to reach the level of Great Tao. It's still not enough, Wang Xian mumbled. The current Dragon Palace was at the stage where its strength was about to explode. After killing Saint Futu and Saint Haoyang, Wang Xian had obtained quite a number of resources. These resources would allow the disciples of the Dragon Palace to improve greatly. In the entire universe, the disciples of the Dragon Palace need to be in charge. If someone were to make a breakthrough here, I would be able to rush over in an instant and expel him. Wang Xian pondered. He was prepared to arrange for the Unicorn Ox to oversee the universe. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian asked Enlai to bring the Unicorn Ox over. After that, he went to the Great Tao of Heaven once again. He was prepared to search for a universe with a water attribute quota. Buzz buzz. However, when he had just arrived at the Great Tao of Heaven, information was transmitted over one by one. It was a message from Ling Honggu. The message was that the Skeleton Clan's disciple who was at the peak of the Dominator realm had found a universe that could allow him to break through. He was looking for his Tao protection. After Wang Xian received this message, he immediately sent a message to Ling Honggu. Dragon King. Not long after, Ling Honggu and the Skeleton Clan's powerhouse flew over. Have you found a suitable universe? Wang Xian looked at the elder from the Skeleton Clan and asked with a smile. Dragon King, I found it. The elder from the Skeleton Clan nodded his head, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Dragon King, there are spots for the breakthrough of the darkness attribute in that universe. However, Dragon King, the strength of that universe is not weak. There are 3 existences at the control level. It's not a big problem. Wang Xian shook his head and asked, where's that universe? Is it far away? However, it's best if it's not the universe of the Justice Alliance. It will cause a backlash from the Justice Alliance. It's not the universe of the Justice Alliance. It's a universe of the Evil Sequence Camp. It's at the edge of the Evil Sequence Camp. This universe is not weak. However, according to my inquiry, the 3 powerhouses at the control level in this universe are not at the veteran control level. Are they from the Evil Sequence faction? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't have a good impression of the Evil Sequence faction. The cultivation methods of the powerhouses in this faction were abnormally cruel. Yes, this universe is called the Voodoo Spirit Universe. The cultivation method is similar to the Voodoo race, but it's much crueler than the Voodoo race. They use their flesh, blood, bones, and souls to create a huge array. Their cultivation methods are extremely cruel. The elder from the skeleton race replied. In that universe, other than the quota for the darkness attribute, are there any other attributes? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he asked. Yes, there are also water, metal, light, and earth attributes. The elder from the skeleton race answered truthfully. There are water attributes. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he smiled. It just so happens that my dragon palace has a disciple with the water attribute. I was just about to find a place for him. That's perfect. When the elder from the skeleton clan heard that, his eyes lit up as well. He nodded his head. There was a disciple from the dragon palace who was about to make a breakthrough. In his opinion, the Dragon King might be a little more serious. How far is it from here? Wang Xian looked at him and continued to ask. With the help of treasures, I can travel at the speed of a beginner in the Heaven's Origin realm. It will take me 1,000,000 years. Dragon King, since you are fast, it should only take you a few 100,000 years. The elder from the skeleton clan replied. That's quite far. Wang Xian nodded his head and took out a map. This is a map. The universe records of the Evil Sequence Camp are very clear. Is it this Voodoo universe? On the map that Wang Xian obtained, there was information on all the universes of the Evil Sequence Camp. He pointed at one of the edges and asked. Yes. The old man from the skeleton clan nodded and replied. It is indeed a little far. Can we act immediately? Wang Xian looked at him and asked. I can do it any time. The old man replied immediately. All right. Wang Xian nodded. I'll go and take a look too. Is that all right? Ling Honggu, who was at the side, asked Wang Xian with a smile. Sure. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. How far are you from the Heaven's Origin realm of destiny? I should be able to break through within a few billion years. Hee. The seniors in the clan have taken good care of me. Ling Honggu smiled. Hee, all right. I'll find a spot for you to break through then. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Demonic fiend. He shouted. Dragon King. Very soon. Mo Sha flew over and cupped his hands respectfully. Follow me to protect my path. I will ask the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor to take care of the matters here. Wang Xian instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha nodded immediately. When did Mo Sha break through? When Ling Honggu saw Mo Sha and sensed his aura, he was slightly shocked. He couldn't help but ask. Mo Sha's breakthrough is a special opportunity. He possessed a powerhouse, so he advanced directly. Wang Xian replied. This time, Mo Sha and I will protect the path. There won't be any problems. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Lord Mo Sha. The elder from the skeleton clan felt the might of Mo Sha and was slightly shocked. Mo Sha gave him a very terrifying feeling. This feeling was much stronger than an ordinary Heaven Origin creator. The strength of the Dragon Palace was increasing at a terrifying speed. He was shocked and thought to himself, let's go. Wang Xian brought along the leader of the water god dragon and waved his arm. A wave of energy enveloped them and flew towards the Magus universe. The Voodoo universe was very far away from here. It was even further away from the 9 Origin universe. It would take 1,000,000 years for a powerhouse who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm to fly there. One could imagine the distance. Wang Xian's speed was very fast. However, he estimated that it would still take about 70,000 to 80,000 years. However, with the spirit red bone by his side, the two of them chatted from time to time. It was not that boring. Time passed day by day. More than 70,000 years passed by quickly. Wang Xian looked at the map. His eyes were sparkling. They were almost there. The sorcerer spirit universe, the universe at the edge of the evil sequence camp. Although it was at the edge, this universe wasn't weak. It should be said that the universe of the evil sequence camp wasn't weak at all. The evil-aligned universes were much more powerful than the righteous alliance's universes. This was because of their cultivation methods. In order to increase their strength, they would take the flesh and blood of other creatures. This was like taking a shortcut, taking the good fortune of other creatures to increase their strength. The voodoo universe was biased toward the wizard lineage of the Nine Origin universe. However, it was very different from the wizard lineage. We're almost there. It's just ahead. We need to investigate some information about this voodoo universe. Wang Xian looked at the universe ahead and said to Spirit Redbone and the rest, "I'll put you guys into the space first." It's the Dragon King. The elder from the skeleton clan was called the Dark Knight Withered King. He immediately responded respectfully. The leader of the Water God Dragon clan also responded, "Masha, you should also hide first." Wang Xian put Masha into his mother nest as well. His body moved and he flew towards the sorcerer spirit universe. In order to be safe, Wang Xian had to be fully prepared. There were 3 control-level powerhouses in the sorcerer spirit universe. Their strength was not weak at all. There was another point. After all, they were the universe of the evil sequence alignment camp. Wang Xian had to prevent them from sending reinforcements. If they were to ask for help from the other powerhouses of the evil sequence alignment camp, the other universes, after they rushed over immediately, it would be a huge problem for Wang Xian and the rest. Therefore, he had to investigate thoroughly. He wanted to investigate this universe and see if there were any teleportation arrays that were connected to the other evil sequence alignment camps. While he was deep in thought, Wang Xian had already entered the sorcerer spirit universe. His gaze swept across the universe and he flew forward quickly. Hiding his aura, Wang Xian flew towards the center of the universe. After flying for a few hundred years, Wang Xian discovered a problem. The number of life planets in the sorcerer spirit universe was much, much less than the Nine Origin universe. Even after flying for such a long time, he did not encounter many living beings. However, the living beings he encountered were not weak. The weakest one had the strength of a venerable soul catcher. When Wang Xian encountered more than a dozen experts again, he silently performed the soul catcher technique. Following that, information was transmitted into his mind one by one. Which spirit palace? Very soon, Wang Xian obtained some information and gained a detailed understanding of this universe. There were not many living beings in the witch spirit universe. Most of the strong disciples were gathered at the center of the witch spirit universe. There were many life planets in the witch spirit universe, but these life planets were all modified by the witch spirit palace. The voodoo shrine was the largest force in the voodoo universe. They nurtured the lives that were originally born on the life planets. After that, they extracted their bloodlines and carried out experiments. From there, they nurtured even more powerful lives. They raised these lives either as their subordinates or to a certain extent, they would slaughter them. In other words, they played with the lives as livestock. Everything was done in order to improve their own strength. Wang Xian looked at the information and was slightly amazed. He had seen some of the madness of the evil sequence faction universe. They were like scientists. The living beings on a life planet were just white mice. They slaughtered white mice and nurtured stronger white mice. Wang Xian found this concept hard to accept. Creatures without intelligence could be called animals. For survival and food, they could be slaughtered. However, it was a little bloody and cruel to treat intelligent creatures like this. It was an act of cannibalism. Let's go to the center of the witch spirit universe. Wang Xian moved his body and quickly looked toward the center. A few decades later, Wang Xian arrived at the center of the witch spirit universe. This was the territory of the witch spirit palace. In the witch spirit universe, 3 control-level powerhouses had established 3 witch spirit palaces. The 3 witch spirit palaces controlled the entire universe. In the center of the universe, there were more and more powerful disciples in the witch spirit universe. Each and every one of them looked a little strange. Their bodies were covered with all kinds of tattoos. It was as if there were tattoos all over a person's body. These weren't ordinary tattoos. Instead, they were formations carved on their bodies in a special way, allowing them to possess powerful energy. They used their own bodies to communicate with the heavens and earth and mobilize the power of their attributes. Their weapons were also formation compasses made from flesh and blood. Once they were used, they would erupt with powerful strength. At the center of the voodoo universe, a large number of life planets were gathered. It was extremely prosperous. Wang Xian concealed his aura so that he could only display his strength at the peak of the ruler realm. His entire body was wrapped in a black robe. He could sense that there were many surveillance formations in the central area. The surveillance powers of these formations were extremely terrifying. Wang Xian flew and arrived at the base camp of the 3 voodoo temples through the teleportation formation. There were 3 huge palaces suspended in the void. The 3 palaces stood in a triangle in the void. There were all kinds of terrifying formations in the surrounding area. Wang Xian entered the space easily and used his soul-absorbing power to search through them one by one. He strolled through the 3 witch spirits' palaces easily. In the witch spirits universe, there were only 3 control-level powerhouses. According to the information he obtained, there seemed to be only 1 control-level powerhouse in the witch spirits universe at the moment. The other 2 weren't in the universe. Of course, this wasn't certain, because the information he obtained from the disciples' memories wasn't prepared. How could the disciples know the specific location of a control-level powerhouse? But one thing was certain: there was indeed a control-level powerhouse in the Magus universe. According to the information obtained, the Magus universe doesn't have a teleportation array leading to other universes. Of course, there might be one, but only 3 control-level powerhouses know. Therefore, there's no other way. I can only break through directly and adapt to the changing situation. Wang Xian checked around and made a decision in his heart. The strength of their side was strong enough so they could fight directly. Wang Xian moved his body and flew towards the location outside. After flying for a year, he checked his surroundings. There was no teleportation formation and no life planet. If the experts from the wizard spirit universe were unable to arrive here in an instant, the King of Darkness and the leader of the water god dragon could break through and leave quickly. Buzz! Wang Xian waved his arm and summoned the King of Darkness, the leader of the water god dragon, the demon spirit Redbone, and the rest. There's not much information. Let's break through directly. Wang Xian spoke to them and then looked at the demon spirit. Let's guard this place and listen to my orders. It's the Dragon King. It's the Dragon King. The leader of the Dark Knight King, the water god dragon, and the rest replied excitedly. They looked at each other and flew into the air to begin their breakthrough. Boom! 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 The King of Darkness and the leader of the water god dragon started to break through. A violent aura spread out in the surroundings. The entire starry sky gathered energy. Wang Xian and the demonic fiend watched quietly, to prevent any accidents from happening. At the same time, at the center of the wizard spirit universe, at the 3 wizard spirit halls, at the center of one of the sorcerer spirit halls, there was one with 3 heads. Each head was bald, and there were dense patterns and words on them. The 3-headed old man sat cross-legged inside and suddenly opened his eyes. His deep gaze was looking in a direction. Breakthrough? You're courting death. There are actually people who dare to make a breakthrough in my sorcerer spirit universe. And there are 2 of them. The 3-headed old man stood up, his 3 faces filled with ice-cold expressions. With a wave of his arm, a map image appeared in front of him. On the map, there were 2 dots of light. The 3-headed old man's expression was dark and cold, and a surge of energy was injected into the map. Following that, the patterns on his legs spread to his surroundings, as if forming a special altar. Buzz! This was not an altar but a teleportation formation. The teleportation formation slowly emitted a glow, and the figure of the three-headed old man quickly disappeared. In an instant, his figure appeared in an area not far away from Wang Xian and the rest. The three-headed old man raised his head and looked at the two places where he had made his breakthrough. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Boom! His body moved and he flew straight over. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian was quietly watching the breakthrough of the Dark Knight King and the leader of the Water God Dragon. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows. His face was filled with astonishment. He came here so quickly? There isn't any teleportation formation in the surroundings, yet he managed to come here so quickly. Is this a special teleportation? Wang Xian looked in a direction with a puzzled expression. Soon, a figure with 3 heads appeared in his line of sight. The figure with 3 heads didn't hesitate at all when he arrived. He waved his arm and a surge of energy attacked the King of Darkness and the leader of the Water God Dragon. This surge of energy was formed by countless runes. It looked like a long snake and was extremely terrifying. Mo Sha saw his attack and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He waved his arm that was eager to give it a try. A huge phantom of a devil head headed towards the attack of the three-headed old man. Roar, roar. The phantom of the devil head let out a low roar and easily swallowed the attack of the three-headed old man. Who are you people? You actually dared to make a breakthrough in our voodoo universe and want to occupy the spot of the heaven origin creation in our universe. Are you trying to start a war with our voodoo universe? The three-headed old man saw that his attack was easily blocked. He focused his gaze and looked at Mo Sha and Wang Xian. We want the spot of darkness and water element in your voodoo universe. Mo Sha stared at him and said with a cold face, Are you looking for death? With just you guys? Wishful thinking. The eyes of the three-headed old man were filled with fury. The runes above his head began to rotate. Around him, one after another, the runes started to cover Wang Xian and the rest. A large-scale attack formation was quickly formed. Kill them directly. Wang Xian saw the scene and started to move. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of the universe of the evil sequence faction and these powerhouses. He started to move and decided to kill the three-headed old man directly. Buzz. Wang Xian's figure flashed and teleported to the side of the 3 old men. With a wave of his arm, the phantom of a divine dragon surrounded the 3 old men. The threat of death instantly enveloped him. Oh no! Oh no! Who are you people? Which universe are you from? We are the universe of the evil sequence faction. If you kill me, I will ask the experts in the faction to make you pay the price. The moment Wang Xian made his move, the expression of the three-headed old man instantly turned horrified as he roared loudly. Boom! Wang Xian didn't say anything to him. The terrifying divine dragon directly coiled around him. The three-headed old man wanted to escape. However, under the encirclement of the divine dragon, all his energy had been controlled. He couldn't even escape. An expert who had just stepped into the control level couldn't even retaliate against Wang Xian. Wang Xian could even kill him instantly. With the divine dragon around him, the three-headed old man wanted to resist. However, all resistance was futile. Wang Xian opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying sharp sword. With a terrifying speed, it pierced through the body of the three-headed old man and completely obliterated him. Following that, Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the corpse. There was no change in his expression. Get ready. There might be a big battle coming up. Wang Xian reminded Mo Sha. It's the Dragon King. Your strength is so strong. Mo Sha looked at Wang Xian with admiration and said, Mo Sha, your starting point is very high now. You have a chance to reach my current level. Wang Xian smiled and said. He scanned his surroundings and waited quietly. He didn't know how many experts from the Witch Spirit universe would rush over. However, everything was out of Wang Xian's expectations. Time passed by minute. The breakthrough of the leader of the Water God Dragon and the King of Dark Night withered gradually came to the final moment. However, the experts from the Sorcerer Spirit universe still did not come over. This caused Wang Xian to reveal a hint of surprise. There are no experts coming over. What's the situation? Are we too late? Wang Xian mumbled to himself, looking at the 2 disciples who were about to complete their breakthrough. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed. After Wang Xian killed the three-headed old man in an instant and the three-headed old man was resurrected, he immediately informed the other two experts about the situation in the sorcerer spirit universe. However, the other two powerhouses in the witch spirit universe were far away. They could have used up their treasures to rush over in an instant. However, they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they sought the support of other powerhouses immediately. A great Tao existence who could kill a control-level powerhouse in an instant was definitely not an ordinary great Tao powerhouse. They needed to find at least 4 control-level powerhouses or a great Tao powerhouse to help them. However, after they contacted them, even though they finally found 4 control-level great beings who were willing to help. However, it would take them a few years to rush to the witch spirit universe. A few years was already very short. However, after a few years, everything was too late. This made the 3 great beings of the witch spirit universe look a little ugly and angry. It was too late. Under such circumstances, they could only watch helplessly as the foreign universe powerhouses occupied 2 spots in their universe. There was nothing they could do even if they were unwilling. This also made Wang Xian's protection of the path exceptionally smooth. This was also a huge benefit of being a top-notch powerhouse. Dragon King, we've made a breakthrough. In the Sorcerer Spirit universe, the Dark Knight King was feeling his own strength. He flew to Wang Xian's side with an excited expression and said, he had made a breakthrough. He had finally made a breakthrough. He had only made a breakthrough today after nearly 200 million years of searching for the tribulation. Moreover, this breakthrough was all thanks to the protection of the Dragon King. He could clearly sense the situation at the beginning. A control-level powerhouse had arrived and was killed by the Dragon King. If he had made a breakthrough here, he would be dead. There's no need. I have a treasure in my hands. I'll bring you all back directly. Should I return to the 9-origin universe or the great Tao of heaven? Wang Xian said to the Dark Knight Withered King. Dragon King, I'll return to the 9-origin universe. The Dark Knight King replied. He looked at Ling Honggu and said, Honggu, I'll return to the 9-origin universe first to improve the skeleton race. Then I'll take charge of the 9-origin universe and stabilize my strength. Yes, Uncle Dark Knight, you're the first Tianyuan creator of our skeleton race. Returning to the 9-origin universe will also boost our skeleton race's momentum. Ling Honggu nodded with a smile. Currently, only the skeleton clan did not have a strong person in the heaven's origin creation realm. The breakthrough of the King of Darkness was of great significance to the skeleton clan. All right. The King of Darkness nodded with a smile. Let's go. It just so happens that I have to send Chief Water to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian nodded. He looked at Chief Water God Dragon and gestured for him to keep it in the space of the mother nest. He also kept the King of Darkness. After that, Wang Xian called an Lai over and brought them back to the Dragon Palace. In the future, if the Dragon King has anything to do, you can directly instruct our skeleton clan. We, the skeleton clan, will not hesitate to do anything. After returning to the Dragon Palace, the King of Darkness bowed respectfully to Wang Xian once again before leaving. All right, go. Consolidate your strength in the 9-origin universe. If you have nothing to do, you can look for Northern Frost, the leader of water, the leader of fire, the scholars from the Saint's lineage, and Julie from the Demon Clan to spar. All of you have just stepped into the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm not long ago, and all of you are in the 9-origin universe. Wang Xian nodded at him. It's the Dragon King. The Dark Knight King nodded. He was also very shocked. The Dragon Palace actually had so many powerhouses in the Heavenly Yuan Destiny realm now? He knew about Northern Frost, the Dragon King's disciple and the only Frost Divine Dragon in the Dragon Palace. Naturally, he knew about the leader of the Fire Divine Dragon in the Dragon Palace, the leader of the Water Divine Dragon. The leader of the Water Divine Dragon was easy to deal with since he broke through together with him. But when did Bei Shuang and the leader of the Fire Dragon clan break through? In the past, when the Void Universe had invaded the 9-origin universe, the Dragon Clan had already shown the existence of Lin Yo and a post-dragon Heavenly Yuan creation. Now, with this fiend, how many Heavenly Yuan creations were there in the Dragon Clan? Especially when the fiend in front of him hadn't broken through, he felt that it was very powerful. Now, he felt that he was even more unfathomable. At the very least, he could be easily killed in front of him. In addition, the Tiger Cry Mountain of the Divine Tiger Clan and the Floating Water Empress of the Celestial Nation had both broken through because of the Dragon King. Now, in the entire 9 Origin universe, the Dragon Palace was the strongest, with several peak races embracing each other. In the future, the Skeleton race, because of the spirit Red Bones, and because of his breakthrough, would also fight for the Dragon Palace. The power of the Dragon Palace was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that even if the other peak races, including the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the other experts, joined forces, they would only be on par with the Dragon Palace. With shock, the Dark Knight Withered King flew towards the Skeleton Clan. He also knew that in the future, the Dragon King would be the most prestigious existence in the 9 Origin universe. If the Skeleton Clan wanted to be stronger in the future, they would need the Dragon King's help. Because only the Dragon King could they give birth to more powerhouses in the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm. However, he knew that because Ling Honggu could reach the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm, no matter what, Ling Honggu was a member of the Skeleton Clan. I have to take good care of Ling Honggu's father and the others. King Dark Knight thought to himself and shook his head. This was because Ling Honggu's father and grandfather had a very high status in the Skeleton Clan. Even they were polite to her in the past. After all, Ling Honggu had a good relationship with the Dragon King. Wang Xian didn't stay long after he returned to the Dragon Palace. Now, the Dragon Palace had Beishuang, the Fire God Dragon leader, the Water God Dragon leader, and Lin Yo. Wang Xian didn't have to worry about them. He ordered Enlai to bring them to the Great Tao of Heaven. Continue to cultivate. Wang Xian ordered the disciples who were at the peak of the Overlord realm of the Dragon Palace to cultivate in the Primal Chaos Stone. Now, due to the abundant energy in the Great Tao of Heaven, there were also disciples from the Dragon Palace who had broken through to the peak of the Overlord realm. This also caused the number of disciples who were at the peak of the Overlord realm to increase. Mo Sha was overseeing the entire Na Tian universe. As Mo Sha was a poisonous horned dragon, he had a strong ability in parasitic control. He was overseeing the entire Na Tian universe. As long as there were experts who had broken through here, he would be able to sense them immediately. When the time came, Wang Xian would head over directly to ensure that the quota would not be occupied. Time passed quickly once again. In the next 1,000,000 years, the Dragon Palace produced a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm. A thunder-attributed Heaven's Origin Creation Realm was the leader of the Thunder Dragons. Wang Xian had the quota for the breakthrough of the thunder-attributed. He did not need to look for it at all. He could achieve a breakthrough directly. This also allowed the Dragon Palace to produce the 4th Divine Dragon in the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm. 1,000,000 years in the space of the Primal Chaos Stone is equivalent to 100,000,000 years. Under the support of a huge amount of resources, it is still very difficult to produce a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm. Wang Xian thought to himself. The reason why the leader of the Thunder Dragon of the Dragon Palace was able to achieve a breakthrough was also related to the resources that Wang Xian obtained this time. The corpse of the 3-headed old man. He had absorbed the energy from the 3-headed old man's corpse in order to achieve a breakthrough. Dragon King, just as Wang Xian was deep in thought at the Great Tao of Heaven, Enlai rushed over. Currently, Enlai was in charge of transmitting and some important information. There must be some news for Enlai to come over. What is it? Wang Xian looked at Enlai and asked. Dragon King, there is news from the Space Behemoth Chaos. It said that a control-level Space Behemoth is about to leave the universe. Let me tell you this news. Enlai reported. Oh. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he received the news. It had been a long time since there had been any news from the space beasts. Currently, there were still a few powerful space beasts in the starry universe. This time, the one who went out was a control-level existence. A control-level space beast can be killed. In addition, there aren't many space beasts in the starry universe. Wang Xian thought to himself. With the departure of a control-level space beast, we can train our troops. Furthermore, Xiao Bai can already achieve a breakthrough. The only thing that is missing is a spot. Wang Xian revealed a smile when he received this information. Currently, the disciples of the Dragon Palace who had just achieved a breakthrough in the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm had very little actual combat experience. They needed some training. Enlai, bring me to Mo Sha before returning to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian instructed Enlai. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded and brought Wang Xian to Imortal. Imortal, you have a spy here, right? I'll bring you to the real battle first. Wang Xian immediately spoke when he came to Imortal's side. Dragon King? To a real battle? Where? Imortal was slightly taken aback. His eyes shone brightly as he asked. In the starry universe, a control-level starry behemoth might take a few years. Make the arrangements here. Wang Xian said to him. No problem, Dragon King. There are disciples of the poisonous horned dragon species here. The two treasured lands in the core of the Nantian universe have a cultivation speed that is not slower than the great Tao of heaven. They will report to me if there is any news here. Imortal nodded his head excitedly. Wang Xian nodded his head and they returned to the Dragon Palace. Bei Shuang, Lin Yo, leader of water, leader of fire, leader of thunder, all of you, come over. Wang Xian immediately transmitted his voice after returning to the Dragon Palace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, Bei Shuang and the rest flew over. Master, greetings, Dragon King. Bei Shuang and the rest shouted immediately. Okay. I'll bring you guys to a real battle this time so that you can train yourselves. Wang Xian glanced at them and said with a smile. Dragon King, which universe are we going to attack? The fire leader's eyes lit up as he asked. No, we're going to hunt a space beast at the control level. The life force and special abilities of the space beast are very strong. It can improve your combat experience and let you guys experience the terror of other heaven origin powerhouses. Wang Xian said to them, Space beast? Master, when do we set off? Bei Shuang also asked with great interest. Now. Wang Xian said. They nodded. Wang Xian gestured to Enlai. With a move, they appeared in the starry universe. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. In the starry universe, Hun Dun and Xiao Lan sensed his presence and immediately greeted him respectfully. Good. Hun Dun. Where is that space beast now? Wang Xian nodded at them and asked. Dragon King, that space beast should be able to leave the area of the starry universe in a few months' time. We call him the multi-jointed bird emperor. He is very powerful and is stronger than an ordinary control-level space beast. Hun Dun immediately replied. Multi-jointed bird emperor? Wang Xian nodded. How many space behemoths are still in the space behemoth? Dragon King, there are only 4 of them. However, 2 of them are at the Great Tao level. Hun Dun spoke. Wang Xian nodded. It was still very difficult for him to clear the space behemoths in the starry universe. Although the space beasts did not have intelligence, if there were external heavenly Yuan creator powerhouses in the starry universe who massacred the space beasts in the starry universe, they would be hunted down by the powerful space beasts. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they were not afraid of 2 space beasts of the Great Tao level. However, it was impossible to hunt them down. Space beasts were too difficult to kill. Take Chaos as an example. To kill them, one would need at least 5 experts of the same level as Bei Shuang. Only with 5 of them working together would they be able to kill them. On the other hand, an ordinary heaven origin creator would only need 3 of them to kill them. Even if Wang Xian's strength had reached the Chaos level, he would not be able to kill 2 of the 2 space beasts of the Great Tao level in the universe. However, if there was only 1 Great Tao level space beast in the starry universe, Wang Xian could consider bringing the experts from the Dragon Palace to hunt it down. Let's head over first and kill that multi-jointed winged bird emperor. Wang Xian nodded. His gaze swept across them. This time, you guys take action. I'll watch from the side and try my best to kill it. Also, the control-level space beasts are very terrifying. Their innate skills are also very strong. Be careful. If you're not careful, you might suffer a heavy blow. It's the Dragon King. Bei Shuang and the rest had solemn expressions on their faces. Dragon King, are these all the experts from your Dragon Palace? Hun Dun's gaze swept across Bei Shuang and the rest. There was a hint of shock in his eyes as he asked. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. He looked at them and continued. Mo Sha, your strength is comparable to the strength of 2 control-level experts. Bei Shuang and Lin Yo, in addition to Leader Fire and the rest of you, You are also comparable to 2 control-level experts. Leader Lei and Xiao Lan, you are comparable to 1. With Hun Dun, your strength can be suppressed by ordinary Great Dao experts. Of course, this requires all of you to cooperate perfectly. If you don't, you will be killed by the ultimate counterattack. All of you need to be careful. Bei Shuang and the rest nodded solemnly. Naturally, they knew a lot about the space beasts in the starry universe. They were also very clear about the strength of the space beasts. Their strength and vitality were both terrifying. Let's go. Wang Xian instructed them. Everyone nodded. Currently, in the starry universe, chaos had made some arrangements and there were many teleportation formations. Through the teleportation formations, they were quickly teleported to the location closest to the multi-jointed bird emperor. After flying for 10 days, Wang Xian sensed the aura of the multi-jointed bird emperor ahead. Follow behind. Wang Xian instructed them. Demon Beisheng and the rest nodded their heads and followed behind Wang Xian. Hun Dun was among them. When he swept his gaze across Demon and the rest, he was amazed. The current Dragon Palace was too strong. Moreover, after killing the space beast, the Dragon Palace would be able to add another Heaven Origin creator. That was because Xiao Bai could make a breakthrough now. The only thing that was missing was a spot. Wang Xian and the rest followed behind the multi-jointed bird emperor and flew out of the starry universe. 3 months later, they flew out of the starry universe. Wang Xian did not order them to make a move immediately. Instead, he continued to follow behind the multi-jointed bird emperor. After flying for another month, Wang Xian looked at Mo and the rest. Get ready to make your move. For this battle, apart from preventing him from escaping, the rest will be up to you guys. This multi-jointed bird emperor's strength is equivalent to 1 control level and 2 beginner levels. You guys are more than enough to kill it. Wang Xian said to them. The reason why it was said that only 5 Heaven Origin powerhouses could kill a space beast was because this space beast could use its innate skill to escape. Now, Wang Xian would leave it behind when he escaped. Therefore, with their strength, they could kill it. Of course, they had to be careful and cooperate with each other. Otherwise, something would happen again. Surround and attack. Hunt and kill. Masha, Northern Frost, and the rest looked at each other. Then their bodies moved, directly attacking the multi-segmented bird emperor in front of them. The multi-segmented bird emperor was a bird-type astral beast. It had enormous wings which spread out and blotted out the sky. The most terrifying thing was that it had a tail which was segment by segment, like an incomparably sharp steel whip. Could tear everything apart. Masha, Northern Frost, and the others surrounded him. Masha was the strongest and directly attacked. On the left and right, Northern Frost, Lin Yo, Xiao Lan, and the others attacked at the same time. An extremely terrifying energy attacked the multi-jointed bird emperor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Facing Masha and the others' attack, the multi-jointed bird emperor's eyes emitted a fierce light. However, faced with the terrifying attacks, the multi-jointed bird emperor flapped his huge wings, wanting to break through. He chose the position on the right. On the right were Bei Shuang, the water god dragon, and the others. In the eyes of the multi-jointed bird emperor, this was the easiest position to break through. However, although this was Bei Shuang and the others' first battle to break through to the heavenly Yuan blessed realm, they had also sparred before. Frost, fire dragons, water chains, and other powerful attacks charged towards the multi-jointed bird emperor. Degree strangulation. Mo Sha had inherited everything from the demons. Naturally, he had inherited all of his attacking methods. A terrifying giant hand charged towards the multi-jointed bird emperor. The battle instantly became intense. Wang Xian watched quietly from the side and did not intervene. This was an unequal battle. Even though the life force of the space behemoth was stronger and its innate ability was stronger, the combined strength of Mo Sha and the rest was too strong. They could completely suppress it. Time passed little by little. After enduring for dozens of minutes, injuries began to appear on the body of the multi-jointed bird emperor. Following that, the injuries became more and more serious. The multi-jointed bird emperor used his innate ability in an attempt to escape. As a bird-type space beast, his means of escape were extremely powerful. However, before Wang Xian could make a move, Mo Sha had already intercepted his means of escape. Mo Sha had inherited everything from the demons, and his battle experience was also in his mind. This also made him, although he had yet to reach the peak of the demons, his various means and timing were extremely terrifying. Mo Sha, restrain some of your energy and train Bei Shuang and the rest. Wang Xian smiled when he saw how brave Mo Sha was. It's the Dragon King. Mo Sha smiled and nodded. This time it was mainly to train the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. He couldn't suppress the multi-jointed bird emperor alone. As Mo Sha's attack power decreased, the pressure on Bei Shuang and the rest increased. In fact, the fire chief was injured by the multi-jointed bird emperor's innate skill. The battle lasted for a total of 5 years. The multi-jointed bird emperor tried to escape many times but was stopped by the demonic fiend. After 5 years of battle, the multi-jointed bird emperor's body was riddled with injuries. Its vitality was extremely weak. In the end, it was killed by their last round of attacks. Wang Xian kept the last drop of blood that was still alive. Phew, this is really hard to kill. We are much stronger than it. It took us 5 years to completely destroy it. After the battle, Leader Shui took a deep breath and spoke. This battle was a little difficult for them. It was the longest battle. However, their battle experience had improved a lot during this battle. Hehe, not bad. Your combat experience needs to be improved through continuous battles. You guys have done well this time. Let's go back first. Now that there's an extra spot for the space beast in the universe, we can start our breakthrough. Wang Xian flew over with a smile. He kept the corpse and said to them, "It's the Dragon King. It's Master." Bei Shuang and the rest replied with smiles on their faces. Let's go. The dark and intense energy enveloped them. Wang Xian and the rest returned to the starry universe. Little house. After coming to the territory of Hun Dun and the rest, Wang Xian looked at the 2 huge figures in the distance and shouted at the little house. Now, both the little house and Xiao Bai could make a breakthrough. However, the small house was born earlier and belonged to his elder brother. Naturally, he would let the small house make a breakthrough first. Dragon King. The small house swayed its huge body as it flew over and shouted respectfully at Wang Xian. Get ready, make a breakthrough. Wang Xian touched the small house's body and said to him with a smile. A breakthrough? Thank you. Dragon King, thank you. Xiao Zhai shouted happily. Yes, you can make a breakthrough first. In the future, Xiao Bai will be able to make a breakthrough as well. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Bai who was flying over and said with a smile. Woo woo. Xiao Bai cried out and flew over to rub Wang Xian's arm. Xiao Lan and Xiao Bai from Xiao Zhai could be said to be Lan Qingyue's children. Wang Xian was naturally very friendly to them. Buzz. Breakthrough. Wang Xian took out the blood of the multi-jointed bird emperor that was still alive and directly destroyed it. Then he spoke to Xiao Zhai. Woo woo. Xiao Zhai let out an excited roar. He flew to the sky and began to make a breakthrough. A huge amount of energy began to gather. If Xiao Zhai makes another breakthrough, there will be 8 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm in our Dragon Palace. Including the Dragon King, there will be 9 of them. Mo Sha watched the little house's breakthrough and spoke with his mouth wide open. A force with 9 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses was extremely terrifying. Even if it was placed in the Justice Union, it would be a top sect. In the future, our Dragon Palace will produce more Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses. They will be even stronger and become an invincible existence. Bei Shuang took a glance at the little house and his gaze landed on Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with admiration. Everything was done by his own master. He had led the Dragon Palace to a terrifying level in a short period of time. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he heard their words. Hun Dun, who was listening from the side, had a contemplative look on his face. He swept his gaze across the experts around him. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. And this idea was to join the Dragon Palace. Yes, join the Dragon Palace. His breakthrough was because of the Dragon King, and during this calamity, he obeyed the Dragon King's orders. And now, the terrifying strength of the Dragon Palace and the powerful strength of the Dragon King. He felt that joining the Dragon Palace was the best choice. Little did he know that the Little Blue House and Little White, which he thought were weak in the past, had 2 breakthroughs now, and their strength was the same as his. Little White's breakthrough was only a matter of time. Only by following such a strong dragon palace and such a strong dragon king could he become stronger. He was not a space beast without intelligence in the starry universe. He knew a lot and also needed friends. Otherwise, he would be very bored. Joining the Dragon Palace was the best choice. The breakthrough of the small house was very smooth. This also brought the number of Heaven's origin creation experts from the Dragon Palace to 9. Congratulations to the small house for the breakthrough. The experts from the Dragon Palace congratulated the small house. Thank you. The small house replied with joy in its eyes. Congratulations to the small house. Congratulations to the Dragon King. Han Dun made up his mind and congratulated Wang Xian and the rest. Wang Xian nodded his head and smiled. Dragon King, I wonder if I can join the Dragon Palace and become a member of the Dragon Palace? Han Dun looked at Wang Xian and continued to speak. A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Oh? Han Dun, you wish to join the Dragon Palace? Of course, I would welcome you. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard his words and said immediately, I, Han Dun, was born in the 9 origin universe. Although I am now in the starry universe, my former companions have already left. Other than some of my subordinates, I am very bored. Dragon King, you are very strong. The Dragon Palace also has many powerhouses in the Heaven's origin blessed realm. Joining you will be of great benefit to me. Han Dun told Wang Xian the truth. If you want to join us, we will naturally welcome you. With you joining us, the Dragon Palace will be able to improve a little. In addition, the Dragon Palace will gradually take over the entire starry universe. Coincidentally, you, Xiaolan, and the rest will be in the starry universe by then. Wang Xian smiled and said to him, Then from now on, I, Han Dun, will treat you as my king. I will listen to your orders and become a part of the Dragon Palace. Han Dun lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, Hee. Welcome, Brother Han Dun, to join our Dragon Palace. With you joining us, the number of heavenly Yuan-blessed realm experts in our Dragon Palace will reach 10. Mo Sha laughed and welcomed him. Bei Shuang and the rest also immediately opened their mouths to welcome him. Han Dun was a space beast, and space beasts were extremely powerful. As a mutated divine dragon, Bei Shuang could not gain any benefits from facing Han Dun. Even if they met a space-type heaven origin creation realm powerhouse of the same level, they would still be able to escape. It's my honor to have you in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at them and said in satisfaction, Without you, Dragon King, we wouldn't be where we are now. Leader Water replied with a sigh. They understood that everything was because of the Dragon King that they were where they were now. Wang Xian smiled and swept his gaze across them. The demonic fiend was comparable to 2 control levels. Xiaolan, Han Dun, Lin Yo, Xiaozhai, and Bei Shuang were all comparable to the 2 weakest beginner-level heaven origin creation. The leader of the Water God Dragon, the leader of the Fire God Dragon, and the leader of the Thunder Dragon were among the weakest heaven origin creation levels. And now, their combined strength was comparable to 2 great Tao-level existences. In addition to that, there was the weakest existence who had just entered the Heaven's origin creation level. With the addition of Wang Xian, the strength of the Dragon Palace was comparable to 4 existences of the great Tao level and one of the weakest ones. This strength was already very powerful. And just when Wang Xian and the rest were in the starry universe. The Sword and the Magic Universe. The Sword and Magic Universe did not encounter any danger after the arrival of the apocalypse. The only crisis was solved by the Dragon King before the apocalypse even happened. The Sword and Magic Universe was still thriving. However, although the Sword and Magic Universe was safe and sound, Lu Lan and Wang Wangtian were constantly on guard outside. The Sword and Magic Universe was too weak. Their strength was only in the initial stage of the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. Any control-level existence would be able to attack their universe. The only good thing was that the Dragon King of the 9 origin universe was very powerful. If they were in danger, they could ask for help. However, they also knew that if they asked the Dragon King to help them many times, they would have to pay a price. It was either the price of resources or the price of the quota for the heavenly Yuan creation in the Sword and Magic universe. The quota for the Heaven's origin creation was the foundation of their universe. When all the quotas were occupied, their sword and magic universe would never be able to turn the tables. They would always be in a weak state. I hope that this calamity can pass as soon as possible. This way we can nurture the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm experts during this period. Only when there are more Heaven's Origin Creation Realm experts in our universe will we be able to truly become stronger. At the center of the sword and magic universe, Wantian sighed at Lu Lan. Yes, we are still too weak. Lu Lan nodded. If they fell behind, they would be beaten up. Last time, if it wasn't for Wang Xian's intervention, their sword and magic universe would have been conquered by now. It had already been occupied by other powerhouses. However, although their relationship with the Dragon King was good, after all, the Dragon King couldn't help them every time, unless they could pay the price. Besides, the Dragon King had his own forces. What could they do if the Dragon King wanted a spot in the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm? There was nothing they could do. Moreover, if they were close to the two of them, the sword and magic universe might be occupied now, and there might not be any spots left. They could not refuse the Dragon King's request for a spot. Long Yin and Long Yinhao's strength has improved very quickly. They are almost at the peak of the ruler realm. Their talent is very high and they have a chance to reach the Tianyuan Blessed Realm. However, there are no spots for the water element in our universe anymore. Lu Lan said thoughtfully. She was looking for disciples who had a chance to reach the Tianyuan Blessed Realm. Long Yin and Long Yinhao were too young. However, with the resources given by the Dragon King, their strength was almost at the peak of the ruler realm. With their age, they had a great chance of making a breakthrough. However, the quota was a problem. There are not many slots for the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm in our universe now. We need to use those few slots to train disciples. Hopeless Sky also mused. Roar, roar. Roar, roar. Just as the two of them were discussing, a roar suddenly sounded in their ears. The roar was very weak, as though it came from an extremely distant domain. However, when Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky heard these two roars, their expressions changed drastically and they immediately stood up. What is that sound? Lu Lan's expression turned pale, and he could not help but roar in a low voice. Wang Wangtian also revealed a grave expression as he looked in a certain direction. In that direction, this roar actually caused me to feel a deep palpitation and fear. What is this? Let's go, let's go. Lu Lan's expression changed drastically as they quickly flew in a certain direction. When they arrived in front of a teleportation array, they immediately teleported. When they teleported to a city, all the powerful disciples in the city all looked in one direction. They also heard that terrifying roar. However, they didn't see the existence that was roaring. Let's go, we're still in the north. Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky listened to the faint roars, their faces trembling. They had already teleported for a long distance, but they had not yet met the existence that was roaring. Where was he? How terrifying was he? He was able to emit such a terrifying roar from so far away. They continued to enter the teleportation array and headed towards the north. They had teleported 5 times and had already arrived at the periphery of the continent. Only then did they see that huge figure. What kind of existence is this? When they arrived above a city and looked at the location in front of them, a deep expression of shock appeared on their faces. What kind of existence was this? Its body was like a terrifying crocodile, but unlike the crocodile, its body and mouth were too huge. Those terrifying teeth were densely packed, covered with some flesh and blood and all sorts of residue. Every tooth was the size of a city in their sword and magic universe. This huge creature's body was comparable to dozens of huge cities. The cities were extremely small in front of him. This was the capital of a magic country in the 9 Origin universe, surrounded by many guarding cities. But now, those guarding cities were swallowed by that terrifying beast. Yes, the beast was swallowing a city. In that city, Lu Lan and the Hopeless Sky could see the terrified and desperate people. Countless powerful disciples were frantically fleeing into the distance. There were also a large number of powerful experts who were fleeing towards the teleportation array. Roar, roar, roar. The space beast roared. There was an incomparably huge wound on its body, making it look incomparably miserable. However, its terrifying might and violent aura still caused Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky to tremble. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so terrifying? How did it suddenly enter our sword and magic universe? Hopeless Sky stared at the monster, his body trembling as he growled in a low voice. The might of the monster in front of him made him feel powerless. They were definitely no match for it. Save the creatures here first. Lulan widened his eyes and roared loudly. With a wave of his arm, he sucked the creatures into his space. Sirs of heavenly Yuan creation, save us! Save us! Save us! Some disciples sensed Lu Lan and Wang Tian and quickly cried out for help. Lu Lan's Wang Tian's expression was extremely unsightly as he immediately took action to collect all the living beings. Not good, this gigantic beast's devouring speed is too fast. It's coming towards us. At this moment, when Hopeless Sky saw the giant beast moving towards them, his expression changed drastically. The giant beast was too huge. It was so huge that it was comparable to a magical kingdom. Just by moving a little, it was already a very long distance. He devoured all the energy, his gaze sweeping towards Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky, his eyes revealing his desire for food. He has his eyes on us. Run. The moment they were targeted by this giant beast, Lu Lan and Wang Tian felt a terrifying threat. Their hair stood on end as they shouted in horror. Without any hesitation, they flew into the distance. Boom, 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 boom. However, the next moment, what frightened them was that the terrifying giant beast had locked onto them. The beast rushed toward them. The ground collapsed, and the buildings were flattened under his feet like an ant nest. Use your treasures. Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven felt the power of the space beast and roared loudly. Use your treasures to escape. The space beast behind them was too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't use the teleportation array to escape. Roar! Roar! However, when they were about to take out their escape true treasures and run away, they heard a terrifying roar from behind them. Then, they felt the world go dark, and an extremely terrifying sky-swallowing mouth covered them. No, this is impossible. What kind of existence is this? How can it be so terrifying? Flowing Blue and Hopeless Heaven were in despair and terror. They were already very far away from this giant beast, but the speed of the other party's pursuit made it impossible for them to escape. Now, they were prepared to use their treasures, but in the end, the world-engulfing mouth directly enveloped them. They were heavenly Yuan-blessed realm existences. But now, they couldn't even escape. Roar! They heard a slightly excited voice, and then, their life force disappeared. Instant kill. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! In the next instant, at the center of the sword and magic universe. In a pool, Lu Lan sat up straight, breathing heavily, her face full of fear. They were killed instantly. This was an instant kill. What kind of monster has come to our sword and magic universe? Lu Lan said with a trembling voice. Wang. At this moment, a message from Hopeless Sky was sent. He had been killed too. He had just been resurrected. When Lu Lan saw the message, he did not hesitate and flew to the sky. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. Following that, the entire center of the sword and magic universe was filled with an urgent sound. The sound was ear-piercing and urgent. After hearing it, it would make people extremely nervous. Alert state. Highest alert state. At the center of the sword and magic universe, when all the powerful disciples heard this sound, their faces were filled with shock. What happened? The highest alert state. This is the highest alert state. Only when the enemy invades the center of our universe will there be such vigilance. What exactly happened? Is there an enemy invasion? An enemy invasion? Are we entering the period of war? Is the calamity really coming? At the center, all the powerful disciples were discussing in shock. They all widened their eyes. It was too sudden. All of this was too sudden. They were not prepared. All disciples, regardless of whether they are in closed-door cultivation or not, all of them are floating in the air. All of them are floating in the air. At this moment, the voice of Hopeless rang in the ears of all the disciples. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of all the strong disciples changed again. The situation was probably even more critical than they had imagined. The strong disciples did not dare to have any objections. They directly floated in the air and quietly waited for the orders of the two heavenly fate lords. That giant beast is too strong. We don't even have the right to resist. If he continues to wreak havoc in our universe, our sword and magic universe will be finished. Lulan, immediately contact the Dragon King and see if the Dragon King can come and help. Otherwise, we can only escape. Hopeless Sky flew to Lulan's side and said with cold sweat on his forehead, "Keep an eye on that giant beast's movements. The moment it flies towards us, we'll immediately escape. An existence of this level isn't something we can contend against. Why are we so unlucky in the sword and magic universe?" Hopeless Sky, who was floating in the air, kept on saying with an ugly expression. He felt that his universe was very unlucky. But at the same time, he also knew in his heart that it was not that they were unlucky, but that they were too weak. If they were weak, they would be targeted by other powerhouses. I have immediately contacted the Dragon King, but I don't know how long it will take for the Dragon King to rush here. Lulan said, "Disaster, a huge disaster. Facing this disaster, they had no way to resist. That terrifying beast could devour a magic country within a few seconds. Even the entire sword and magic universe couldn't withstand his rampage. Before long, the entire sword and magic universe would be plunged into misery." "My lord, what exactly happened?" At this time, the peak stage rulers of the sword and magic universe flew over and asked them with a solemn expression. "A disaster." Lulan looked at them and said with a solemn expression, "My lord, is there an enemy invading our sword and magic universe? We'll fight them to the death and protect our home. Even if we die, we're not afraid." "Yes, my lord. Anyone who wants to invade our sword and magic universe will have to pay the price. None of our disciples are afraid." "That's right," the powerful disciples said indignantly, their faces filled with determination. The dragon's roar, and the flowing water Saint's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. The sword and magic universe was their home. No one could invade it. Even if they had to pay the price of their lives, they had to protect it. "I don't know which universe's creature or the beast in the chaos, but I can't resist a powerful beast." Hopeless Heaven suppressed the pain in his heart and looked at them calmly. "I went with your Lord Lulan and was instantly killed. I couldn't resist at all and could only be resurrected through treasures. This is not an enemy we can fight against." "What?" Hopeless Heaven's words caused the powerful disciples from the sword and magic universe to widen their eyes. They were filled with shock and disbelief. Their two lords were instantly killed? How is this possible? "Now we can only seek help from the Dragon King. Let's see if the Dragon King has any way to resist." Lulan was silent for a moment before he spoke. His gaze landed on Long Inin. "Inin, inform the Dragon King as well. Tell him the truth about the situation here." "Yes." Long Inin opened his mouth and replied immediately. He had been in closed-door cultivation all this while and didn't have the time to contact Wang Xian. She took out the soul-returning wood branch that Wang Xian had given him and carved some words on it. Once the words were carved on the soul-returning wood branch, the words would appear on the soul-returning wood branch of the ancestral tree in Wang Xian's body. This was their way of contacting each other from afar. "Look at the communicator. Oh my God. There's a terrifying giant beast that is wreaking havoc in our sword and magic universe. Some people say that the giant beast is even larger than a magical country. It can devour all the living beings in a city. Hiss, look. There's even a video of that giant beast on it. Even the AKO mountain range is extremely tiny in front of it. How is this possible? How can there be such a huge monster in the universe? It's too terrifying, too terrifying. A magical country was actually devoured by him within a few minutes. That giant beast is heading towards the direction of our interior. It's devouring and advancing at the same time. All life forms and all energy have been devoured by it. There are also experts and disciples saying that the two of us rushed over and were instantly devoured. At this moment, countless experts and disciples floating in the air suddenly broke out into a commotion. The news of this disaster was transmitted into the communication device by many experts and disciples. Through the communication device, they saw that terrifying giant beast. They knew that there was a giant beast that was devouring their universe life forms. There was even a message saying that both of them had been directly devoured. This caused all the powerful disciples to widen their eyes in shock. They looked up and looked at their two heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses. When they saw that the two of them did not immediately give them any orders, they had a bad premonition. Perhaps it was, as the powerful disciples on the communication device had said, that gigantic beast was not something that the two of them could contend against. Countless powerful disciples were in a commotion and kept discussing. In the face of disaster and death, everyone was in a mess. We have already contacted the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace of the Nine Origin Universe. If the Dragon King comes, we might be able to resist him, but we have to be prepared to escape. Lu Lan looked at all the powerful disciples who were at a loss and said, as soon as she finished her words, countless powerful disciples quieted down. Brother Wang Xian will definitely rush here as soon as he gets the news. Long Yining looked at Lu Lan and clenched her fists slightly as she said firmly, we believe it. Lu Lan looked at Long Yining and nodded. They believed that the Dragon King would rush here after receiving the news. But would the Dragon King be a match for that giant beast? That giant beast was too powerful. So powerful that they didn't have much confidence in the Dragon King. At the same time in the starry universe, not long after the small house broke through, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Communicating with the words carved on the soul returning wood branches would consume the soul returning embryo fruits on the wood. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they would send messages secretly and would not use the soul-returning tree branches to communicate. Using the soul-returning tree branches to communicate, there must be something urgent. Wang Xian's mind stirred. He sensed the information on it and frowned slightly. He had seen the messages sent by Lu Lan and Longyin. A giant beast wreaking havoc in the sword and magic universe? It killed Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven in an instant. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he read the information. Was it a space beast or a chaos beast? To be able to devour Lu Lan and Wang Xian in an instant without giving them a chance to escape, it should be at the Great Tao level. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for a control-level beast to devour the two of them in an instant. There are giant beasts wreaking havoc in the sword and magic universe. They might be at the Great Tao level. All of you, come with me. Wang Xian looked at Mo Sha and the rest and said, it's the Dragon King. Mo Sha and the rest immediately replied respectfully, and Lai, bring all of us there. Is that all right? Wang Xian looked at Lai and asked, no problem. Lai nodded. Has the Dragon King replied? Not yet. We just sent a message over. The Dragon King can't be so fast. If the Dragon King is busy right now, I'm afraid he'll need more time. At the center of the sword and magic universe, Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky were floating in the sky as they spoke with grave expressions. At this moment, they could only wait for news from the Dragon King. There was nothing they could do. If the gigantic beast were to fly towards them at a rapid speed, they would have to lead their disciples to escape. Brother Wang Xian hasn't replied to us yet, but he will be here soon. Longyin spoke with confidence. Buzz. 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 Roar. Just as Longyin finished his sentence, there was a place below them. There was a palace. This palace was specially built by Lu Lan and Wang Xian for Wang Xian. The entire palace took up a huge area. It was majestic and magnificent. It was no weaker than the two forces of the heaven's origin. However, at this moment, waves of terrifying energy rose from the palace. Vast, barbaric, ancient, powerful, mysterious. All kinds of powerful feelings instantly surged into the hearts of the surrounding disciples. The disciples who were floating in the air felt an inexplicable pressure. They felt a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. Their bodies couldn't help but fall down. Countless powerful disciples fell to the ground like rain, looking in that direction in shock. Lu Lan and Wang Wangtian's eyes also focused. At this moment, all the powerful disciples saw three enormous creatures appear above the palace. The size of these three creatures was unbelievable to them. How could there be such gigantic creatures in the world? It's Brother Wang Xian. Brother Wang Xian is here. At this moment, Long Yining was pleasantly surprised when he saw the creatures. He had been to the Dragon Palace and knew the existence of Xiao Lan and the rest. She looked up and searched for the figures of Wang Xian and the rest. At this moment, all the strong disciples saw 7 figures flying rapidly towards them from the gigantic beast in the middle. This is the Dragon King? That's the Dragon King. Hiss, what are these 3 gigantic beasts? Why do I feel that they are extremely terrifying? It's even more terrifying than the might of the 2 of us. Look at the 6 subordinates of the Dragon King. Their auras are equally terrifying. Are these all existences in the heaven's origin realm? Oh my God! Is this the Dragon King's influence? Who are these people of the Dragon King? In the surrounding area, all the strong disciples noticed Wang Xian's figure. Their faces were filled with shock. This way of appearance. It was a complete descent. Yes, a descent into their universe. Lu Lan and Wang Wantian looked at each other. Through each other's eyes, they could see the deep shock in each other's eyes. They were strong cultivators in the heaven's origin realm. They could sense the strength of Wang Xian and the rest. Even the weakest among them had their own strength. Most of them thought that they were stronger than them. Was this the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in the 9 origin universe? He was much stronger than the strength he displayed last time. He brought 9 existences in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm here? He was simply invincible. It was easy for such existences to destroy their sword and magic universe. Dragon King. Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky moved their bodies and quickly went up to welcome him. Damn, is this brother-in-law's way of appearing? This is simply awesome. Ah! Long Yinhao looked at this scene with a look of admiration. He followed Long Yining and quickly went up to welcome him. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. Long Yinhao shouted excitedly. Brother Wang Xian. Long Yining rolled his eyes at him and greeted Wang Xian with a smile. Okay. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and waved at Long Yining and the rest. Yining, are you all right? I'm fine. Long Yining shook his head. Greetings, Dragon Queen. Greetings, mistress. At the side, Demon Beixing and the rest bowed to Long Yining. As the Dragon Queen, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace knew about Long Yin. She had also been to the Dragon Palace and stayed there for some time. Although their strength had increased, the Dragon Queen's position in the Dragon Palace was higher. In the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King was in the lead, followed by the Dragon Queen, and then Prime Minister Gue. Finally, they were the leaders, even though Prime Minister Gue had not reached the heavenly Yuan realm yet. After all, as the head butler of the Dragon Palace, he had always served the Dragon King and managed the Dragon Palace. They all respected Prime Minister Gue very much. Well, hello. Long Yining's face turned slightly red when he saw the experts treating his luggage so respectfully. He immediately replied. Lu Lan and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. These experts were all experts from the Dragon Palace? They were all subordinates of the Dragon King? This? Lu Lan and Wang Tian, what exactly is going on? Wang Xian glanced toward the north and then looked at Lu Lan and Wang Tian as he asked. Dragon King, we don't know what is going on either. Not long ago, we heard a roar. When we rushed over, we saw an extremely huge beast wreaking havoc in our sword and magic universe. Its body is incomparably huge. It can devour an entire city with just a single opening of its mouth. Its body size is comparable to the size of a magic kingdom. The strength is extremely terrifying. After we rushed over and were discovered by it, it easily devoured us. We didn't even manage to escape. Hopeless Sky's expression was unsightly as he immediately said, This huge beast's strength is extremely terrifying. Oh? A giant beast that suddenly broke into the 9 origin universe? What does it look like exactly? Wang Xian continued to ask them. It has an incomparably huge head. Its mouth occupies a large portion of its head. Its densely packed teeth are exposed outside. It's extremely terrifying. Its body is like that of a crocodile. That's exactly what it looks like. In addition, we found a terrifying scar on the body of this giant beast. It should be injured. Lu Lan waved her arm and condensed the appearance of the giant beast. This is... When Wang Xian saw the appearance of the giant beast condensed by Lu Lan, his gaze froze slightly. Dragon King, This is the heaven-devouring, earth-eating beast emperor, one of the 3 great Tao beast emperors in the starry universe. It likes to devour living beings and items with energy. At this moment, Hun Dun, who was at the back, saw this image and immediately spoke up. Heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor? Wang Xian's eyes flickered when he heard Hun Dun's words. He did not expect to meet a top-notch beast emperor of a space beast here. One of the 3 great Tao existences. Has he just stepped into the great Tao level, or has he stepped into it for a long time? Wang Xian asked Hun Dun. The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor is not the oldest of the 3 beast emperors. It broke through more than 20 billion years ago. As for how strong it is, we don't know. Hun Dun said. When the calamity first arrived, the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor left the starry universe and went out to eat. It can devour any object with energy to increase its strength. Among the starry beasts, it is very ferocious and brutal. It mainly eats. Lu Lan, Wang Tian, do you guys think this starry beast is injured? Wang Xian asked Lu Lan and Wang Tian to confirm. There is a very long wound on its body. The wound is very deep. It should have been cut by a sword. Wang Tian nodded and confirmed. Dragon King, if it was the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor at its peak, it would be difficult for us to completely destroy it. However, if it is in an injured state now, we have a chance to completely kill it. Hun Dun's eyes sparkled as he suggested to Wang Xian. It's a space beast of the great Tao level. It's almost a top-notch existence in Hun Dun. Mo Sha's eyes also sparkled with a fiery glow. He looked at Wang Xian and waited for his orders. Hee, that's true. Wang Xian nodded. His gaze swept past Lu Lan and Wang Xian. Bring us there and see if we can destroy it. It's the Dragon King. Lu Lan and Wang Xian's gaze was a little absent-minded when they heard what Wang Xian said. Just now, they were worried that the Dragon King would be able to deal with the giant beast. However, the Dragon King and the rest were already considering how to completely destroy it. They felt that they could no longer keep up with the Dragon King and the rest's strength and rhythm. Lead the way. Enlai, you and Hun Dun Xiaolan will stay here for now. Wait for me to set up the Devil Spirit altar and bring them here. Wang Xian instructed Enlai, who was still on Hun Dun. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. Dragon King this way. Lu Lan and Wang Xian immediately led the way. Brother-in-law, can we go over and take a look? Long Yinhao's eyes were filled with anticipation as he hurriedly spoke to Wang Xian. Hunting a space behemoth of the great Tao level. In a battle of this level, you will be gone with just a sweep of your energy. If you want to take a look, you can teleport to a teleportation formation that is close to you. At least 3 to 4 countries of magic are apart. Don't go to the center. If there is a situation, escape immediately. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Think about it yourself, kid. Wang Xian said to Long Yinhao. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I know this. Just watch from afar. Long Yinhao replied quickly. Wang Xian nodded and nodded to Long Yinin as well. Then, he followed Lu Lan and the rest into the teleportation formation. Buzz, Lu Lan, Wang Tian, and the rest had been paying attention to the movements of the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor. With his huge body, there were traces of him wherever he was in the communication device. Roar! Roar! When they were teleported to a magical kingdom, the roar of the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor rang out in front of them. Run! Run! The teleportation formation over there has been destroyed. We can't escape. We can't escape at all. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Terrified voices could be heard from all directions. The speed of the heaven-devouring beast was too fast. Many of the strong disciples had no time to escape. Moreover, when he arrived at a place where all the living beings gathered, the ordinary teleportation formation would collapse due to the vibration of the energy. Wang Xian and the rest came over from a secret and special teleportation formation. This teleportation formation that Lu Lan, Wang Tian, and the rest had personally set up was much stronger. Looking ahead, an extremely huge astral beast was opening its huge mouth and devouring everything. Living beings were like ants in front of him. The moment he opened his mouth, countless living beings were devoured by him. In such a short period of time, he has devoured at least a dozen countries of magic. When Lu Lan Wangtian saw the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor in front of him, his face turned extremely pale. Faced with such a huge beast, he was really terrified. Wang Xian moved his body and flew to the sky. Looking over, his gaze landed on the horrifying wound on the body of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. The injury was not light. Wang Xian immediately made a judgment in his heart. His eyes shone brightly. If it was a cosmic beast at its peak, it would probably require 5 to 6 of the same level to kill it. However, it was obvious that the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor was seriously injured. Therefore, this was an opportunity for Wang Xian and the rest. The strength of Wang Xian and the rest was comparable to 4 existences at the Great Tao level. There was a huge chance. He waved his arm and set up a devil spirit altar. Mo Sha, Bei Shuang, all of you attack immediately. Use all of your strength. This time, try to leave him here completely. Lu Lan has no hope. All of you attack as well. Wang Xian immediately ordered them. Yes. Mo Sha and the rest responded immediately. Buzz. 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 At this moment, Enlai brought along Xiaolan and Hundun as well. Enlai, teleport us to the sky above the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor. When Wang Xian saw them arriving, he immediately ordered Enlai. It's the Dragon King. Enlai responded immediately and teleported with them. Roar. Roar. When Wang Xian and the rest came out from the teleportation formation, the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor had sensed them. However, as Wang Xian had concealed his strength with the power of chaos, the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor did not feel threatened. Attack! Roar! Roar! When Wang Xian and the rest appeared in the sky above the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor, Wang Xian immediately transformed into his gigantic body of a divine dragon. Even though he had transformed into the body of a divine dragon, he was still very small in front of him. However, the power that Wang Xian exuded was much stronger than the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king. 8 dragon pillars. Wang Xian did not hesitate. 8 dragon pillars appeared directly and attacked the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king. Roar! 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 Woo! 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 Bei Shuang and the rest immediately transformed into the huge body of a divine dragon. They roared and attacked the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor below. In an instant, all sorts of powerful attacks descended. Lu Lan and Wang Wangtian's eyes shone with a cold light as they attacked with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless attacks attacked the heaven and earth-devouring Beast Emperor below. Below, the incomparably huge heaven and earth-devouring Beast Emperor sensed these terrifying attacks. It raised its head and revealed an expression of shock and anger. Its pupils emitted an intense luster. It opened its huge mouth and directly spat out a strange space. It seemed to have spat out a space from its mouth. Meanwhile, the body of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor strangely shifted to an extremely distant position at the back. Wang Xian and the rest's attacks all missed. Ha! Wang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this move of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. His body moved and instantly moved to the front of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. Roar! 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 When the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor saw that Wang Xian was attacking him again, it let out an angry roar. It opened its mouth and spat out the teeth formed from energy. It charged toward Wang Xian. Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and slashed out terrifying swords of light. Bang! 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 The intense sounds of collision rang out. The teeth that contained powerful attack power were directly cut off. Numerous swords of light continued to attack the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. Numerous swords of light landed on its body, leaving many scars. Roar! The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor was in pain. It shook its huge body and wanted to escape. It could sense Wang Xian's strength and could sense that it was not Wang Xian's match. 9 Origin Dragon Realm. When Wang Xian saw the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor trying to escape, his eyes narrowed. The 9-colored divine dragon realm covered it. At the same time, chains were wrapped around the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. The divination lamp was hovering by his side, performing divination. Attack! Divine Dragon's Breath. Beishing Masha and the rest also rushed over quickly. Beisho and the rest of the divine dragons spat out terrifying dragon's breath and attacked the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. Demon's Curse Tear. Masha stared at the wound of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor and streams of black energy flew towards it. When the black energy met the wound, it transformed into a ferocious claw and began to tear the wound and corrode it. Attack with all your might. Wang Xian predicted from the divination lamp that the heaven-devouring beast emperor would not use any means to escape in the short term. He immediately roared loudly. In the sky above him, a gigantic leader swooped down and charged at the heaven-devouring beast emperor. Woo-woo! Xiaolan and the rest opened their mouths and let out roars. The gray energy on their bodies condensed into countless fish. Each fish had sharp thorns that were hundreds of meters long. Chaos also used his innate ability. The two tentacles above his head shone. Mountains were pressing down on the heaven-devouring beast emperor. All kinds of attacks were coming. Roar! Roar! The heaven-devouring beast emperor felt the threat and opened his mouth. His mouth seemed to have turned into an abyss in an instant, devouring all the attacks. Be it Wang Xian's attacks or Mo Sha's attacks, all of them fell into his abyss mouth. Roar! After devouring, he let out a painful sound. A large amount of blood oozed out from the wound on his back. It was a little more serious. However, these injuries were not fatal. He actually absorbed all the attacks directly and only suffered a little damage. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. This space beast indeed had a strong vitality. It was able to absorb the attacks that were 4 times stronger than its own body. Kill! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. He shook his gigantic dragon tail and attacked the heaven-swallowing earth beast emperor once again. On his dragon tail, the energy of the Tai Chi dragon disc and the 5 elements millstone rotated and stacked on top of each other. Roar! When the heaven-swallowing earth beast emperor saw this attack, it let out a loud roar in shock and anger. It opened its mouth and bit towards the void at the side. The void at the side was directly bitten into his mouth. Following that, he threw it at Wang Xian's attack. The dragon tail swept across the void. Wang Xian instantly felt that his attack seemed to hit the air, and the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor seemed to be in a different space from him. Attack the right side with all your strength. Attack the place I marked. At this moment, Wang Xian used the divination lamp to divine that the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king wanted to escape. He immediately gave the order. At the right side of Wang Xian's mark, a bright spear appeared and pierced towards that direction. Mo Sha and the rest followed the order and attacked that location as well. When they launched their attack, the body of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king had already appeared there strangely. It spat out a strange void, and its attack method was very strange. Bang! 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 However, under the divination lamp's prediction, this attack directly landed on its enormous body. This caused a large number of wounds to appear on the body of the heaven-devouring beast emperor. Ayo! 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 The heaven-devouring beast emperor was a little crazy. He stared at Mo Sha and the others with a dense gaze. He opened his mouth. An incomparably huge mouth enveloped Mo Sha and the rest. Be careful. This move of his is very terrifying. We were instantly swallowed by this move of his. Lulan Wangtian was shocked when he saw this move. He immediately roared loudly. Don't be afraid. Gather together and defend together. Mo Sha shouted loudly and gathered everyone together. Su Ying in his body expanded and enveloped everyone within it. Bei Shuang and the rest immediately unleashed their defenses. HMPH, you have many tricks up your sleeve. However, you will die today. Wang Xian stared at the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor with a grim expression. He waved his dragon claws and clawed at it. The gigantic dragon claws landed on the body of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. Streams of energy circulated around its body and blocked Wang Xian's attack. However, this heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor was much weaker than Wang Xian. It was easier said than done to block it. A large number of wounds appeared on his body once again. Roar! Roar! He let out a cry from his pupils again. His pupils revealed a look of horror. Roar! He raised his head and a huge mouth that seemed to be able to devour the world appeared. The huge mouth enveloped Wuxia and the rest. Even the real body of the heaven-devouring, earth-devouring beast emperor was enveloped by the huge mouth. The world turned dark as if everything was being devoured. Wuxia stared at this strange attack and looked at the divination lamp. Attack its real body. Wuxia shouted and continued to give orders to Immortal and the rest. Boom! 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 All kinds of attacks were directed at the main body of the heaven-devouring, earth-devouring beast. Bang! 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 The attacks landed on his body, causing more and more wounds to appear on his body. However, at this moment, Wuxia felt that the world had turned dark. The heaven-devouring, earth-devouring beast king in front of him had mysteriously disappeared. What a strange escape method! The world instantly recovered. The heaven-devouring earth beast emperor also disappeared in an instant. It was as if he had never appeared in this piece of void. The speed of his escape was extremely fast. This? How did he disappear? Lulan, Hopeless Heaven, and the rest felt the strength of the Dragon King and the rest. At the same time, they were also shocked by the disappearance of the heaven-devouring earth beast emperor in an instant. It's just a powerful escape tactic. Follow me and chase after him. Wuxia waved his dragon claw and unleashed the netherworld dragon's pursuit. A black hole appeared in front of them. Wuxia entered the black hole directly. Let's go! Immortal and the rest shouted in a low voice and followed him into the black hole. Lulan and Wuxia looked at the black hole and entered it immediately. Buzz! Roar! When they came out of the black hole, they heard the furious roar of the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring beast emperor. An incomparably huge mouth was already closing in on them before they came out. Mad Dragon Star Explosion! Wuxia let out a low growl. All kinds of energy were gathered together. All the energy was enhanced and distorted. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the huge mouth was blasted apart. Roar! The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor was affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Dense wounds appeared on its body once again. It let out an angry roar. It opened its huge mouth and bit forward. A piece of void was torn apart. The black spatial crack was revealed. Following that, it entered the spatial crack directly. The heaven-devouring beast king could sense the strength of Wuxia and the rest. It also knew that it was no match for them. Therefore, it chose to escape and did not fight with them at all. Give chase! Wuxia saw it entering the space crack. With a wave of its dragon claws, a wave of energy enveloped Immortal and the rest. It brought them directly into the space crack. After entering the space crack, Wuxia saw the heaven-devouring beast king fleeing frantically. The speed was extremely terrifying. Wuxia swayed his huge dragon body and chased after it rapidly. He chased after it and prevented it from escaping with its flesh and blood, allowing some of his flesh and blood to escape. The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor obviously used its powerful talent. Its speed in the crack in the void was actually not slower than Wuxia's. One had to know that Wuxia's strength was double his. The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor's strength was merely at the level of an ordinary great Dao. Wuxia was equivalent to 2 of it. Under such circumstances, Wuxia was still unable to catch up to it. The eruption of his talent skills was indeed terrifying. It's really difficult to hunt down a space beast of this level. Wuxia continued his pursuit from behind. With the power of wind and thunder to lock down enemies and the divination lamp, Wuxia would not pursue it. Even so, the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king erupted for a whole year at such a terrifying speed. This shocked Wuxia a little. It erupted for a whole year at such a fast speed. If not for the fact that Wuxia's speed was much faster than his, Wuxia would have already lost track of it. It had already escaped. Crash. 1 year later, the speed of the heaven-devouring beast emperor began to slow down. It also rushed out of the sword and magic universe and entered the chaos. There were no void cracks in the chaos. The speed of the heaven-devouring beast emperor slowed down. Wuxia quickly chased after it. Numerous, extremely terrifying chains were entangling it. Voila! Countless chains were entangling the body of the heaven-devouring beast emperor, causing it to struggle violently. Demon pendulum. Seeing that the heaven-devouring beast emperor was temporarily restrained, Wuxia let out a low roar. An incomparably huge pendulum appeared in the sky above the heaven-devouring beast emperor. The pendulum shook, and countless black shadows drilled into the body of the heaven-devouring beast emperor. Bei Shuang and the others immediately unleashed powerful attacks. All sorts of attacks landed on the body of the heaven-devouring beast emperor, causing its flesh and blood to fly everywhere. The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor let out a painful cry. It opened its huge mouth and countless dense meteorites flew out from its huge mouth. Each meteorite carried an unparalleled destructive power. The meteorites covered Wang Xian and the rest. Huh? Be careful. The attacks of these meteorites are very strong. All of you come behind me. Wang Xian felt the attacks of these meteorites and his gaze focused. These meteorites, even he had to take them seriously. When the demonic fiend Northfrost flowing blew Wang Tian and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, they hurriedly flew behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xian formed a defense around him and resisted the attacks of the countless meteorites. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Just when the countless meteorites arrived in front of Wang Xian and the rest, all of them suddenly exploded. The entire chaotic space began to boil in an instant. The surrounding chaotic space began to change, turning into a space filled with meteorites. In an instant, it was as if they had arrived at another chaotic space. The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor disappeared from their sight once again. What kind of attack is this? Did the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor escape again? The fire leader looked around with a shocked expression. Everything around them was extremely peaceful. The meteorite that was filled with a powerful aura instantly calmed down as if it had lost its offensive power. The space they were in was also extremely strange. We don't know. At that time, we only knew that the heaven and earth-devouring beast emperor could devour the world and possess a bottomless pit body. Hun Dun looked around and shook his head solemnly. A beast emperor of this level was not something that they could investigate. It's a trapping formation. It's still at the front. It wants to trap us in here. Wang Xian frowned. He couldn't help but exclaim at the various means of this heaven-devouring earth beast emperor. These innate skills of escaping were too strong. He waved his dragon claws to attack the meteorites around him, but he could not break through the strange space. Buzz. Wang Xian immediately used the divination lamp to perform divination. The divination lamp burned intensely. Such a powerful existence like divination consumed the energy of the divination lamp very quickly. In just a few seconds, it would be depleted. Attack here. Wang Xian immediately instructed Wuxia and the rest. He opened his dragon mouth and 10 beams of light shot towards one direction. Wuxia and the rest immediately headed towards one direction as well. Rumble. The powerful attack made the countless meteorites around them disappear. The chaotic space around them reappeared in their line of sight. And the heaven-devouring, earth-eating beast disappeared once again. HMPH, after more than a year, I can easily use the netherworld dragon's pursuit again. Wang Xian snorted coldly, and a black hole appeared in front of them. Wang Xian entered the black hole quickly once again. Wuxia and the rest followed closely behind him. Roar! When Wang Xian and the rest entered the black hole, located at an extremely distant place, the heaven-devouring beast king could sense the black hole beside him. This time, he didn't hesitate at all and opened his huge mouth. A huge phantom appeared in front of him. He went straight into the huge mouth. Buzz! When Wang Xian and the rest appeared, the heaven-devouring beast emperor disappeared once again. He escaped again? Wuxia and the others saw the heaven and earth-devouring beast emperor disappear again when they first came out, and a serious expression appeared on their faces. It was too difficult to kill. When they joined hands, their strength was already much stronger than the heaven and earth-devouring beast emperor. In addition, the heaven and earth-devouring beast emperor was still injured. Under such circumstances, he could still continue to escape. His innate skill was too strong. The ability of the space beast to escape was too strong. I can sense where he is. Chase after him. The body of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor contained the power of wind and thunder. Wang Xian could sense his location through the lock of wind and thunder. However, the distance that the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor could instantly escape was very far. If they wanted to chase after him, they would need at least a few months. In this time, that devourer beast emperor may release some flesh and blood for escape. The beast of the stars, though it has no resurrection treasure. But they can make living flesh escape. These flesh, if the original survival of the situation, flesh and blood will soon lose vitality. But if the body dies, the flesh and blood can be reborn. Wang Xian wanted to kill him completely and obtain a spot in the starry universe. Let's fight it out. Follow me. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. He waved his arm and forcefully used the nether dragon transformation. A black hole was opened. When the black hole was opened, Wang Xian's body was riddled with wounds. The wounds were not light. However, it was totally worth it to be able to kill the heaven-devouring, earth-devouring beast emperor. Buzz. Wang Xian instantly entered the black hole. Mo Sha and the rest followed closely behind. In another part of the chaos, when the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast sensed that the black hole was chasing after it again, its body trembled slightly. The injuries on its body were very serious. It had used its powerful innate skill many times, causing its injuries to worsen. Now, the enemies at the back were chasing after it again. Roar! 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 The heaven-devouring beast emperor let out an angry roar. Pieces of flesh and blood on its body flew in all directions. There were a few thousand pieces. At the same time, it swung its gigantic tail and swept towards the black hole. Boom! Boom! The moment Wang Xian came out of the black hole, the position of the dragon horn emitted a brilliant light. A sharp sword that was the combination of light and darkness attacked the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor's tail. The terrifying force landed on its tail and caused a huge wound. At the same time, its body flew backward for a long distance. The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor was not Wang Xian's match at all. In a head-on confrontation, Wang Xian had a huge advantage. Kill! Mo Sha and the rest, who followed closely behind, immediately unleashed powerful attacks that covered the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor. Surround him! Wang Xian rushed over. The dragon scales on his body emitted a luster. The luster condensed into a chain that sealed off the surrounding space. Wang Xian wanted to leave the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor here completely, even if he had to pay a tragic price. Kill his life force. Mo Sha stared at the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor who was being protected and spread his arms. Embrace of the demons, blood. He roared loudly and an extremely terrifying phantom image appeared behind him. The black phantom image attacked the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast emperor directly. Bei Xinghundun and the rest immediately unleashed a powerful and terrifying attack. Frost, fire, lightning, gray and terrifying energy. All kinds of energy raged. What terrifying life force. Even under such a siege, he didn't die. Flowing Blue and the others were filled with shock. They felt that if they were attacked by the Dragon King and the others, they could die dozens of times. However, the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring Beast King continued to roar. Its aura was overwhelming. Roar! Roar! The heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring Beast King passively defended against the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. However, the injuries on its body were getting more and more horrifying. It roared in fear. It raised its huge head and the phantom image of a huge mouth appeared once again. When this phantom image appeared, Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. Slash its body with all your might. Wang Xian let out a low growl. All the chains around him condensed into a sharp sword and slashed at his body. Mo Sha and the rest followed up with their attacks and slashed at him together. The figure of the heaven-devouring, earth-eating Beast King disappeared slowly once again. However, this time it escaped, leaving behind an extremely tragic part of its body. Its gigantic body was enough to cut off half of Wang Xian's body. Pursue it! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. He kept half of the heaven-devouring, earth-eating Beast King's gigantic body and forcefully opened the space of the Netherworld Dragon's pursuit again. Forcefully opening the space of pursuit was very damaging to Wang Xian. Forcefully using it 4 times was his limit. After 4 times, he would die immediately. After the second time, the injuries on Wang Xian's body were even more serious. However, when they came out of the black hole, the heaven-devouring beast emperor was even more miserable. Half of his body had been cut off, and the power and attack power of his body had been reduced by more than half. Now, his destructive power couldn't even threaten the demonic fiend. Kill! Wang Xian growled. Demonic abyss, descend. The demonic fiend growled. Dragon King, this move of mine can seal the space. If he wants to escape in an instant, he can't do it at all. The heaven-swallowing earth-eating beast king was severely injured. The demonic fiend's seal of space could seal it. All right. Wang Xian's eyes lit up and everyone rushed over to attack him. Roar! Roar! The heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king was extremely furious. The body behind its huge mouth suddenly turned into flesh and blood as it flew into its huge mouth. In the end, it was only left with a huge mouth. This move made its power almost return to its peak. Gone so fierce? If he can still use his escape ability, I won't be able to withstand it. Mo couldn't help but roar. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. This heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. However, what made Wang Xian and the rest relieved was that it didn't use its escape ability again. The life force of the heaven-swallowing, earth-eating beast king gradually disappeared. After besieging it for dozens of hours, it was completely destroyed. Phew! Wang Xian took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. It's finally destroyed. This life force is really terrifying. Master, our strength is so much stronger than his, and we even caused you to suffer such serious injuries. Bei Shuang looked at Wang Xian and said with concern, It's indeed difficult to deal with. If I don't use my injuries to pursue it, it might really escape. However, he released some of his flesh and blood to escape. I need to pursue him. Wang Xian spoke. Dragon King, let me search for the flesh and blood that he escaped from. I have a way. Mo spoke to Wang Xian. He had inherited the ability of the Devil Man and had a special way to search for it. Sure, go and search for it. Leave the last piece of flesh and blood alive. I will wait for you here. Wang Xian nodded at Mo was powerful enough now. Some things could be shared with him. It's the Dragon King. Mo nodded. Dragon King, you just need to recover your strength here. Wang Xian nodded and watched Mo leave. He didn't recover his injuries here. Instead, he took out the lamp of divination and infused energy into it. The lamp of divination could divine the location of the heaven-devouring earth beast emperor's flesh and blood. If Mo hadn't finished searching, he would perform another divination, in case something unexpected happened. After all, he had paid a huge price to kill the heaven-devouring beast emperor. Of course, this price was still acceptable. If he didn't use resources to recover from the injuries in his body, he would be able to fully recover in 100 million years. Hundreds of millions of years was acceptable. However, this injury was quite serious. However, it was nothing compared to his gains. After injecting some energy into his body, Wang Xian did not refill it immediately. He transformed into his human form and sat cross-legged on the ground to treat the wounds on his body. This cosmic beast of the great Tao level is really hard to kill. It has escaped for such a long distance continuously. Even our Dragon King has to pay a price in order to pursue it. Our Dragon King's strength is comparable to 2 heaven and earth-devouring beast kings. But it's still very difficult to kill a great Tao space beast. However, our harvest this time is very huge. I wonder if this harvest will allow our Dragon King's strength to increase again. Even if it's not enough, it's almost enough. At the side, the leader of the Northern Frostwater tribe, Leader Hua, and the others were discussing with smiles on their faces. As for Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven, they were even more shocked. This is the Dragon King. This is the Dragon Palace. Lu Lan sighed slightly. Too strong. This time, if it weren't for the Dragon King and the others, the entire sword and magic universe would have been ravaged. At most, they would lead some disciples to escape and return after the space beast left. However, this was only the beginning of the apocalypse. Whether there would be any crisis later, they could not predict it at all. Nor could they resist it. If the Dragon King can always protect us and give all the spots in our universe to the Dragon King and the others, we can also accept it. Lu Lan spoke. Hopeless Heaven nodded in agreement this time. After thinking for a moment, he said, I think we can raise Yin Hao and the others to the point of breaking through the shackles. With the Dragon King's strength, we can totally find a space for her to break through. In the future, with the Dragon Roars and Yin Hao and the others, the Dragon King will not ignore our matters. Indeed. Lu Lan nodded. They decided in their hearts that they would train Yin and Long Yin Hao well in the future. Especially Yin. The Dragon Palace powerhouse who could easily destroy them would respectfully call Yin the Dragon Queen. Yin's status in the Dragon King's heart was very high. In addition, Yin was a person in their universe. Lu Lan and Wang Xian were deep in thought as they transmitted their voices. Mo Sha used a secret technique to chase after the flesh of the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor. Mo Sha only returned a year later. Dragon King, this is the last piece of flesh that has life. Take a look. Mo Sha took a piece of flesh and handed it over. Wang Xian opened his eyes and nodded. He used the divination lamp to perform a divination. Yes, the last piece of flesh. He stood up and smiled. Let's go back to the starry universe. We have gained a lot this time. This time, not only did they obtain the flesh of a great Tao-level starry beast, but there was also a quota. Lu Lan, Wang Xian, let's go back first. Tell Yin how to advance to the peak of the ruler realm first. When that happens, I will bring them to a place to cultivate and strive to break through within 1 to 2 billion years. Wang Xian spoke to Lu Lan and Wang Xian. It's the Dragon King. Thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, our sword and magic universe would be finished. Lu Lan and the rest immediately expressed their gratitude respectfully. No need. Contact me if there's anything. Wang Xian shook his head and released Enlai. He gestured to him. Buzz. Soon, Wang Xian and the rest disappeared. As for Lu Lan and the rest, they looked at each other and flew toward the universe of swords and magic. This time, without the Dragon King and the rest, at least 3/4 of the living beings in the entire universe would be gone. Buzz. In the universe, Wang Xian and the rest came to the territory of chaos. Xiao Bai, prepare to break through. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Bai in the distance and shouted at him. Woo woo. When Xiao Bai heard Wang Xian's words, he let out an excited roar and rushed over while swaying his huge body. Dragon King, can I break through now? Xiao Bai asked excitedly. Yes, you can break through now. Wang Xian moved his palm and completely destroyed the flesh and blood of the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring beast emperor. As soon as a spot appeared, Xiao Bai immediately began to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian stood at the bottom and watched with a smile on his face. After Xiao Bai made a breakthrough, the number of powerhouses in the heaven origin creation stage of the Dragon Palace could reach 11. I have to let Qingwen nurture another Kuan to prepare for the future. Wang Xian thought to himself. Launching Yue's breakthrough also needed to be carried out in the starry universe. She needed to occupy a spot. However, Wang Xian was confident about this spot. He even had the chance to obtain 2 to 3 spots in the future. This corpse of a cosmic beast of the great Tao level. If I were to exchange it for resources, I'm afraid it would still be a little lacking. Wang Xian thought to himself as he pondered in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and had an idea in his mind. Taking out 1/5 to 1/6 of the corpse of this cosmic beast of the great Tao level was enough to allow the demonic fiend's strength to completely recover to the great Tao level. If Mo Sha could restore his strength to the great Tao level, then Wang Xian would be able to do one thing. That was to attack the Void Universe. Completely destroy the Void Universe. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace and the abilities of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest, Wang Xian was confident that he could completely destroy the entire Void Universe. By destroying them and obtaining the resources, Wang Xian was 100% confident that he would be able to break through to the peak of the ruler realm. By then, he would be able to possess the strength of the primal chaos realm. In the entire universe, he was almost invincible. Then I shall first raise the demonic fiend to the level of the demonic humans. After that I shall prepare for a great battle. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Against the enemies of the 9 origin universe, the Void Universe, Wang Xian would not show the slightest mercy. As long as he had the strength and the opportunity, Wang Xian would completely destroy them. Little White's breakthrough was very smooth. The 11th Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert of the Dragon Palace was born. The strength of the entire Dragon Palace was already very terrifying. Thinking about the current 9 Origin universe, how many Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts were there? 2 from the Demon race, 1 from the ELF race, 1 from the Angel race, 1 from the Divine Tiger race, 1 from the Black Tortoise race, 1 from the Voodoo race, 1 from the Skeleton race, and 2 from the Saint race. 1 Nether, 1 Celestial Nation, and 1 Royal. In total, there were only 13 of them. Furthermore, the Celestial Nation and the Skeleton race, the Divine Tiger, were the top races. They were led by the Dragon Palace. Mo Sha, let's go back. Let's raise your strength to the peak level of the demons. Bei Shuang, you guys go back first. In the near future, prepare for a big battle. When Wang Xian saw Xiao Bai's breakthrough, his eyes flashed as he spoke to Mo Sha and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Bei Shuang and the rest nodded. Wang Xian left with Mo Sha. In front of Mo Sha was the universe. He brought a portion of the corpse of the heaven-devouring Earth Beast Emperor to recover his strength. Wang Xian came to the great Tao of heaven. He sat cross-legged and opened the primal chaos stone to recover from his injuries. He also allowed the disciples of the Dragon Palace to cultivate inside. Time passed day by day. Buzz buzz. A few million years later, a piece of good news came from Mo Sha. His strength had recovered to the peak of the demonic humans. When the demonic humans were at their peak, they were comparable to one of the weakest Great Tao realm cultivators, and 2 of them were at the beginner level. Their strength was not weak. With the corpse of the Great Tao level space beast, the demonic fiend's strength increased very quickly. After all, there were no shackles. As long as there were sufficient resources, he would be able to recover. The corpse of the space beast was a treasure to recover his strength. When Wang Xian received this news, his eyes sparkled. Since the demonic fiend had reached the Great Tao level, it also meant that the Dragon Palace had produced a second Great Tao level existence. Now, with their strength, they could totally attack and conquer the Starry Universe. The King of the Void in the Starry Universe is at the level of 1 Great Tao, 1 control level, and 2 beginner levels. Wang Xian thought to himself. He was comparable to 2 Great Tao levels, while the demonic fiend was comparable to 1 Great Tao and 2 beginner levels. The abilities of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the demonic fiend should be about the same. The probability of them wanting to completely destroy the King of Void was at 90%. The probability of success was less than 100%. This was because spatial attribute experts had their own unique abilities when it came to escaping. However, the probability of this happening was already extremely high. Wang Xian pondered in his heart. Other than the King of Void, there were also 11 Heaven Origin Blessed Realm experts in the Void universe. Among them, there were 4 existences at the control level. If a huge battle broke out, these 4 existences at the control level would need to be dealt with by experts or even killed. On Wang Xian's side, there were the Elven Empress, the ancestor of the Netherworld race, the ancestor of Xuanwu, the 12 ancestor warlocks, and the others who were at the beginner level. If we were to face them head-on, the Void universe might be attacked by the 9 Origin universe. They might escape. Wang Xian thought to himself. It was very difficult to kill all the enemies head-on. It was a good choice to kill them one by one. However, killing them one by one required a detailed understanding of the experts in the Void universe. Before the big battle, I need to investigate the situation in the Void universe. Wang Xian thought to himself. Putting everything aside, if there was an opportunity, it would be the best choice to kill the King of Void first. After killing him, the rest could be easily killed one by one. If I want to investigate the King of Void, it's best to go there by myself. Wang Xian thought to himself. He possessed the space attribute and had the power of chaos to conceal his aura. Even the King of Void would not be able to discover him. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian came to the palace at the side. Sensing the information of Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, he shouted. Huh? Dragon King. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at Wang Xian and immediately went up to him. There's something I want to talk to you about. Wang Xian said with a smile. Dragon King. Just say it. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said with a smile. I'm prepared to launch an all-out attack on the Void Universe in the near future to end the past grudges. Wang Xian spoke as his eyes sparkled. Attack the void space in an all-out manner? The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Dragon King, are you confident? Yes. With our current strength, we can suppress the King of Void to death. There is even a 20 to 30% chance of killing him. However, our Dragon Palace has added another great Tao existence. There is a 90% chance of killing the King of Void. Wang Xian spoke. The Dragon Palace has produced an existence at the level of the Great Tao. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. Due to a special opportunity, I obtained the embryo of an expert who was possessed by a parasite. Hehe. Wang Xian smiled. Don't tell anyone about this, Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. I know. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was still in shock. The Dragon King's strength was already very terrifying. In addition, the Dragon Palace now had another existence at the Great Tao level. The current Dragon Palace was able to exterminate their demon race. The speed of their growth was too fast. I plan to go to the Void Universe to gather some information. If the time is right, I will start a war. Wang Xian spoke and continued. If you, Dragon King, have such strength, we can totally destroy the entire Void Universe. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke with excitement, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. During the previous few apocalypses, the Void Universe had slaughtered countless beings and disciples from the Nine Origin Universe. This hatred was etched in the hearts of every powerhouse from the Nine Origin Universe. All of them wanted to take revenge one day. However, the strength of the Void Universe had always been too strong. This time, the rise and power of the Dragon Palace had brought this opportunity. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was very excited. It's fine if we don't make a move. Once we do, we will completely destroy the Void Universe and make the King of Void disappear forever. Therefore, we must be fully prepared. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. Then, I will wait for your information. As long as you say yes, the rest of the experts in the Nine Origin Universe can fight at any time. All right. Wang Xian nodded and smiled. After discussing some details with the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, Wang Xian left. My injuries have yet to recover. However, I can still search for information and recover at the same time. Wang Xian thought to himself and called Enlai over. Enlai could bring him directly to the Void Universe. Buzz. On a planet in the Void Universe, the figures of Wang Xian and Enlai appeared. Wang Xian concealed his figure and nodded at Enlai. After Enlai left, Wang Xian sensed his surroundings. He was currently on a planet in the Void Universe. His figure moved and Wang Xian immediately flew forward. It wasn't Wang Xian's first time in the Void Universe. The last time he wreaked havoc in the Void Universe. Wang Xian could be said to know the Void Universe like the back of his hand. The soul-capturing technique had obtained a large amount of information. He was also familiar with this piece of space. His body moved and Wang Xian quickly headed toward the center of the Void Universe. At the center of the Void Universe, the palace of the Void Dynasty was completely destroyed by Wang Xian. He didn't know if it was repaired yet. I need to check the recent situation of the Void Universe. Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew toward the strongest planet nearby. On that planet, there was a teleportation that led to the center. After Wang Xian arrived, he had a thought and sensed the strongest person on this planet. Following that, he obtained some information using the soul-capturing technique. After the palace of the Void Dynasty was destroyed the last time, the King of Void reconstructed it. Currently, the palace of the Void Dynasty had been rebuilt. As for other information, Wang Xian did not get it. I still have to go to the palace of the Void Dynasty to get the information from there. Wang Xian thought to himself. Wang Xian wanted to know where the Heaven Origin Blessed Realm powerhouses in the Void Universe were, especially where the King of Void was. If he could find out, Wang Xian and the rest would be able to capture the King of Void first. They would kill the King of Void first. Then, everything would be much simpler. Wang Xian thought to himself as he arrived at the teleportation formation on this planet and teleported to the planet closest to the Void Dynasty. After the teleportation, Wang Xian flew to the top of the planet and looked ahead. The majestic and magnificent palace of the Void Dynasty was restored once again. Hee. Wang Xian looked at the palace and revealed a smile on his face. More than 10 days later, Wang Xian flew into the palace of the Void Dynasty in the form of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was a powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin realm in the Void Dynasty and a descendant of Duke Kong Jing Kong. Wang Xian entered the palace easily with this identity. Following that, Wang Xian started to search for information in the palace. Wang Xian didn't dare to touch the Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouse here directly. However, Wang Xian could easily capture the souls of those below the Heaven Origin creation stage. He could obtain all information about them. Due to the power of chaos, the investigation methods in the palace of the Void Dynasty couldn't discover him at all. Now, the strength of the palace of the Void Dynasty was a level lower than before. The powerful array formation had been destroyed by Wang Xian back then, and it had yet to be completely restored. Perhaps even the King of Void did not expect Wang Xian to sneak into the palace of their dynasty again. I have obtained information on a few Tianyuan blessed realm powerhouses in the Void Dynasty, but I have not obtained any information on the King of Void. Wang Xian mumbled. Under his senses, he could not sense the King of Void's aura in the palace. He did not know where the King of Void had gone. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He still had injuries on his body. As he searched for information, he healed his injuries. However, tens of millions of years had passed. Wang Xian had used up some resources. His injuries were more than half healed, but there was still no news about the King of Void. This made him frown slightly. For an existence at the Heaven's Origin level, sometimes a closed-door cultivation would take hundreds of millions of years. If this fellow is really in closed-door cultivation, I would have wasted too much time. Wang Xian mumbled and frowned slightly. However, Wang Xian was certain that the Heaven's Origin level powerhouses from the Void Empire should know the location of the King of Void. There were 4 strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin realm in the palace of the Void Dynasty. The upgrade of the demonic fiend inherits everything from the demonic man. Therefore, his parasitic means have been greatly reduced. He can't parasitize a strong practitioner of the Heaven's Origin realm, and neither can his soul-absorbing power, unless he is threatened. However, the probability of obtaining information through coercion is too low. Wang Xian felt helpless. The lamp of divination was used for divination. Such a powerful existence could not be divined at all. In the next million years, Wang Xian still did not have any information on the King of Void. In the end, Wang Xian did not plan to waste any more time. Time was very precious to Wang Xian. If he were to open the Primal Chaos Stone, it was enough to make a disciple of the Dragon Palace reach a bottleneck. He called in Lyover and returned to the Great Tao of Heaven. There was nothing he could do. Without any information on the King of Void, it would not be of much significance if he were to make a move at this time. It would not be too much of a blow to the Void Universe. Dragon King, how is it? The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor sensed the arrival of Wang Xian and flew over to ask. The King of Void is not in the Void Universe. This is a very thorny problem. If we can't destroy the King of Void, even if we can conquer the Void Universe, it won't be of much significance. Wang Xian shook his head and said helplessly, "The King of Void?" The Shadow Devil Emperor heard Wang Xian's message. A pensive look appeared on his face. Dragon King, most of the active areas of our neutral universes are in the Land of Origin. The battles, and conquests of the various universes are all around the Land of Origin. The King of Void doesn't have any children in the Void Universe. It should be around the Land of Origin. If we can find the King of Void, the problem will be even simpler. As long as we destroy the King of Void, everything else will be very simple. Wang Xian spoke. I know an expert who can divine the universe from the low origin. Let's see if he can help. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. All right, you can ask. Even if there is a price to pay, as long as it is within reason, it is fine. Wang Xian said. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded his head. The matter of conquering the Void Universe was not as smooth as Wang Xian had imagined. This also made him very helpless. It all depended on whether the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor had any results. If the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor did not have any results, then the matter of temporarily attacking the Void Universe could only be put on hold. Perhaps only after Wang Xian's strength had improved would he be able to invade again. I hope there will be good news, Wang Xian thought to himself. Since his plan had failed once, Wang Xian could only nurture the disciples of the Dragon Palace again. He summoned the Primal Chaos Stone and allowed the disciples of the Dragon Palace to cultivate inside. However, tens of millions of years later, the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor suddenly received a piece of news. A message from the Void King. Dragon King. After Wang Xian received the information about the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, he immediately rushed over. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was already welcoming him in the palace. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, what's the situation now? Wang Xian looked at him and asked expectantly. The King of Void was related to Wang Xian's future advancement. Therefore, he was very concerned about this matter. Dragon King, according to my divination, I received news from a powerhouse who I have a good relationship with in the universe. The King of Void is currently in another universe. He has taken over that universe now. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. In the Void universe, there can only be 6 powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm at most. For the Void universe to be able to produce so many powerhouses, it is also because they have taken over the slots in other universes. Under normal circumstances, they can only take over the space attribute slots. This time, according to the information I received, due to the loss of the Palace of the Void Dynasty, they have occupied a universe and are preparing to sell some spots for the powerhouses in the heavenly Kismet realm in this universe. And the people they are trading with are some powerhouses from the Evil Sequence faction. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor gave a detailed introduction to Wang Xian. In that universe, other than the King of Void, how many other powerhouses are there? Wang Xian continued to ask. The exact situation is unknown. However, according to my friend, there are at most 3 subordinates following him. The King of Void is very powerful. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to occupy an entire universe. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor replied. Wang Xian nodded. With a move of his palm, he took out the divination lamp and divined the authenticity of the news from the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. When the lamp of divination divined, its energy was consumed at a crazy rate. Obviously, divination would consume a lot of energy if one was an expert in divination. Fortunately, the lamp of divination divined it. What he said was true. All right, I will call the Demon Emperor over. Let's get ready. Wang Xian looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and said. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. His eyes were flashing with a fiery glow. In terms of hatred, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor hated the King of Void even more. He had experienced 2 great catastrophes. Now that he could hunt the King of Void, he was very excited. In addition, inform the Elven Empress and the rest. Also, tell them to be prepared for a great battle at any time. As long as we can hunt the King of Void once or twice and reduce his strength, we can start an all-out war. Wang Xian continued. All right, Dragon King. We will send them a message at the same time and tell them to be ready. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. After the 2 of them had arranged everything, Mo Sha was brought over by Enlai. Let's go. Following that, the 3 of them flew rapidly into the vast chaos. The King of Void was located extremely far away. Even if Wang Xian and the rest flew over, it would still take them hundreds of thousands of years. The area he was in the direction of the land of origin. However, there was still a long distance to the land of origin. Wang Xian asked Enlai to bring them to the 6 Paths universe, which could shorten the distance by half. After that, they quickly rushed towards that universe from the 6 Paths universe. That universe was called the Qianqiu universe, and it contained 10 types of attributes. Under normal circumstances, a universe with 10 types of attributes would be in a worse state if there were no powerhouses guarding it. It was easy for it to become the target of other powerhouses. Wang Xian and the rest flew at their fastest speed for 180,000 years before they got close to that universe. The journey was very long. It's the universe in front of us. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at the universe in front of him and said, I'll go and check it out. You guys wait for me here. Wang Xian said to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest. All right, crush this directly if you have any news. We can go there in an instant. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor gave Wang Xian a demon circle. All right, Wang Xian nodded his head. He concealed his aura and flew towards the universe in front of him with his aura at the peak of the Overlord realm. Even I can't sense the Dragon King's concealment technique. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at Wang Xian's figure and exclaimed in surprise. Our Dragon King is very strong and our luck is also very good. Hee, of course, my luck is also very good. I follow the Dragon King, Mo Sha said with a smile. The Shadow Devil Emperor looked at Mo Sha and shook his head speechlessly. He had cultivated for more than 100 billion years before he had the strength he had today. As for Mo Sha, from the time he was born until now he was only more than 100 million years old. His strength was about the same as his. Who was he going to reason with? Wang Xian entered the universe of 1,000 years. He did not reveal his strength at all. Instead, he flew forward with the strength of a ruler at his peak. His concealment techniques were very strong, but the prerequisite was that he did not expose himself. The King of Void was a king of the universe and possessed many resources. To prevent being discovered, it was not a big mistake to be careful. Halfway through, Wang Xian performed soul control on some living beings and received some news. 1,000,000 years ago, the Qianqiu universe was invaded. In their Qianqiu universe, there were 3 powerhouses at the control level of the Tianyuan Blessed Realm and 2 at the beginner level. This power was already very powerful. But unfortunately, they encountered the King of Void and the others. The King of Void used the power of space to attack and took the lead in killing 2 control-level powerhouses. This extermination was the type that was completely eliminated. The King of Void also had tracking treasures. After killing 2 control-level powerhouses, the other powerhouses in the Qianqiu universe immediately led a large number of disciples to flee, not daring to compete with the King of Void and the others. In the current Qianqiu universe, all living beings knew that their universe had been occupied by other experts. However, they had no way to do anything about it. The powerful disciples had already escaped with the Heaven Origin Blessed Realm experts. They were not strong. Entering the vast chaos was simply suicide. Therefore, they could only stay in the universe and pray for a miracle to happen. As for whether the King of Void and the others would massacre the entire universe, they were not sure. It might happen. It might not happen. Because once they massacred the entire universe, the experts who escaped might also launch a sneak attack on the Void universe. Everything was uncertain. After Wang Xian received the information, his eyes flickered slightly as he flew straight to the center of the universe. The King of Void and the others were currently in the Qianqiu universe. 100 years later, Wang Xian was close to the center of the Qianqiu universe. Here, he saw some disciples of the Void universe flying in the surrounding void space. Wang Xian easily killed one of his disciples and obtained the information through the soul capturing technique. After that, he continued to fly towards the interior. Soon, he saw 4 incomparably huge void pagodas standing in the sky above an extremely huge planet. Among them, one of the void towers was emitting ripples that even rippled the surrounding space. The aura that belonged to the Tianyuan creation level could be seen at a glance. That was the void tower of the Void King. Wang Yun stared at the void pagoda, his eyes gleaming. Since the void pagoda of the Void King was here, there was a 90% chance that he was inside. There were 3 void pagodas beside him, which were the 3 powerhouses of the Void universe. According to Wang Xian's estimation, these 3 powerhouses of the Void universe should be at the control level. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at them carefully. In other words, the combat strength of the King of Void is comparable to 2 existences at the Great Tao level. Wang Xian mumbled. However, although there were 2 of them, Wang Xian was in the dark while they were in the open. If he could instantly kill the 3 masters at the control level, it would be much easier to deal with the King of Void. The problem shouldn't be too big, Wang Xian pondered. Out of the 3 control-level powerhouses, Wang Xian, Mo Sha, and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor could kill one of them first. If they were caught off guard, the great Tao-level powerhouses could ambush the control-level existences. The success rate could reach 90%. In addition, there was an 80% chance of killing them instantly. There were no powerhouses at the control level in the Void universe. They had just stepped into this level. If Wuxia and the rest launched a sneak attack, they would have no room to resist. First, they would kill 3 of the control-level powerhouses. Then, they would surround and attack the King of Void. Wang Yun made up his mind. Then he took out his communication device and told Mo Sha and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor about the situation here. After they received the message, they quickly sent a message back. Since we are going to fight, it means that we are all going to fight. Let the army of the 9 origin universe begin to move. Wuxia sent another message to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded. Following that, they passed the message to the Elven Empress, the ancestor of the Dark Race, and the rest through Enlai. The Elven Empress and the rest, who had already prepared in advance, immediately took action. Wuxia also instructed Enlai to expose his ability. He led a group of experts from the 9 origin universe and teleported to the front of the Void universe quickly. Over there, Wuxia and the rest had already prepared the Devil Spirit altar in advance. What are we doing? Our Lord had us begin to prepare more than 100,000 years ago. Now that we have been teleported here directly, all the elites of our angel race have arrived. Oh, look, the disciples of the Saint lineage, the Immortal Empire, and the few lords of the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, including Saint Hatian, Saint Calligrapher, and Saint Empress Floaty, are also here. Where are we? Where in the chaos? Which universe is that bright universe in front of us? In order to prevent accidents other than the powerhouses of the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, the other disciples did not know that the 9 origin universe had attacked the Void universe. After all, the Emperor of the Phoenix had happened back then. It was impossible for them to tell such an important matter to all the disciples. One by one, the peak races were teleported over by Enlai. At the front, the Heavenly Fate Realm experts from the peak races looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. Ha, I have been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. I never thought that I would be able to wait until this day arrives. On the side of the saints, the Hatian saint's face was filled with excitement, but his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The saint's side didn't talk about the past. When this calamity had just begun, all the saint's disciples had been massacred by the King of Void. Today, he could finally take revenge. Today, he could finally kill his way to that universe. Around him, the Elven Empress, the Dark Clan Patriarch, and the Black Tortoise Patriarch all had fierce killing intent in their eyes. They looked at each other and scanned their surroundings. This time, every peak race had sent 1,000,000 disciples. The weaker ones had reached the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. Since the war had started, it wasn't a simple invasion. They wanted to take revenge for the 2 previous catastrophes. They wanted to make all the living beings in the universe pay the price of blood. A real war in the universe. The Dragon Palace hasn't arrived yet. The 12 ancestral wizards glanced around and said with a smile, "The strength of the Dragon Palace will probably exceed everyone's imagination." The newly advanced Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert of the Skeleton Clan, Dark Knight Withered Emperor, said with a smile. He knew a little about the current strength of the Dragon Palace. Since the Dragon King and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor are absolutely going all out, they are naturally confident. With the Dragon King in the Dragon Palace, they have been improving very quickly. I wonder how many Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts there are now. I heard that the disciple of the Dragon King has broken through. The Elven Empress said curiously. Bei Shuang had broken through in the 9 origin universe. They had already received the news. They're here. At this moment, phantoms appeared one by one on the side. 4 enormous phantoms. Only 4 enormous phantoms. However, when the 4 enormous phantoms materialized, the Elven Empress and the others focused their eyes. Little Blue, Little White, and Primal Chaos appeared in the line of sight of all the powerful disciples in the 9 origin universe. On their bodies were the 1,000,000-strong army of the Dragon Palace. Over 1,000,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace. The weakest among them was an army at the 1st level of the Ruler Realm. In addition, in front of Little Blue and the others, Bei Shuang and the others were standing there. They could see the power of the Heavenly Yuan Realm at a glance. Now we will fight together with you. Bei Shuang looked at the Elven Empress and the others and slightly cupped his hands. Is this the strength of the Dragon Palace? Black Tortoise Patriarch couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at Bei Shuang and the others in shock. 9 masters in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. It's really shocking. Congratulations. Even the Elven Empress, who was prepared, was stunned. She cupped her hands and congratulated. We're lucky to have the Dragon King to teach us. Bei Shuang smiled and spoke on behalf of the Dragon Palace. The million-strong army of rulers is truly an invincible army. The 12 ancestral wizards glanced over and said in shock. The number of their wizards was relatively small and only a few 100,000 of them were at the ruler realm. Bei Shuang and the others smiled and felt a little proud. Back then, the Dragon Palace could only look up to the peak races. But now, they were already standing at the peak of the 9 origin universe. Hiss, this is the strength of the Dragon Palace? How is this possible? How can there be as many as 9 existences in the heavenly Yuan creation realm? And this is not even counting the Dragon King. My ancestors, thinking back to the battle between our angel race and the Dragon Palace, if we didn't settle our grudges, wouldn't we feel terrifying just thinking about it? The strength of the Dragon Palace is too terrifying, isn't it? How can they improve so fast? It's simply heaven-defying. The Dragon Palace is growing too fast. It's only been a few 100 million years. If it continues to develop like this, wouldn't the Dragon Palace be invincible? It's invincible now. The strength of the Dragon Palace made everyone boil with excitement. The strong disciples of the 9 origin universe had never expected that the Dragon Palace would be so powerful. It was beyond their imagination. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. The gap was too big. Moreover, among the other peak races, many powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan creation realm respected the Dragon King. No wonder the Dragon King and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said that they want to invade the Void universe and start a war. With the Dragon King around, we are more than enough to destroy them. The 12 ancestral witches spoke. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at the universe in front of them. Let's wait for the horn of war between the Dragon King and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. The Netherworld race's patriarch moved his hand and a black spear appeared in his hand. He spoke with a cold expression. It's starting. After sending the message, Wang Xian concealed himself and flew toward a void pagoda. At the same time, he sent a message to the Devil Fiend and the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. He wanted them to be prepared. When Wang Xian approached the void pagoda, the surrounding disciples of the Void Empire looked over and sized him up. Right now, Wang Xian's body was emitting the power of the space attribute. In the eyes of the disciples of the Void Empire, Wang Xian might be a companion. Attack! Buzz. When Wang Xian was not very close to the Void Pagoda, Wang Xian moved his palm and took out the demonic circle given to him by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. He injected a stream of energy into it. In the next instant, the figures of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the demonic fiend immediately appeared in the demonic circle. Boom! 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 The moment they appeared, Wang Xian also moved. He moved and attacked a void pagoda on the right. At the same time, he left the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate to Emosha. The moment Wang Xian made his move, Emosha also moved. He took the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate and flew toward the void pagoda on the left. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor dashed towards the void pagoda in front of him. Everything happened in an instant. Buzz! 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 At the furthest spot from them. The void pagoda that belonged to the King of Void unleashed its might when Wang Xian appeared. The moment the demonic fiend and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor appeared, it emitted a spatial fluctuation. The entire void pagoda was instinctively hidden in the void crack. The Void King within the void pagoda opened his eyes, filled with cold and disdainful killing intent. Those reckless things, do they still dare to attack? The Void King coldly spoke. But very quickly, he felt that something was wrong. There were powers outside that were not weaker than him. There were several such powers. They found helpers? Void King's expression changed slightly, and his body immediately appeared in the sky above the void pagoda. The sudden attack seemed like the arrival of a great being from the 1000 Autumn universe. Wang. However, the moment he came out, he saw a terrifying scene. On both sides, the other 3 void pagodas under him were being attacked. That destructive energy instantly landed on the void towers. The 3 void towers directly collapsed, completely unable to withstand it. The energy that was filled with death destroyed everything within the void towers. Boom! Boom! Not good! From within the void towers, a terrified voice sounded. Some control-level experts were instantly killed. There was also a control-level expert who was instantly resurrected after being killed. However, the space around them was completely enveloped. The moment they resurrected, they continued to suffer a destructive attack. This destructive attack was not something they could withstand. This was a power that belonged to the great Tao level. The area of effect energy covered them. As long as they were resurrected with treasures, what awaited them was still death. Boom! 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 The sounds of the explosions were incessant. The vitality of the 3 powerhouses from the void universe vanished. Among them, there were 2 existences at the control level. Even after resurrecting once, they still died. One of them had resurrected twice in total. However, their resurrections were all resurrected on the spot. They were all attacks that evaded attacks that were sufficient to kill them. However, since Wuxia and the rest had made their move, they had to prevent such a situation. Therefore, their attacks were all-encompassing. It was all-encompassing. Damn it. 3 great Tao-level existences. When the King of Void saw his subordinates being killed instantly, he revealed a shocked expression. It's the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. It's all of you. At this moment, he could also sense the aura of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Buzz. At the moment when the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor roared furiously, Wuxia and the rest rushed over. Without any hesitation, they launched their most vicious attacks. Roar! Wuxia let out a low roar and instantly transformed into a divine dragon body. Roar! The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor roared wantonly as well. Its entire body transformed into an abyss demon with a pair of demonic horns. The demonic fiend was also the figure of a demon with extremely terrifying demonic wings. 9 Origin Dragon Domain. Devil Abyss. Sea of Devils. Wuxia and the rest let out a low roar and immediately unleashed their own domains. 3 terrifying domains directly covered the King of Void. 9 Origin Universe. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It's you guys. The King of Void stared at Wuxia and the rest with blood-red eyes and roared. King of Void, it's time to settle our grudges. Let's start the battle. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was the first to rush over. His entire body was bursting with dark flames. Damn it, you guys want to surround and kill me? Which universe are you from? If you guys help the 9 Origin universe, you will be making an enemy out of my Void universe. You will have to bear the endless vengeance of my Void universe. The King of Void stared at Immortal and roared furiously. 9 Origin Universe. Dragon Palace Missouri Shah. TSK. I will take your dog life today. TSK. Immortal laughed maniacally and rushed over behind the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Roar. Wuxia's body trembled. He spat out fireworks and attacked directly. The King of Void was very powerful. He was comparable to 1 great Tao level, 1 control level, and 2 beginner level experts. However, on Wuxia's side, he was comparable to 2 Tao level cultivators. The demonic fiend and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor were both comparable to 1 Tao level cultivator and 1 beginner level cultivator. Their combined strength was enough to kill the King of Void. Furthermore, Wuxia and the rest had more tricks up their sleeves when they joined forces. They had more trump cards. Oh no! The King of Void's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. Buzz. He channeled his energy into the Void Pagoda. The entire Void Pagoda began to tremble and turn illusory. He wanted to escape. Sensing the strength of Wuxia and the rest, the King of Void knew that he was definitely not their match. In fact, he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. He had to escape. Kiki, you want to escape? Dream on. Hell in shrouds. The Void Tower started to turn illusory, wanting to break through the spatial crack and carry out a long-distance battle. Immortal sensed the scene and laughed loudly. He spread out his incomparably huge demon wings. and a pitch-black space instantly enveloped the Void Tower. The Void Pagoda, which was gradually disappearing, trembled violently. It was unable to escape. King of Void, you want to escape without sparing your life. Aren't you thinking too little of us? Wang Xian stared at this scene, his eyes filled with coldness. He instantly teleported to the side of the King of Void and extended his gigantic dragon claw. Boom! The gigantic dragon claw landed on the top of the Void Pagoda, causing the entire Void Pagoda to transform. Damn it! Dragon King, you deserve to die. The last time you attacked my palace, I didn't seek revenge from you. This time, you actually dare to come again. The King of Void sensed that the Void Pagoda was transforming. He let out a furious roar and kept the Void Pagoda. Regardless of whether it was the Void Pagoda or a treasure in the Heaven's Origin realm, there was a possibility that it would be destroyed in a battle between Wang Xian and the others. This was especially so for the Void Pagoda. Such a powerful treasure was not as sturdy as a treasure in the Heaven's Origin realm. Wang Xian and the others could destroy it. King of Void, it's time to end this once and for all. This time, I, the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, have been waiting for a long time. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. In the next instant, a terrifying claw attacked from below Void King's body. How can your 9 origin universe improve so quickly? Facing the continuous attacks, Void King's expression was extremely unsightly. A staff appeared in his hand, and above the staff, a space disk began to condense. The staff pointed downwards and the space disk released a terrifying power. Endless space power slashed downwards. Mighty heavenly dragon. Hellfire. When the King of Void blocked the attack of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, Wang Xian and the demonic fiend immediately moved. 3 against 1, this was the huge advantage. The King of Void had to defend with all his might against the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. However, when he was defending, the other 2 attacks would come at him. There was nowhere to hide. In the face of such a situation, he could only take it head-on. Furthermore, he had to use powerful means to dodge. Buzz. Space reversal. The King of Void's expression changed slightly when he sensed Wang Xian's demonic fiend's attack. The space disk above the staff enveloped him. In the next moment, it was as if yin and yang had reversed and space had been replaced. Wang Xian and the demonic fiend's attack went straight through. It did not cause any damage to him. This is the ability of the ultimate treasure of Heaven's Origin. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his gaze focused and he shouted in a low voice, "Continue to attack!" Wang Xian's dragon horn emitted a terrifying luster. The colorful energy pillar charged straight towards the King of Void. The demonic fiend and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's attack also went straight for him. However, what surprised Wang Xian was that their attacks penetrated through the void once again. The King of Void seemed to be in another void. The strongest ability of his Heaven Origin Destiny treasure is to place him in another void. He can't be attacked at all. He can only wait for the skill to disappear. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor saw this scene, he immediately shouted loudly. Wang Xian's eyes focused. With a move of his arm, the divination lamp appeared at the side. Buzz. Following that, a stream of information appeared in his mind. This ability can be maintained for a total of 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, he can move, escape, or even teleport. He's going to teleport. After Wang Xian received the information, he immediately transmitted his voice to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. So powerful? A shocked expression appeared on Devil Emperor's face. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, Devil Emperor of the Fallen Shadow, just you wait. At this moment, the King of Void roared with a face full of killing intent. His figure disappeared instantly. Teleport? You underestimate me. Devil Emperor of the Fallen Shadow revealed a cold expression. Break the realm, soul-chasing chains. In the next instant, he waved his arm and a chain entered the void. Following that, the chain went towards Wang Xian and the Devil Emperor. Wang Xian and the Devil Emperor did not resist it. In the next instant, the chain disappeared with Wang Xian and the rest. Following that, they saw the figure of the King of Void once again. Humph! When the King of Void saw the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the rest chasing after him, His face turned extremely gloomy. He teleported once again. This time, he can only teleport one last time. Wang Xian used his divination lamp to perform divination. When he realized that his teleportation would consume a huge amount of his heaven origin destiny treasure, he immediately shouted, "I can still chase after my soul one last time." The falling shadow demon emperor shouted at Wang Xian. The king of void disappeared, and so did they. They traversed through a long space and chased after him again. "I want to see how many times you can follow me." The king of void's face turned gloomy. Blood seeped out from his defeated pupils as he disappeared once again. "Let me do it," Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. The netherworld dragon chased after him and a black hole appeared. They passed through the black hole swiftly. "Attack him. The ultimate skill of the heaven's origin creation treasure has disappeared." Wang Xian shouted immediately. He swayed his gigantic body and charged directly at the king of void. This attack had completely given up on defense. Damn it! When the king of void saw Wang Xian charging straight at him, he looked extremely embarrassed. He had used up more than half of his trump cards in an instant, yet he was still unable to get rid of Wang Xian and the rest. Slash, slash, slash. He waved the staff in his hand. The space disc on the staff emitted a glow. Numerous attacks regardless of the distance landed on Wang Xian's body. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of attacks landed on his body. Even though Wang Xian was stronger than him, there were still wounds on his body. However, he did not stop. He risked his injuries and clawed at Wang Xian. "Dragon King, you are courting death." The king of void did not expect Wang Xian to not defend against his attacks at all. His eyes were slightly red as he continued to unleash powerful attacks at Wang Xian. A large number of wounds appeared. A space bubble enveloped Wang Xian, causing his figure to appear in another place strangely. A powerhouse with space attributes is indeed difficult to deal with. Wang Xian's eyes focused. Nirvana reincarnation. At the same time, his body trembled and all the injuries on his body disappeared. Nirvana reincarnation was a powerful ability that came from the fusion of the black and white nirvana flowers. However, in the past, regardless of how much damage Wang Xian suffered, he would be able to return to his peak within a few seconds. However, with Wang Xian's strength, the other shore reincarnation could no longer achieve the same effect as before. This was because the energy in Wang Xian's body was too huge. There was a limit to the recovery of the other shore reincarnation. Every treasure had a limit to how much it could withstand. Even if it was the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Take the ancestral tree as an example. If Wang Xian's strength had achieved another breakthrough, it was possible that Wang Xian could not recover from his peak condition by using the mother's womb fruit to revive. Perhaps after Wang Xian tried using it to revive, he could only attain the strength of the Great Tao. The rest would require resources to recover. This was the problem of energy crossing the line. There was a limit to the treasures that could be revived, as well as treasures like the resurrection flower. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! However, when the king of void used his powerful innate skill to move Wang Xian to the side, the attacks of the demonic fiend and the fallen shadow demon emperor had already landed on the body of the king of void. Wang Xian's strength was already stronger than the king of void. The king of void needed to use 100% of his strength to deal with Wang Xian. After dealing with Wang Xian, how would he have the chance to deal with Wang Xian? The terrifying energy landed on his body and immediately caused a large number of wounds to appear on his body. This attack had caused him to be severely injured. The king of void's pale eyes were filled with shock and anger. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the rest and growled, "Mirror universe!" A terrifying power burst out from his pupils as a mirror-like space appeared one after another. In each mirror, there was a king of void. Countless mirrors and countless phantoms pounced towards Wang Xian and the rest. "Leave it to me." When Mo Sha saw the king of voids move, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Hell descends, demons dance wildly. With a loud roar, the entire space turned black and red. The black and red space enveloped all the mirrors and attacked the king of void in the mirror. He wants to escape to the right. At this moment, a message was displayed on the divination lamp. Wang Xian's eyes focused. He waved his dragon claws and endless chains attacked the figure of the King of Void. King of Void, you shall stay here today. Don't even think about escaping. The fallen shadow demon emperor's pair of blood-red eyes stared at everything as he waved his arm. The demon's arm crossed the void and grabbed at the King of Void. Crash! All the mirrors in the surroundings were slowly shattered by the demon's attack. The King of Void's surroundings were entangled by the chains. A demonic hand grabbed his body. When the King of Void saw this scene, his face was filled with shock, anger, and embarrassment. The spatial attribute was good at escaping. However, there was a limit to this. He already had a lot of escape methods. However, he had to face Wang Xian and the other two great Dao existences. He had a lot of tricks and trump cards. Wang Xian and the others also had a lot of them. 1 against 3, he was still lacking by a lot. All of you deserve to die. The King of Void was in despair. He roared furiously. All of you deserve to die. He roared with all his might once again. His body trembled and the spot on his chest cracked open. An illusory image of the universe appeared directly. The space disk on his staff entered his chest directly. Crackle, crackle. However, at this instant, the chains around him descended into endless lightning and attacked the spatial disk. The Void King stared at everything with a cold expression. Destroy him! The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor roared at Masha. Masha moved and spat out a blood-red ball, flying towards the Void King. This time, the King of Void did not stop him. He knew that he could not escape. Facing the 3 top-tier existences like the Dragon King, he could not escape at all. Now, he used most of the energy in his body to open a passage. He could be killed, but the treasures and resources in his hands could not be lost. Otherwise, the losses this time would be too great, especially the Void Disk, the most precious treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation realm. He definitely could not throw it away. Buzz buzz. The blood-red ball enveloped him and quickly melted the life force in his body. The King of Void's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Xian and the other two. At his chest, the Void Disk entered his body and entered the illusory universe. In the end, his life force completely disappeared. Wang Xian's body moved and flew over directly. He kept the corpse and opened the space where the Netherworld Dragon was chasing him. Let's get the treasures and resources that he sent away first. Wang Xian shouted immediately. His eyes were sparkling. He wanted to send the treasures and resources away even though he was facing the 3 of them. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Buzz. The passageway opened and Wang Xian and the rest entered in an instant. The Void Disk appeared in his line of sight. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and clawed at it directly. Buzz. However, at this instant, the Void Disk flickered slightly and flew forward rapidly. In front of him was a planet within the territory of the Void Dynasty. This was not the center of the Void universe. It was the King of Void, a place for resurrection. The King of Void, the first place where a life form was resurrected, was not at the palace of the Void Dynasty. This was to prevent a powerful enemy from coming directly to the palace of the Void Dynasty after killing him once. However, the King of Void did not expect Wang Xian to be able to chase him from such a faraway place. Wang Xian's body trembled. It was as if the Void Disk had sunk into a quagmire. Let go! At this moment, the King of Void's furious roar was heard. Hee hee! Wang Xian smiled. Before he could speak, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the demonic fiend charged towards the direction where the King of Void was resurrected. Boom boom! Boom boom! 2 extremely terrifying attacks instantly destroyed the planet in front of them. The figure of the King of Void quickly dodged into the distance. As for the Void Disk, he did not dare to retrieve it. He could only control it from afar. Buzz. Wang Xian instantly arrived in front of the Void Disk. With a wave of his arm, a surge of energy suppressed it firmly. At the same time, with a slight movement of his palm, the Tai Chi Dragon Disk and the Void Dragon Pool appeared. 3 powerful supreme treasures sealed the Void Disk. Suppression. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept it, although this would reduce Wang Xian's strength by 1 mastery level. At the same time, even if the King of Void didn't have the Void Disc, it would also reduce one mastery level. Kill. After Wang Xian kept it, he stared at the King of Void and chased after it. At the same time, a piece of news was also sent to the Elven Empress Dragon Palace. The battle of the universe had begun. Huff. Huff. The King of Void felt that his Heaven Origin Destiny treasure was being suppressed. His breathing was rapid. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to fight head-on with Wang Xian and the rest. In fact, he didn't even dare to get close to them. Relying on the huge distance between them, the King of Void tried his best to flee into the distance. Toward the Palace of the Void Dynasty? As long as I can escape to the Palace of the Void Dynasty, I'll be safe there. The King of Void could feel that Wang Xian and the rest were chasing after him crazily. He did not dare to stop at all. He gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. He did not expect the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest to be able to travel through the starry skies so far away and arrive here directly. Now that his heavenly Yuan Destiny treasure was being suppressed by the Dragon King, he was filled with rage. However, he had no other choice. All he could do now was to run for his life. Once he was caught up, he would be killed again. If he was resurrected again, his strength would drop to the control level. As long as he flew to the Palace of the Dynasty, his subordinates and himself would not be afraid of Wang Xian and the others at all. In addition, he had already sent a message to his subordinates to rush over quickly. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, outside the Void Universe, the army of the Nine Origin Universe had already rushed in quickly. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Roar roar roar. Outside the Void Universe, after Wang Immortal's order was given, the eyes of all the armies in the Nine Origin Universe shone with a cold luster. In front of us is the Void Universe, the enemy of our Nine Origin Universe. Today, the disciples of the Nine Origin Universe will attack the Void Universe and destroy the Void Dynasty. All the disciples, we have a deep blood feud with the Void Universe. Today, all the disciples kill. We will use the blood of the Void Universe to pay tribute to our disciples, seniors, and friends who have died. Kill, kill, kill. The ancestor of the Nether race stared ahead and roared loudly. A sharp killing intent charged through the entire void. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. In the next moment, even the Elven Empress, the 12 ancestral warlocks, and the others raised their hands with killing intent and roared loudly. The sound of killing shook the sky. Let's go! The heavenly Yuan creation realm experts shouted at the same time. They enveloped all their disciples with energy and exploded with energy. They brought all their disciples and charged into the Void Universe. Front of the Void Dynasty, it's safe. We can teleport. At the same time, they were in front of the Legion in the Nine Origin Universe. Enlai stood there and walked out from a devil spirit altar, since he wanted to kill them. Then he would catch the Void space by surprise. And to catch them by surprise, he naturally went straight to the Palace of the Void Dynasty. Under Enlai's constant inspection, he confirmed a place. After dozens of minutes, the disciples of the Nine Origin Universe rushed into the Void space. Enlai looked at them. Teleport. Okay. The heavenly Yuan creation realm experts of the Nine Origin Universe nodded. Hee. Our Dragon Palace will scout the way for you. Bei Shuang smiled and Xiao Lan and the others approached Enlai. Under Enlai's lead, they instantly disappeared. However, in less than a second, Enlai's figure appeared again. Legions of the Nine Origin Universe were teleported one after another. Legions of the Nine Essences Universe appeared in front of the Palace of the Void Dynasty. They appeared in the Void, and from afar, they could see the towering Palace of the Void Dynasty. Is that the Palace of the Void Dynasty? The Unity Saint asked with a cold and excited look in his eyes. Yes, that's the Palace of the Void Dynasty. The 12 ancestral warlocks came here and nodded as they looked at the palaces in front of them. Then destroy the Palace of the Void Dynasty. Saint Etienne roared with a fierce killing intent. Kill! The powerful disciples of the saint's bloodline were filled with flames of hatred. Many of their brothers, sisters, and seniors had died at the hands of the Void King. Now it was time for them to take revenge. Boom! 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 Kill! The sky-high aura broke through the clouds of the void space. That terrifying aura could be felt even from the palace of the Void Space Dynasty. The army of the Nine Origin Universe rushed over. What's going on? Where's that? What a powerful aura. At the same time in the palace of the Void Dynasty. Today was a very bad day for the Void Dynasty. Their Void King had been attacked by a great being of the Nine Origin Universe. In addition, 3 great beings of the control level of the Void Universe had just been resurrected in the Void Dynasty. They had received news from the Void King and were going to help their king. However, before they could leave, a terrifying aura came from not far away. Looking at that monstrous aura, the 7 Tian Yuan Blessed Realm experts in the palace of the Void Dynasty were instantly stunned. At the same time, the disciples in the palace of the Void Dynasty also instantly felt the powerful aura coming from the north. They all looked over with their mouths agape. That terrifying aura was like a destructive sun that was charging towards them. Use the formation to investigate. Duke Tianmen, who had been guarding the palace of the Void Empire, saw the terrifying aura coming from the north and his expression changed drastically. He immediately activated the formation of the entire palace of the Void Empire to carry out the projection and investigate. Soon, the projection of the army of the Nine Origin Universe in the north appeared in the line of sight of the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts. When they saw the enormous space beast, when they saw the terrifying divine dragon, when they saw the black tortoise, the ELF, the divine tiger, the ghost, the skeleton, the wizard, their faces were filled with shock. They naturally understood the creatures of the Nine Origin Universe very well. Now, when they saw the army of the Nine Origin Universe rushing over, their faces were filled with disbelief. It's the Nine Origin Universe. It's the disciples of the Nine Origin Universe. How did they suddenly appear in our universe? A heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse roared with a solemn expression. Wang. Duke Tianmen waved his arm and streams of energy poured into the array formation in the palace. Following that, some information appeared. When they saw this information, their expressions changed drastically. More than 20 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. How is this possible? Duke Tianmen stared at the information and shouted. More than 20 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. This Nine Origin Universe has definitely invited experts from other universes. Our king has been attacked, and now the Nine Origin Universe has invaded. Their Nine Origin Universe is already prepared to fight us. They came prepared. A Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert roared in shock and anger. Immediately pass the news to our king. We can't rush over immediately. The golden-armored middle-aged Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert said with an ugly expression. They looked at the Nine Origin Universe army in front of them, and their expressions kept changing. The Nine Origin Universe was coming. They were coming to their universe. They had to fight. Otherwise, everything they had would be over. Because the great beings of the Nine Origin Universe had already come, and they could escape. What about the disciples of the Void Dynasty? What about their descendants? Escape today? What about in the future? Universe wars were often very cruel. One side would invade and the other side wouldn't give up on the universe and escape until the final decision was made. Because once they escaped, the entire universe would be dug up. This was the same principle as killing your entire family and then digging up your ancestor's grave. As long as there was some blood, they would definitely fight to the death. When the Heaven's Gate Duke saw the army of the Nine Origin Universe, his expression was abnormally ugly. All disciples of the Void Empire, get ready. Get ready for a big battle. Anyone who dares to invade our Void Universe will become a dead soul under our hands. Duke Tianmen roared with a face full of killing intent. His expression was filled with Ling Ran and fearlessness. Yes. In the Void Empire, all the powerful disciples immediately responded loudly. All the legions guarding the palace came to the front of the palace. They stared at the Nine Origin Universe Legion that was charging over. At the same time, the legions from other places quickly teleported over. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. What? The Nine Origin Universe has actually invaded the front of the dynasty. There are more than 20 Heaven Origin creation-level existences. At the same time, in the vast starry sky of the Void Universe, the Void King was quickly fleeing forward. At this moment, when he received the message from his subordinates, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The army of the Nine Origin universe had actually invaded the center of his universe. To the King of Void, the entire Void universe was his personal domain. Now it had actually been invaded. This made him extremely shocked and furious. There are more than 20 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. How can there be so many powerhouses in this Nine Origin universe? There must be powerhouses from other universes helping them. Damn it. The King of Void trembled as he swept his gaze behind him. He wanted to shake off the pursuit of Wuxia and the rest. However, after teleporting a few times, he realized that he could not do it. The Void Pagoda was severely injured by Wuxia's Dragon Claw, while the Void Disc was suppressed by Wuxia. The King of Void's current strength was equivalent to a Great Tao level, an existence at the beginner level. His strength was the same as the demonic fiend Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. In addition, Wuxia's strength was much stronger than the King of Void's. With the three of them combined, even if the King of Void's spatial attribute was good at escaping, he wouldn't be able to shake them off. Most importantly, the King of Void had just revived and didn't have any treasures in his hands. Even the treasure that could allow him to escape instantly didn't have any. He placed a portion of the resources in the space of the Void Disc. The other portion was at the Palace of the Dynasty. Damn it! He was a little shocked and angry, but at this moment he could only flee. Wuxia and the rest were at the back. They were also chasing after the King of Void rapidly, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Dragon King, the army of our Nine Origin universe has arrived at the center of the Void universe. At this moment, the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor got the information from his subordinate and said excitedly, "Yes." Wuxia nodded. He already knew about this news. Dragon King, now we only need to hunt down the King of Void. We will be able to completely destroy the Void universe. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor stared at the figure of the King of Void with a grim gaze. Do you have any way to catch up to him or pin him down? Wuxia asked him in Emotion. Dragon King, I have no way. The distance is too far. I can't pin him down. Emotion shook his head. The Shadow Devil Emperor also shook his head helplessly. At this moment, unless the King of Void paused for a moment, it would be difficult for them to stop him. Then let's wait. We can't lose him. Once we lose him, it will be much more difficult to kill him in the future. Wuxia spoke. He had to wait until the Netherworld Dragon's pursuit could be used. Now, he had already forcefully used the Netherworld Dragon's pursuit once. Once he used it again, he would be heavily injured. At that time, the three of them working together might not be able to kill the King of Void again. Therefore, he had to wait for at least a year. Fortunately, a year was not a long time for them. Wuxia and the rest were chasing after him rapidly. The King of Void was also eager to return to the Dynasty Palace. He wanted to see the current situation. However, it would take at least a few decades to fly from here to the center of the Void universe. While Wuxia and the rest were chasing after them, the war between the Nine Origin universe and the Void universe had already erupted. All the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the Void universe rushed back immediately after they received the news that their universe had been attacked. There were a total of 11 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses. After facing more than 20 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the Nine Origin universe, they were not qualified to fight head-on. They activated a defensive array in the palace of the entire dynasty. The 11 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts and all the disciples went into defense. One side attacked while the other defended. The earth-shattering might was endless. HMPH, with their defense, they can only last for a few years at most. At this moment, the advantage of the space attribute was revealed. Cultivators of the space attribute in the Void universe who had just broken through were comparable to old-timers like the Hutian Saint. The Hutian Saint was here because he did not have the support of the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure, which meant that he had the combat strength of an old-timer who had just entered the beginner level. Old-timers who had just entered the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Void universe were comparable to those at the control level. In addition to the defense of the Dynasty's palace array, they were able to hold on for a while. However, this support was only for a short period of time. According to the calculations of the 12 ancestral warlocks, they would not be able to hold on for more than 2 years. After all, their strength was much, much stronger. Previously, a large number of Void Dynasty's disciples in the ruler realm were killed by Wuxia and had yet to recover. Demonic Fiend, Fallen Shadow Demonic Emperor, I have a move that I can use now. Get ready. A lot of time passed in the past year. Wuxia and the rest shuttled through the spatial rift rapidly. In front of them was the figure of the King of Void. As time passed, the ability of the Netherworld Dragon to chase could be used again. Devil Fiend and Fallen Shadow Devil Emperor were beside Wang Yun. They nodded at the same time. Buzz. In the next instant, Wuxia opened the black hole that the Netherworld Dragon was chasing after. A black hole immediately appeared beside the King of Void. Not good. When the King of Void sensed this black hole, his expression changed drastically. He had already experienced this black hole. It was able to appear beside him in an instant. Roar roar. TSK, TSK, TSK. King of Void, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. Wuxia and the rest's roars and cold voices rang out. This caused the King of the Void's heart to sink. The trump cards of 3 people were much more than the trump cards of him alone. He was in danger. Kill. When Wuxia came to the side of the King of Void once again through the Nether Dragon's pursuit technique, his gaze focused, and his dragon tail swept out. The King of Void saw that Wuxia and the rest had locked onto him once again. He was once again within the range of their attacks, and a hint of despair appeared on his face. After today, I will definitely take revenge in the future. He roared wildly, and his entire body was like a mirror as he frantically fled in all directions. Densely packed, the entire void was filled with Void Kings. Each of them carried a terrifying energy as they frantically fled in all directions. This move, the Void King had burned all of his life force. This was also his most powerful escape move. However, this escape move had a huge flaw. That was, after this energy erupted, the amount of power he had left would be the same as the amount of power he had left if he had 1,000 avatars when 100 of them escaped. When these 100 avatars gathered together, it would be the power of his main body. That would be 10% of his strength. The rest of his strength would have to be cultivated or replenished with resources. This move would only be used when he was faced with an area that he could not defend against. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Void King would not use this move. But now, in order to escape, he had no choice but to use this move. So. Tens of thousands of figures of the King of Void fled frantically in all directions. Each of them erupted with powerful abilities in a short period of time. Kill them all. Wuxia sensed the avatars one by one and immediately shouted at Immortal and the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Their eyes focused and they immediately unleashed their strongest AoE attacks. Ah! Ah! Endless screams rang out as the avatars of the King of Void were killed one by one. However, there were still quite a number of the King of Void's avatars that had escaped the net. They quickly fled into the distance. Split up and chase after them. As long as one of them escapes, all of them will be able to escape. Wuxia immediately shouted. Following their movements, he quickly chased after the fishes that had escaped the net. After chasing for half an hour, Wuxia used the divination lamp to kill all the fishes that escaped from his side. He took out his communication device and immediately sent a message to Immortal and the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Dragon King, 2 of them escaped from my side. I can't sense them anymore. Dragon King, 1 of them escaped from my side. I'm looking for him now. Soon, the Demonic Fiend and the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor sent a message. All right, I'll look for him too. Wuxia immediately sent them a message. Following that, he used the divination lamp to search for him. Buzz. At the same time, one of the avatars of the King of Void was fleeing rapidly. His heart was bleeding as he felt the avatars being killed one by one. This time, he burned his life force, allowing each of his avatars to burst forth with a speed at the control level. Moreover, he could maintain it for 5 days. After 5 days, if there were fewer avatars escaping, his strength would be reduced to the ruler level. This was something that the Void King found very difficult to accept. However, having a life was far better than dying. After dying, he would have to use up a precious resurrection treasure. Now, all he had to do was escape to the palace of the Void Dynasty, and the resources he had stored would be enough for him to recover to the Great Tao level. This time, it's too miserable, he roared in a low voice. At this moment, he received a message from his subordinates. When he saw the message, his face sank. His subordinates had sent him a message saying that they could only hold on for a year at most. After a year, they wouldn't be able to hold out against the army of the 9 origin universe. Once they couldn't hold out, they would either flee or fight to the death. They couldn't do it, and they needed the Void King to give them orders. Damn the 9 origin universe. When I return to the peak, I'll hunt you all day and night. If I can't kill you, Dragon King, I won't be able to kill the creatures of your 9 origin universe. After the Void King saw this news, he said with a face full of killing intent. Wait for me to go back first. He immediately replied. There is a planet in that direction that can be teleported to the palace of the Void Dynasty. The Void King's gaze was fixed in one direction and he flew quickly. Time passed day by day. When the Void King sensed that his avatars were decreasing one by one, he had a bad premonition in his heart. The Dragon King and the rest had a way to lock onto his clones. He was terrified. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to commit suicide and resurrect himself. Or he could risk it all. Of course, he would choose the latter. You want to escape? However, 2 days later, the figures of Wang Xian, Mo Sha, and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor instantly appeared beside him. He, King of Void. I would like to see if you can still possess the power of the Great Tao when you resurrect the next time. Wang Xian smiled. He waved his arm and restrained the King of Void. At the same time, he called Inflate over. Who? The King of Void stared at Wang Xian with his blood-red eyes. He wanted to commit suicide immediately, but he realized that his body was completely controlled. He stared at Wang Xian and the rest coldly without saying a word. Dragon King. After Inflate arrived in front of them, he called out respectfully. Wang Xian moved his palm and completely destroyed the body of the King of Void. He took out the lamp of divination and immediately divined the location of the King of Void. The palace of the Void Dynasty. His strength has been reduced to the level of control. Soon, Wang Xian received the news. His eyes shone brightly. Inflate, come to the main battlefield. Wang Xian immediately instructed Inflate. It's the Dragon King. Inflate nodded and a surge of energy enveloped them. The next moment, they appeared in the battlefield in front of the Void Dynasty. Damn Dragon King, awe. At this moment, the King of Void walked out from a mirror in the palace of the Void Dynasty. He roared furiously. The mirror behind him slowly collapsed. He stared ahead and everything in the battlefield appeared in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was pounding violently. No, I have to escape. His pupils contracted as he sensed the auras of Wang Xian, the Shadow Devil Emperor, and Mo Sha. The King of Void didn't hesitate at all. He brought all his treasures and left through the teleportation formation. As for his subordinates, he couldn't care about them at all. Buzz. At the same time, at the side of the battlefield between the 9 origin universe and the Void Dynasty, the figures of Wang Xian, Mo Sha, and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor appeared. They stared ahead. An extremely powerful energy shield was blocking the attacks of the disciples of the 9 origin universe masters. Inside the energy shield were hundreds of millions of disciples of the Void Dynasty masters. Even those at the venerable level were dragged to the battlefield. It's broken. Wang Xian stared at it and rushed over instantly. The demonic fiend, Shadow Devil Emperor, followed closely behind. It's broken. When Wang Xian finished his sentence, Wang Xian's huge divine dragon body had already charged forward. At the same time, the demonic fiend, fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, also carried a terrifying attack and attacked the defensive barrier of the Void Universe. When Wang Xian and the rest joined forces, how terrifying was their strength. It was comparable to the full-force attack of more than 30 beginner-level Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. Moreover, there were more than 20 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe attacking. Buzz. Wang Xian and the rest appeared in front of the battle instantly. That extremely terrifying energy instantly landed on the Void Dynasty. It was like an extremely vast energy sweeping across. A powerful shockwave spread to the energy shield of the Void Empire. The entire shield began to collapse rapidly and started to tremble violently. What? Oh no, it's the Dragon King and the others from the Nine Origin universe. It's the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor and the others from the Nine Origin universe. At the moment when Wang Xian and the others made their move. The moment when their protective barrier collapsed from the Nine Origin universe. Inside the Nine Origin universe, the expressions of the 11 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm changed drastically. They looked at everything in horror. Feeling this terrifying and unrivaled power, their hearts trembled. Wang Xian and the rest's attack had broken through the defense. There was still an extremely terrifying impact force that attacked the hundreds of millions of strong disciples in the Void universe. This attack was like a wave that pounced towards them. Block it! The golden middle-aged man roared loudly when he saw this scene. They hurriedly tried to block it. Our Dragon King is here. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor is here too. Ha ha ha, it's broken. The defenses of the Void Empire are broken. Kill them. Who's the other lord? Is he also a terrifying existence at the Great Tao level? At the same time, all the powerful disciples in the army of the Nine Origin universe saw the sudden appearance of the Dragon King, fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, and the others. When they saw that their opponent's defense was easily broken, their faces were filled with excitement. They let out an excited roar full of excitement. When the 12 ancestors of the Dark Shaman clan and the rest saw this scene, their eyes also focused. However, when their eyes landed on Mo Sha, there was a hint of surprise. Who was this person? How did he possess such terrifying strength? Kill! However, this was no longer the time for them to think. The group of Nine Origin Universe's Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses let out a loud roar. They waved their arms and launched an attack horn. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that the King of Void had escaped through the divination lamp. He adjusted his brows slightly. The King of Void has escaped. This guy is really cowardly. He gave up on his dynasty and escaped. Wang Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the group of powerhouses from the King of Void and shouted, "Let's kill a few of them first. Then, we will chase after the King of Void." Good. I really didn't expect that the King of Void would abandon his empire. What a joke. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor heard Wang Xian's words, he mocked him in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, their figures moved. They locked onto an expert at the control level and charged straight at him. Not good. The Dragon King and the rest are all experts at the Great Tao level. We are no match for them at all. The Duke of Heaven's Gate roared in shock and anger, but at this moment, he saw the Dragon King lock onto him, and his heart pounded violently. Escape? At this moment, there was no room for them to escape. What, our King of the Void has escaped? Our King is not here. How can we fight them? Our King cannot escape. It's impossible. It's impossible. Why hasn't our King appeared yet? The Dragon King and the rest are 3 Great Tao experts. We're finished. We're no match for them at all. Run, run, run. At this moment, they heard the words of Wang Xian and the rest. They could feel their terrifying aura. Some of the Void Dynasty's disciples were on the verge of collapse. They were a little terrified. At this moment, they no longer had the ability to resist. If they continued, what awaited them was death. At this moment, not to mention the Void Dynasty's disciples, even some of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses' expressions changed. Their king had escaped? There was really such a possibility. Otherwise, why didn't their king appear when the Dragon King and the others charged over? However, they could feel the immense pressure from the 3 Great Tao level experts. They knew that even if their king didn't escape, it wouldn't change the outcome. Some experts wanted to retreat. Kill, kill, kill. However, at this moment, the experts of the Nine Origin universe couldn't allow them to retreat. When Wang Xian and the rest locked onto the 3 control-level experts, the rest of the Nine Origin universe's Heaven Origin destinies worked together to lock onto the Void universe's experts one by one. In the entire Void Dynasty, there were only 4 control-level experts. After being locked onto by Wang Xian and the rest, there was only one left. In the 9 origin universe, the Elven Empress, the 12 ancestral witches, the ancestor of the Netherworld race, and the ancestor of Xuanwu were all control-level existences. It was a piece of cake to kill the last one. As for the remaining 7, they were already surrounded and attacked. Boom, 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 boom. Wang Xian locked onto the Duke of Heaven's Gate. His eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. At that time, he was once hunted down by the Duke of Heaven's Gate and the others. In the 6 origin universe, he almost died that time. Now, facing the Duke of Heaven's Gate, Wang Xian could easily suppress him. Walala! A cage formed by a chain instantly appeared around Duke of Heaven's Gate. The terrifying chain directly penetrated through him. When Duke of Heaven's Gate saw this chain, his expression changed drastically. He immediately used the power of space to slash upwards. Bang, bang, bang. However, his attack didn't have any effect when it landed on the chain. The gap between his current control level and Wang Xian was too huge. Even though Wang Xian had used a portion of his strength to suppress the void disk, he was still comparable to 5 control-level experts. Boom! A terrifying giant hand grabbed at him directly. The unrivaled strength made it impossible for him to block it. Bang! His life force was quickly wiped out. Whoosh! 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 After Wang Xian had wiped him out, his eyes swept to the side and his body flashed rapidly. A few seconds later, Wang Xian flew into the void. In the void universe, 3 beginner-level powerhouses were easily wiped out by Wang Xian. They were already fighting against the Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe. How were they supposed to defend against Wang Xian's sneak attack? They couldn't defend at all. In an instant, 4 out of the 11 Heaven Origin Creation powerhouses died. Only 7 were left. Not good, we are no match for the Dragon King and the rest. Run, run, run. When Wang Xian made his move and instantly killed 4 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. In the surrounding area, the other 7 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses from the Void universe were completely terrified. Too strong. Too strong. It was completely unstoppable. Ah! No! At this moment, another scream was heard. A Heaven Origin Manifestation powerhouse at the control level was killed by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. He wasn't killed by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor alone either. Instead, Xiaolan and Jili from the demon race attacked the nearest Heaven Origin Manifestation powerhouse after Wang Xian killed their target. This Heaven Origin creator from the Void universe was being suppressed by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. How could he withstand the sudden sneak attack? This was completely unethical. In an instant, the Heaven Origin creator who was at the control level was killed. Let's finish this battle quickly. After we kill them, let's go look for the King of Void. Wang Xian looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and said, "No problem." The fallen Shadow Demonic Emperor nodded. With a move, it headed straight for the control-level powerhouse who was besieged by the 12 ancestral witches. This control-level powerhouse was being attacked by the elf queen of the 12 ancestral witches and the ancestor of the underworld race. He was already completely suppressed. When he sensed that the fallen Shadow Demonic Emperor was attacking him, he could no longer hold back. He gave up resisting immediately. Resist? Was it effective? It was useless. The 3rd control-level powerhouse was eliminated. At this point, only the Devil Emperor was still resisting tenaciously. He wanted to escape now, but he was locked onto by the Devil Emperor. It was already a huge problem for him to hold on for a few minutes, let alone escape. Wang Xian waved his arm and a terrifying sword of light attacked him. This was also the last control-level existence. He had given up completely. 4 control-level experts were all killed. In addition, there were 3 beginner-level existences who were still resisting in despair. As for the disciples at the back, their faces were filled with fear. The lords of their dynasty were dying rapidly. The terrifying 9 Origin Universe army had already charged over. What welcomed them was destruction. Leave this place to the others. Let's go and chase after the King of Void. Wang Xian saw the scene and did not continue to attack. Instead, he spoke to Devil Fiend, Fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, and the rest. The 2 of them nodded. There were only 3 control-level existences left. Facing more than 20 heaven-origin creation-level powerhouses in the 9-origin universe? They would not last more than a few seconds. Therefore, they didn't need to make a move in this situation. Of course, there were heaven-origin creator-level powerhouses from the Void Dynasty who were killed and were resurrected in the dynasty inside. However, even if they were resurrected, the strength of the 12 ancestor, which Elven Empress and the rest was sufficient to finish them off. Their primary goal was to kill the King of Void once again. Now, the King of Void's strength had already fallen to the control level. If possible, Wang Xian wanted to get rid of him completely. Enlai! Wang Xian called Enlai over. With a wave of his arm, the map of the Void universe appeared in front of him. The King of Void's location should be around here. Bring us here. Wang Xian instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded and disappeared with them instantly. The demonic spirit altar was in the Void universe. It was an altar used to summon spatial demon beasts to battle. Covered the entire Void universe. Enlai now had a detailed understanding of the map in his mind. He could roughly guess where the map corresponded to the Void universe. In the next second, Wang Xian and the rest appeared on a planet. I heard that the army of the 9-origin universe has invaded our Void Empire. It's going to be difficult for our Void universe to defend against them. I don't know the exact situation, but how can a tiny 9-origin universe invade the center of our universe? According to the information I got from the history books, the previous few catastrophes were all fought by our king to the 9-origin universe. Killing the living beings in the 9-origin universe was like slaughtering a dog. The 9-origin universe seems to have risen up. There is indeed a great war breaking out in the Void Dynasty. I hope our king and the rest can eliminate these damn invaders. I heard that our king hasn't appeared yet. As long as our king returns, we will definitely be able to kill them all. When Wang Xian and the rest appeared on this planet, they were floating in the air. Some voices entered their ears. Hee hee. When the fallen shadow demon emperor heard that, he smiled gently. Over there. Wang Xian's gaze was fixed in a certain direction as he flew over quickly. The demonic fiend and the fallen shadow demon emperor followed quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, in the void in front of them, the Void King was running frantically. The communication device on his body kept transmitting urgent messages. He glanced at them and saw the messages. His expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that one day, the army of the 9-origin universe would attack their Void Dynasty. They would attack the Void universe. And now they wanted to attack their entire universe. Run, that Dragon King and the others have tracking treasures, you guys run first. The Void King's face was gloomy as he ordered his subordinates. They had already lost. They couldn't stay in the Void universe anymore. They would only dare to return after the calamity ended. Now, their home had become the most dangerous place. Wang Wing. Wang Wang. Just as Void King sent out the message, he suddenly felt the space around him shake. 3 extremely terrifying energies appeared around him. How is this possible? How can it be so fast? Void King roared. Void King, stray dog, can you escape? Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor stared at Void King and said with a cold and mocking expression. You! Void King's expression changed drastically. You once attacked our 9-origin universe and massacred the living beings of our 9-origin universe. You didn't expect this day to come, did you? Falling Shadow Demon Emperor continued to say coldly. Wang. He instantly arrived in front of Void King and grabbed his neck. I didn't expect it. The King of Void smiled bitterly. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor arrived in front of him, his body trembled. His life force was immediately dispersed. He committed suicide. He didn't want to be captured and tortured by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Dragon King. Take the corpse. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at the King of Void's corpse and threw it to Wang Xian. All right, I will distribute it in the end. Wang Xian nodded and kept the body of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Following that, the lamp of divination continued to perform divination. He is still somewhere in the Void universe. Let's go and continue the pursuit. His strength is still at the control level. After Wang Xian divined the King of Void, he immediately launched a second round of pursuit. It was too difficult for a control-level powerhouse to get rid of the pursuit of Wang Xian and the rest, especially with the help of Inflate. In less than 2 months, Wang Xian and the rest pursued the King of Void again. Hee hee. Wang Xian and the rest stared at the King of Void mockingly. Their faces were filled with coldness. The King of Void looked extremely embarrassed. Without saying a word, he committed suicide again. Ha! When Wang Xian put away the corpse, the lamp of divination began to perform divination. He frowned slightly. What's wrong, Dragon King? Is he not in this universe anymore? The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at Wang Xian and asked. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. We can't predict his location. The place where he resurrected this time is either a treasure that can block divination, or his resurrection this time is located in an extremely distant place. Otherwise, we wouldn't be unable to predict it. It doesn't matter if we can't lock onto it. We've already killed him several times. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke. Since we can't kill the King of Void, let's go and hunt down the other powerhouses in the void space. Wang Xian nodded and didn't pay too much attention to it. If he couldn't kill the King of Void Space, he could continue to kill the other Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses in the Void Empire. In addition, after conquering the void space and obtaining the treasures and resources, the resources exchanged from the Justice Alliance were enough for Wang Xian to achieve a breakthrough. Once Wang Xian achieved another breakthrough, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. It was also the strongest known realm in the universe. You guys can take action on the matter of hunting the powerhouses from the other Void dynasties. I can't be of much help either. I'll go handle the matters in the 9 Origin universe. For this battle, I'll gather all the resources first before distributing them. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor spoke. Yes. Currently, we've only occupied the palace of the Void dynasty. There are still huge amounts of resources in other places. According to their strength, we'll allocate them to attack one territory after another and distribute them fairly. How many resources and treasures we get will depend on luck. Wang Xian nodded and said, As for the resources and treasures in the Void dynasty, we will allocate them in the end. All right. The Shadow Devil Emperor nodded and left. Wang Xian began to use the lamp of divination to pursue the other disciples of the Heaven's Origin realm in the Void universe. Let's start one by one. This time, I want to completely cripple the Void universe. Wang Xian thought to himself. Time passed by little by little. A month later, Wang Xian appeared in the sky above a planet. He waved his arm and a dragon claw clawed at a spot. What? How is this possible? How did I get discovered? That's the Dragon King. It's over. It's over. A horrified voice rang out very quickly. A Heaven's Origin creator powerhouse from the Void universe was killed again. Wang Xian continued to search with his divination lamp. Following that, one by one, the Void universe's powerhouses were found by Wang Xian and killed again. As time passed, the entire Void universe began to shake. The army of the 9 Origin universe began to attack from the Void dynasty in all directions. All the forces and powerhouses in the Void universe, if they didn't want to die, would take out all their resources. They would exchange all their resources for their own lives. In the beginning, there were still some planets in the void space. Some powers resisted, but they were easily killed by the army of the 9 Origin universe. They had no power to resist at all. When the other powers and planets in the void space saw this scene, they immediately cowered and offered all their resources. Even if they were valuable, the army of the 9 Origin universe wouldn't let them go. Even if it was a divine herb, divine tree at the divine emperor level. Keep it? Keep it for the Void universe's disciples to cultivate and then seek revenge? Hence, as long as it caught their eye, they would take it all away. Although they didn't like spatial attributed treasures, they could sell them. They could trade with the Justice Union. With the size of the Justice Union, these treasures could be sold quickly. The invasion of the 9 Origin universe made the powerful disciples of the Void universe powerless. Occasionally, some of them resisted, but they were quickly suppressed. In the Void universe, there was often news that the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts of their Void universe had been killed. These were the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts that the Dragon King had found. Run, run, we have to run out of the universe. We can't stay in our universe anymore. The Dragon King could easily find us. Duke Jinming and Duke Xining have completely fallen. They're too strong. The Dragon King and the others are too strong. The Nine Origin universe is too strong. We have no way to resist at all. Some of the heavenly Yuan creation-level powerhouses contacted each other and ran away frantically. They fled into the chaos. There were also some heavenly Yuan creation-level powerhouses who were completely killed. They had fallen completely. It's over. Our void universe is completely over. We've provoked an existence that we can't afford to provoke. Anyone who resists will be killed. Who dares to resist? The power of the Nine Origin Universe army is too powerful. All the armies of our dynasty have been annihilated. I heard that our Void King has already escaping into the vast primal chaos. It's over, it's all over. Only by handing over all the treasures and resources can we survive. Even if we don't hand them over, we have to hand them over. Otherwise, our corpses will be their resources. Why did our Void universe provoke such a powerful enemy? Within the Void dynasty, along with the attacks of the Nine Origin Universe army, countless powerful disciples collapsed. Their strength was relatively weak. Escaping into the primal chaos? That was no different from courting death. Resist? It was also death. Only by contributing all their resources would they be able to survive. And this resource included everything. Their weapons, their powerful armor, everything. They were helpless, and in order to survive, they could only do as they were told. This was considered merciful for the invasion between the universe and the universe. It became even more cruel, even slaughtering all living beings, using their corpses as resources. However, the Nine Origin Universe army didn't do that either. Of course, all the armies of the Void Empire were completely destroyed, and the Void Empire's experts occupied 70% of the entire universe. Destroying them, the Void universe would need at least tens of billions of years to recover. The Void universe was completely defeated, and the Nine Origin universe also obtained a huge amount of resources from the entire universe. This was a terrifying harvest for the pinnacle races of the Nine Origin universe. After killing all the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the Void universe, Wang Xian immediately rushed toward the palace of the Void dynasty. Excluding the King of Void, there were 11 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses. This time, Wang Xian killed a total of 5. The kind that was completely destroyed. However, these 5 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were also at the beginner level. After all, most of the resources in the Void universe were occupied by the King of Void. The group of beginner-level Heaven Origin Manifestation Stage powerhouses had fewer treasures to resurrect. Furthermore, they were all resurrected here in the Void universe. They were easily destroyed by Wang Xian. The loss of 5 beginner-level Heaven Origin Manifestation Stage powerhouses was already a huge blow to the entire Void universe. Dragon King. When Wang Xian arrived at the palace of the Void dynasty, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor sensed everything and immediately flew over. Around him, there were also Heaven Origin Creator-level powerhouses who rushed over. There were powerhouses from the Dragon Palace and the Hetian Saint. The other peak races, such as the Elven Empress, Patriarch Xuanwu, and the others were not present. Instead, they led an army to search for treasures. Although most of the treasures in the Void universe were gathered in the Void dynasty, there were still quite a number of treasures in other places. It was extremely rare. Even to a group of Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses, it was a huge resource. We killed 5 of them and the rest escaped. How are things here? Wang Xian asked. Dragon King, the Void dynasty has been cleaned up. All the treasures and corpses have been put away. When the time comes, we will wait for Dragon King to distribute them. The Hetian Saint spoke. All right. There's no rush to distribute them. Let's wait for the peak races to plunder the entire Void universe. Wang Xian nodded. Dragon King, the resources we have obtained this time are extremely terrifying. Not to mention other things, just the corpses of the Void universe's elite disciples are a huge amount of resources. There are also a large number of treasures. There are more than a dozen important treasure lands in the Void universe that have been occupied by the Void dynasty. The resources within can be said, without any exaggeration, to be a little more than our Nine Origin universe. the fallen shadow demon emperor said. Before the rise of the Dragon Palace, the Void Universe was stronger than the Nine Origin Universe. In addition, the Nine Origin Universe had many treasure lands, and the Void Universe naturally had them too. These treasure lands were heavily guarded by the Void Dynasty. They were not near the Void Dynasty. After all, some treasure lands could not be moved. One could imagine the resources there. Every peak race was envious. Of course, the peak races also understood that these 10 or so treasure lands were not something they could just want. They had to wait for the Dragon King to come and distribute them. After all, the main reason why they were able to win the cosmic battle so easily was because of the Dragon King. In addition, the birth of an existence at the level of the Great Tao in the Dragon Palace had also shocked all the strong disciples in the Nine Origin Universe. Two existences at the level of the Great Tao in addition to the strong experts in the Dragon Palace? The strength of the Dragon Palace was comparable to their combined strength. A large portion of the credit for this battle was given to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. With a move of his palm, two corpses appeared in front of him. These two corpses were the corpses of the King of Void. In addition, with a move of Wang Xian's palm, he took out the plate of void that he had suppressed. It was located in the plate of void and contained a huge amount of resources. There were also 4 corpses inside. These 4 corpses were the ones that the King of Void had killed Qianqiu. The 4 corpses were all at the control level. In addition, there were also a large number of resources and treasures inside. We will divide the rewards from hunting the King of Void equally based on our strength. Since I can use the Void Disc, the ultimate treasure of Heaven's origin, I will take it. I can also use the corpse of the Great Tao-level Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, how about these control-level corpses and these resources for you? Wang Xian said to the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. This time, their gains were too great. In addition, because the King of Void had conquered the Qianqiu universe, some of the treasures he obtained from the Qianqiu universe now belonged to Wang Xian and the others. Since he could use the Void Disc, he naturally kept it. This time, if it wasn't for the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, he might not have been able to kill the King of Void. Therefore, the Wang Immortal who deserved the share would not be stingy. Dragon King, there are many more. Although I have contributed a part of my strength, without you, how can I fight against the King of Void? Furthermore, the King of Void has a grudge against me. I am already very satisfied to be able to kill him. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at the huge amount of resources and his body trembled. Disregarding everything else, just the 5 control-level corpses were too huge. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the Dragon King had already given him 2 control-level corpses. Now there were 5. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. Shadow Devil Emperor, no matter what, you are still a senior. What you should have can't be lacking. Furthermore, I have the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. You can have the rest as well. Without you this time, I won't be able to kill the King of Void a few times. Wang Xian said with a smile. This was indeed what the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor deserved. Since the beginning of the calamity, you have given me too many resources. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor looked at the huge amount of resources in front of him and sighed. He didn't put up a pretense and directly took it. We are both from the Nine Origin Universe. If the Dragon King needs anything in the future, just let me know. No problem. Wang Xian smiled. According to the division of resources, the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor obtained 1/4. Wang Xian still had 3/4. Of course, Wang Xian still had a lot of benefits. The value of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was something that even resources could not buy. I need to completely refine this disk of nothingness. I'll be busy now. Wang Xian spoke to the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the rest. Then, he went to a palace in the Void Dynasty and started to refine this ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. There was still the energy of the King of Void on it. Wang Xian needed to polish it off. In addition, Wang Xian's Void Dragon avatar would refine it. Once he refined it, the Void Dragon body and this treasure would be equivalent to 2 control-level treasures. Of course, there was another point. He wouldn't be able to control the Void Dragon body of the Void Dragon pool. That was because he didn't have any extra energy to control it. Unless Wang Xian was able to raise the realm of the Void Dragon body to the control level. there were still some differences between the realm and strength. The current realm of the Void Dragon body was equivalent to the old beginner level. Due to the space attribute, it was comparable to the control level. However, in terms of realm, it was still not achieved. However, he left behind a corpse of the Void King. This corpse was a corpse of the Void King's Great Tao level. It was enough to allow the Void Dragon body to use this corpse to improve. Wang Xian was grinding and refining the Void Disk. This was definitely a very powerful Heaven's Origin creation treasure. Offensive type, Space Attribute. Space Attribute among all the attributes held the advantage. This could be considered as Wang Xian's second Heaven's Origin creation treasure. The Ancestral Tree was a support type while the Void Disk was an offensive type. It was extremely powerful. After refining this treasure, Wang Xian's strength would receive another upgrade. Of course, this upgrade was not much. This was because once the Void Disk was used, the Void Dragon Pool could no longer be used. Could be considered as two beginner-level combat powers. At the side, the Void Dragon body was located in the Primal Chaos Stone. It was trying to comprehend the energy from the Void King's corpse and wanted to upgrade. After all, the body of the Void God Dragon was only comparable to the old-fashioned beginner-level Heavenly Yuan creation. If the body of the King of Void was used to improve his cultivation, the speed of improvement was still very fast. However, even if it was very fast, it would still require at least 1 billion years of time. When one reached the Heavenly Yuan creation realm, it was extremely difficult for one to not take a single step forward. If it was an ordinary Heavenly Yuan creation powerhouse, 10 billion or 20 billion years might not even be able to improve a small realm. However, there was one point. Wang Xian had more resources in his hands now. Within the space of the Primal Chaos Stone, time was accelerated by 100 times. 10 million years was equivalent to 1 billion years in the outside world. Wang Xian was confident that he could make a breakthrough in the body of the Void Dragon within 10 million years. As he thought of this, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Once the body of the Void Dragon was upgraded, both the Void Dragon Pool and the Void Disk could be used. This was equivalent to upgrading 2 levels. Time passed by little. After a few thousand years, the Void Disk was completely refined by Wang Xian. On this day, the armies of the 9 Origin Universe returned to the palace of the Void Dynasty. After a few thousand years, the armies of the 9 Origin Universe traversed the entire Void Universe. They collected all the treasures and resources. Other than a dozen or so well-known treasure grounds, the treasures in the rest of the places belonged to whoever obtained them. Every peak race and every expert had reaped great rewards. Dragon King, all the experts have returned. Mo Sha came to Wang Xian's side and reported to him. All right, let's gather everyone and discuss the allocation of resources. Wang Xian spoke to them. Yes. Mo Sha nodded. Soon, more than a dozen experts from the 9 Origin Universe, led by the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, gathered. Every expert had a smile on their faces. How was the harvest? Wang Xian looked at them and asked with a smile. The harvest was great. It was so great, especially the feeling of sweeping across the Void Universe. The Hetian Saint couldn't help but say. The Saint's bloodline had finally avenged their grudge. The other experts were also in a good mood. Next, let's talk about the resources of the Void Dynasty, including the corpses of the Heavenly Yuan creation realm and the 11 corpses we killed here. Share them. Also, you guys will not participate in the distribution of the Void King that we killed with the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Wang Xian said to them. Of course. In fact, most of the 11 Heaven's Origin realm powerhouses that were killed in the Void Empire were all thanks to you guys, Dragon King. We are just picking up scraps. The Netherworld Race's Patriarch said. Among the 11 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses in the Void Dynasty, Wang Xian instantly killed 4 of them. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, Mo Sha, and the rest also killed one of them. It could be said that in terms of merits and achievements, the Dragon Palace had the most, followed by the Demon Race. Our Dragon Palace will take 40% of the resources here. Wang Xian nodded and said directly. From the King of Void, you have already given me enough resources. I won't take too much. Our Demon Race only wants 0.5%. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor heard Wang Xian's words, he spoke directly. if it was based on strength and merit. The overall strength of the Dragon Palace was comparable to all the other peak races in the 9 Origin universe. Even if the Dragon Palace took half, it was only right for them to take 50%. Taking 40% was already taking too little. It was already taking care of the other peak races. As for the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, it was the same. Based on how he killed a control-level Heavenly Yuan creator-level powerhouse in the Void Dynasty, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take 10%. In addition, the demon race also had a Heavenly Yuan creator-level powerhouse. Taking 0.5% was considered a small amount. Don't look down on this 10% and 50%. This was a huge amount of resources. A terrifying amount of resources. Dragon King, please don't take too little from the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Speaking of which, although we are not here to fill up the numbers, we have not helped much. You can take more. The Elven Emperor spoke. It's settled then. The distribution of the remaining resources will be based on the strength of each of your peak races. In addition, you will also have to include the disciples who are at least at the 7th level of the Overlord realm. The overall strength will be based on the number of disciples. How is it? Wang Xian continued to speak to them. Our distribution is very fair. Only Senior Dragon King and Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, your distribution is unfair. The He Tian Saint nodded his head. Our harvest is already very huge. You guys can take it and strive to produce more powerhouses who have reached the shackle. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor shook his head and said with a smile. This time, the harvest of the demon race was also very terrifying. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was already very satisfied. It's settled then. Let's sit down and have a discussion later. Wang Xian nodded his head. Following that, everyone took out all the resources and distributed them. Putting everything aside, just the corpses of 11 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were enough to make the Celestial Nation, Royal Family, Divine Tiger Clan, Skeleton Clan, and the other peak races who were not very strong go crazy. How could they obtain a Heaven Origin Creation Realm corpse on their own? Don't even think about it. Although they could not use the Heaven Origin Creation Realm treasures with space attributes, they could go to the Justice Alliance and trade for powerful resources and treasures. Every Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert would be given a corpse. Apart from the corpse, there were also a huge amount of resources in the void space. After some distribution, all the powerhouses from the peak races started to store the treasures. After a few hundred years, all the treasures and resources were taken care of. Wang Xian and the rest were preparing to return. All the powerhouses were preparing to return to the 9 Origin universe. Once they returned there, they would celebrate. They would celebrate. Wang Xian also agreed. After all, they had conquered the Void universe and taken revenge. With such a huge harvest, every powerhouse was very happy. Every disciple was very happy. Furthermore, the current 9 Origin universe was very powerful. They were proud of it. After distributing all the resources, the 9 Origin Universe army returned to the 9 Origin Universe. When they returned, the entire 9 Origin Universe immediately held a huge celebration. All the races, all the powerful disciples, all participated in this celebration. And this caused the disciples who didn't go to be a little dumbfounded. But very quickly, a piece of news was announced on the Universe AI. Congratulations to the 9 Origin Universe Army. Under the leadership of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the leader of the Dragon Palace's Poisonous Horned Dragon Army, Lord Mo Sha, and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor of the Demon Race, the 9 Origin Universe Army has conquered the Void Universe and avenged their hatred for the past 100 billion years. This battle has wiped out all the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses and all the Void Dynasty powerhouses and armies. Congratulations to the 9 Origin Universe. This statement could be clearly seen as long as it entered the universe's AI. When all the disciples saw this information, their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. Before the expedition, even the disciples of some peak races didn't know about this matter. And the legions that participated in this battle, each peak race only had 1 million people. The other powerful disciples didn't know about it. Now, when they saw this news, their faces were filled with shock. What's going on? Our 9 Origin Universe army actually went out to conquer the Void Universe during this period of time? They actually completely conquered the Void Universe. Hiss, my god, is this true? This? No way, isn't the Void Universe very powerful? Our universe completely conquered them. Under the leadership of the Dragon King and the Shadow Demon Emperor, it makes sense. What's the situation with the leader of the Dragon Palace's poisonous horned dragon army, Lord Devil Demon? Even the Elven Empress and the Abyss Clan's patriarch didn't emphasize it, but emphasized a leader of the Dragon Palace's army? Ha ha ha, you don't know. This time, all the powerhouses of our 9 Origin universe went out to conquer the Void Universe and directly swept it away. Who do you think Lord Devil Demon is? This person is in existence at the Great Tao level, a terrifying existence that is comparable to Lord Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. I participated in this great battle. It was simply too awesome. Sweeping through the Void Dynasty, 11 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from the Void Universe fell. However, what made me feel the most terrifying was that the Dragon Palace's strength was too strong. The Dragon Palace actually had 11 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. 11, that's too terrifying. That Lord Emosha is comparable to Senior Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Damn, are you serious? How can the Dragon Palace be so powerful? How can there be more than 10 experts in the heavenly Yuan realm? Isn't it heaven-defying to have so many experts? The Dragon Palace's strength is heaven-defying now, especially the Dragon King. He instantly killed 4 experts in the heavenly Yuan realm. Oh my god, he's completely invincible. The entire 9 Origin universe was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked as they asked for all sorts of information. Soon, the disciples from the various peak races who participated in the battle told them everything that happened. Especially the Dragon Palace's strength. It caused the entire 9 Origin universe to boil. All the disciples were dumbstruck. A Dragon Palace alone had more than 10 Heaven Origin creation realm existences. It was simply incredible. What shocked them the most was that the Dragon Palace actually had an existence that was comparable to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. This? A subordinate of the Dragon Palace was comparable to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. Then, how strong was the Dragon King? Instantly killing 4 heavenly Yuan creation realm existences? Later, some experts guessed that the Dragon King's strength should be comparable to Lord Emosha and the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. This guess was recognized by many people. A group of peak races celebrated and decided to celebrate with the entire universe. Thus, various competitions were held together. In order to be fair, they even specially set up competitions for a weak race. The rewards were exciting. The disciples of all the other races also benefited. The entire universe was bustling. This kind of celebration lasted for more than 10,000 years. Because of the various competitions, it lasted for more than 10,000 years. This caused the 9 Origin universe to be in a very positive state. The disciples competed and the heavens' favorites were rampant. The strong sparred with each other in order to reach a higher level. The various rewards that were offered were a great opportunity for any strong disciple. Wang Xian did not cultivate for the past 10,000 years. Instead, he looked at the prosperous 9 Origin universe with a smile on his face. Sometimes, he even watched the sparring matches between the disciples. However, during the 10,000 years when Wang Xian was relaxing, he also used some time to settle some matters. For example, he exchanged the treasures in his hands for the resources for his breakthrough. As the resources in his hands were too huge, he made a trip to the Justice Alliance universe. He contacted the Sword Elder, Song Ta, and the rest. A large-scale auction was held in the communication device of the Justice Union universe. The auction was to obtain treasures from the Void universe. The disciples of the Dragon Palace did not have any use for space-type treasures. The corpses were useless to the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian exchanged all of them for resources from the Justice Union universe. In addition to the corpses of the great Tao-level space beasts, the resources in his hands were sufficient for him to achieve a breakthrough in his strength. However, the breakthrough this time would require more than 100,000 years just to devour these resources and digest them. Therefore, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. The body of the Void Divine Dragon was undergoing cultivation in the Primal Chaos Stone. 10,000 years meant 1,000,000 years inside. However, he was still a little far from breaking through. After the celebration, Wang Xian was ready to start his breakthrough. It's about to start. It's the last breakthrough for the ruler of the universe. After this breakthrough, I don't know if I can make another breakthrough, Wang Xian mumbled. He transformed into a divine dragon and circled around the Dragon King's hall in the Dragon Palace. In front of him was a large amount of resources. This breakthrough was a significant improvement to his strength. The chaos level was the strongest known realm in the various universes. Buzz. He opened his dragon mouth and a large amount of resources entered his mouth. They quickly turned into dragon chi. The energy in Wang Xian's body was increasing rapidly. A huge amount of resources entered his body. This time, Wang Xian had to consume 30% of the resources he obtained from the Void Universe in order to achieve a breakthrough. Coupled with the resources from before, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Time passed day by day. The energy in Wang Xian's body was getting more and more terrifying. His aura was also getting stronger. The 9-colored radiance filled the entire Dragon King Hall. A powerful pressure spread to the surroundings. After more than 100,000 years, Wang Xian felt something and devoured all the resources in front of him. A transformation had completely ended in his body. Boom! 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 In the Dragon King Palace of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian's gigantic body was crouching on the ground. Roar! 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 In his body, it was as though there were countless divine dragons roaring at the same time. It was as though they were about to break through some kind of shackles. Numerous phantoms rose up slowly and dissipated slowly. An extremely vast amount of energy surged out from Wang Xian's body towards his surroundings. Buzz! At this moment, the primal chaos stone in Wang Xian's body was also emitting gray energy. This primal chaos stone was becoming more compatible with Wang Xian. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have broken through to the pinnacle of the universe dominator. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through. The 9 Origins Dragon Field has been strengthened. Name Wang Xian. Race, 9 Origins Divine Dragon, Man and Dragon is 1. Level, Pinnacle of the Universe Overlord, 9 Transformations is 1. Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract the origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capturing, spirit attaching. Law divine ability, dragon eye lock, 5 elements dragon claw, yin and yang breaking realm, 8 luminaries dragon scale, sacred dragon shadow, heavenly dragon 8 tribes, dragon tomb, cloud dragon rising, true dragon body. Law aspect, 8 dragon pillars, 8 dragon clones, towering dragon horns, mighty heavenly dragon, divine tail playing pearl, dragon breath of life, shadow dragon clone, netherworld dragon chasing, netherworld dragon transformation, life of wind and thunder dragon, mad dragon star explosion. Domain, 9 Origins Dragon Domain. Control law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind and thunder. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace owned. Innate. Members of Dragon Palace. 8060450. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Breakthrough. Finally, a breakthrough. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. He had prepared for this breakthrough for too long. Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Cultivating 9 attributes at the same time, he had reached the limit of the Dominator level. With the augmentation of 9 attributes, he directly possessed the combat strength of the Primal Chaos level. Every move of Wang Xian possessed great heavenly might. With his strength reaching such a level, Wang Xian also realized that a special situation had occurred in his control of energy. When 9 attributes were combined, a mutated attribute could be formed. For example, frost. It was pure frost power, the same frost power as northern frost. There was also the ability of the mutated bone dragon, the fusion power between wind and fire. I'm very strong now. In the past, I couldn't achieve a perfect fusion between my attributes. Now that all the attributes are compatible, I can fuse them into a brand new special attribute. I'm really strong. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. In addition, Wang Xian could sense that his fusion with the primal chaos stone had achieved a huge improvement after this breakthrough. It had already reached 10%. The power of chaos in his body had also increased by a lot. However, although it had increased by a lot, in terms of total amount, it was still inferior to the 9 types of elemental powers in his body. The 9 types of elemental energy under the primal chaos stone was also being converted into the power of chaos. Wang Xian's dragon claw moved slightly, and the 9 types of elemental energy condensed into a sharp sword. Following that, with a thought, the power of chaos condensed into a sharp sword. He could sense that the sharp sword condensed from the power of chaos was much, much stronger. Under the same amount of energy, the power of chaos was much higher. I have already reached a limit. If I want to break through, it will be very difficult. However, converting the 9 attributes into the power of chaos can indeed improve my strength. Should I just fuse it with the primal chaos stone for my next improvement? In addition, converting the power of chaos requires the power of space. The Void Divine Dragon is also very important for my next improvement. Wang Xian guessed in his heart. He sensed his own power. It was at the level of chaos. It was equivalent to 27 existences who had just stepped into the heaven's origin realm. This was only the power of Wang Xian's body. The 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi dragon disc, the ancestral tree, the body of the Void Divine Dragon, the radiant dragon sword, and the void disc. These could give Wang Xian an amplification of 1 great Dao level and 2 beginner levels. What kind of concept was this? In other words, if Wang Xian's main body didn't make a move, he could rely on other external objects to fight against the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. As for the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, it was already considered a powerhouse in the universe. In the Justice Universe Alliance, it was also a top-notch powerhouse. I wonder how many places I can rank in the countless universes now. Wang Xian thought to himself. The current him was too strong. Wang Xian was confident that he could kill a powerful universe like the 9 Origin universe by himself. Of course, he had to eliminate the Dragon Palace in this 9 Origin universe. Although the combined forces of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the others could also contend against a chaos-level existence. However, Wang Xian was launching a sneak attack. Under the circumstance of beheading some powerhouses first, they were already killed by Wang Xian before they could join forces. A single chaos-level existence was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Wang Xian was not an ordinary chaos-level existence. Wang Xian was a chaos-level existence, a great Dao-level existence, and 2 beginner-level existences. In addition, Wang Xian realized that some of his attacking methods were much less restricted. For example, the Netherworld Dragon's Pursuit ability. Wang Xian needed a year's cooldown time to use it once. If he used it again within a year, his body would be damaged. If he used it 4 times, he might die completely. But now, he could use it 5 times without any pressure. This was a little terrifying. An expert at the level of Great Dao was locked onto by Wang Xian. It was almost certain that he would die, using it 5 times without any pressure. As for what the limit was for him to continue using it forcefully, Wang Xian did not know. However, he was sure that it could exceed 10 times. It was almost invincible when used to pursue and kill. Next, if I want to improve, I might have to fuse with the Primal Chaos Stone. I feel that it is almost impossible to break through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. Wang Xian felt something and mumbled. There was no more path ahead of him now. Wang Xian didn't know how to cultivate anymore. The only way to improve was to fuse the Primal Chaos Stone. Fusing the Primal Chaos Stone takes time and it's very slow. Forget it. Next, I'll improve the strength of my subordinates first. Wang Xian thought to himself. He would temporarily improve the strength of the Dragon Palace disciples. He would first upgrade Guan Shuqing and the other girls to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. Currently, the Dragon Palace still had a lot of resources in their hands. With 100 times the time given by the Primal Chaos Stones, it shouldn't be a problem for them to achieve a breakthrough after reaching the shackle. Wang Xian's figure moved and transformed into a human form. He instructed Enlai to bring him to the great Tao of heaven. The energy here was extremely abundant. The disciples of the Dragon Palace would be able to achieve a significant increase in their speed when they cultivated here. Naturally, the cultivation must be done here. Wang Xian's figure appeared in the palace of the Dragon Palace. However, when he stood there, his entire body was stunned. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a cold expression. Over the past 100,000 years in the Dragon Palace, as he needed to make a breakthrough, the disciples of the Dragon Palace were all in the Nine Origin universe. In the entire Great Tao of Heaven, there were no disciples of the Dragon Palace cultivating here. He had been free all this while. However, Wang Xian did not take away the fragments of the God of Elements here. This was because in Wang Xian's opinion, with his reputation here and his strength, no powerhouse would dare to take away the fragments of the God of Elements that he had placed here. In particular, he had a good relationship with a few higher-ups in the Justice Alliance universe. Furthermore, Wang Xian had set up layers of defense and warning energy around the fragments of the God of Elements. An expert at the mastery level could not get rid of these fragments of the God of Elements. Once they touched them, they would issue a warning. However, this fragment of the God of Elements was stolen by someone. This made Wang Xian feel a little incredulous. You are really courting death. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. He didn't expect that there would be an expert who dared to take away his item. And the one who took away the fragment of the God of Elements was at least in existence at the level of the Great Tao. I want to see who it is. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. With a move of his palm, the divination lamp appeared in his hand. He immediately used the divination lamp to perform divination. However, what made him frown was that the lamp of divination was unable to divine any information. Now that my strength has improved, why can't I divine anything? Is it because of the lamp of divination itself? Wang Xian mumbled. He had just made a breakthrough in his strength. Logically speaking, there was almost no powerhouse that he could not divine. Unless there was a possibility that the other party had a treasure that could shield him from divination. There was another possibility. The other party was too strong and had reached the chaos level. A treasure like the lamp of divination did not have no limits. It was just like a treasure that could resurrect. If Wang Xian was killed by the mother's womb fruit now, he would only be able to retain his combat strength at the Great Tao level after resurrecting. This was because the mother's womb fruit had a limit. The lamp of divination also had a limit. However, Wang Xian was more inclined towards the first type. If it was a chaos-level powerhouse, there was no need to steal his God of Elements fragment. Although the God of Elements fragment that he placed here was extremely precious. However, it was unnecessary for it to be of the chaos level. This is really unexpected. The one who made the move should be a Great Tao-level powerhouse. Is it a Great Tao-level powerhouse from the righteous universe? Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. He hesitated for a moment before taking out his Heaven Origin communicator and telling Old Man Sword Song Ta and the rest about this matter. He also inquired about it. Brother Wang Xian, did you say that the fragment of the God of Elements that your Dragon Palace set up here has been stolen? Not long after, Old Man Sword Song Ta and Old Man Sword flew over and asked Wang Xian with a surprised look. Yes, I have placed a restriction on it. There are some strong disciples of our Nine Origin universe cultivating in the surrounding area, but they were still able to steal it without making a sound. They are definitely not ordinary strong practitioners. If I'm not wrong, they should be strong practitioners of the Great Tao. Wang Xian guessed. I wonder if you two brothers know who did it? This? Song Ta and Old Man Jian looked at each other and frowned. They shook their heads as well. We really don't know about this. If we were to say that they could take away the elemental god that you set up, I'm afraid they are really existences at the Great Tao level. However, we can't be sure if they are from the Justice Union universe or other forces. How many existences at the level of the Great Tao are there in the Justice Union? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking. According to the rules of our Justice Union, we can't divulge this information. I'm sorry, Dragon King. This is related to the confidential information of our Justice Union. Song Ta shook his head and said, It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised. Why was the elemental god stolen by someone who had a breakthrough? Wang Xian shook his head. There's no need for the other party to offend you, Dragon King, because of these treasures. However, since the other party dared to take them away, I reckon that he was confident that he wouldn't be discovered. That's why he did such a despicable thing. Old man Jian said. Wang Xian nodded. Indeed, I didn't find any clues. The other party was confident that he wouldn't be discovered by me. Forget it. It's fine if he lost it. He could only say so. Although he was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. Let's help you ask the Dragon King if it's someone who's looking for trouble. Song Ta said. Okay, thank you. Wang Xian nodded. After chatting with old man Song Ta Jian for a while, they left. Wang Xian began to redecorate here. Although the fragments of the elemental god had been stolen by someone, Wang Xian could now draw on the various elemental energies in the surrounding energy tide by himself after his strength had improved. Now even if the energy around him is out of control, goes berserk, he can still prop up a security field. And the power he draws on is no weaker than when he had the elemental god. Now, the entire area of the riot, with the exception of the cross of the elemental god, is not a danger to itself. Wang Xian thought to himself. As for the cross, it's still a threat to him. At least once he's inside, he'll still be terrorized. He won't last long. After all, there were 10 great Tao-level elemental gods there. At the beginning, it was equivalent to them working together. After channeling the energy, Wang Xian got in line to call all the disciples of the Dragon Palace over and began to cultivate. At the same time, he opened the Primal Chaos Stone and instructed all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace as well as his Void Dragon body to cultivate inside. In the past, Wang Xian didn't dare to let all the disciples of the Dragon Palace cultivate here, because he was afraid of accidents. If this area were to go berserk, he wouldn't be able to protect all of them. But now he could. Even if there were any accidents, he would be able to withstand them. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace arrived and began to cultivate. Time passed day by day. More than 1,000,000 years later, a disciple of the Dragon Palace was about to break through his shackles. Just as Wang Xian was about to lead him to breakthrough, he suddenly received a piece of news. The universe of the Evil Sequence Alliance was attacking the universe of the Justice Alliance in a frenzy. Those universes that had joined the Justice Alliance in the periphery were being slaughtered in a frenzy. Now, the army of the Justice Alliance, the strong ones, had already gone over to support them. When Wang Xian received this news, he was slightly surprised. Was a great war about to break out? When Wang Xian received the news, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The calamity had just broken out a few years ago, but the Evil Sequence camp had already broken out into a war? There were still billions of years to come. Maybe it's because the Justice Alliance is getting stronger and stronger. Wang Xian thought to himself. In the universe of the Evil Sequence faction, they were good at invading other universes. Under such circumstances, those universes that were invaded naturally wanted to hide and seek help. In the end, they would join the Justice Alliance. The more universes they invaded, the more universes would feel afraid and sense danger. They had no choice but to join the Justice Alliance. The power of the Justice Alliance universe was becoming stronger and stronger under the pressure of the Evil Sequence universe. If this continued, one day the power of the Justice Alliance would surpass that of the Evil Sequence universe. This was also the reason why the Evil Sequence universe wanted to invade the Justice Alliance universe. This was because they could only invade the Justice Alliance now. Attacking other universes would instead cause more universes to join the Righteous Alliance. When the strength of the Righteous Alliance was strong enough, with the hatred the Righteous Alliance had for the Evil Sequence faction, they would definitely turn around and attack them. Therefore, the Evil Sequence faction had decided to invade the Righteous Alliance now and weaken the strength of the Righteous Alliance. They even wanted to destroy it. Wang Xian was not too interested in the war between the two factions. He brought the disciples of the Dragon Palace and flew towards the sky-absorbing universe. The disciples of the Dragon Palace who could achieve a breakthrough this time were of the wood element. The sky-absorbing universe, the sword, and the magic universe both had a quota of the wood element. Therefore, Wang Xian did not need to go out and look for this quota. After arriving at the sky-absorbing universe, the breakthrough of the disciples of the Dragon Palace went very smoothly. After an easy breakthrough, Wang Xian returned to the great Tao of Heaven once again. At this point, the 12th disciple of the Dragon Palace who was in the heavenly Kismet realm was born. Time passed quickly once again. Wang Xian was at the great Tao of Heaven. Occasionally, he would look at the Heaven Origin communicator to check on the situation of the battle. According to the information above, several universes in the righteous universe had been massacred by the evil Sequence Alliance. Countless lives had died. The Heaven Creation Realm experts had fallen. After the Justice Alliance experts arrived there, a world-shaking battle broke out. Over 100 Heaven Creation Realm experts from both sides broke out in battle. There were casualties on both sides. This caused the battle to temporarily stabilize. However, battles broke out everywhere. There were even a few Great Tao Realm experts from the Evil Sequence Alliance who had joined forces to ambush the Justice Alliance experts. They had killed 7 to 8 Heaven Origin Creation level powerhouses from the Justice Universe. In short, although the Justice Alliance was stronger now, their overall strength was still inferior to the Evil Sequence faction. Although Wang Xian was interested in the war between the two major factions, he did not participate in it. If he participated in a war at this level, he would be trapped. Both the Justice Alliance and the Evil Sequence faction seemed to have chaos-level existences. There were also a large number of Heaven Origin Blessed Realm existences. Although Wang Xian was strong, he was not invincible. Furthermore, since his elemental god fragment was stolen this time, Wang Xian suspected that 90% of it was done by the powerhouses in the Justice Alliance. Therefore, Wang Xian wouldn't be foolish enough to help the Justice Alliance. Was it not satisfying to slowly improve his strength first? Time passed again. More than 1,000,000 years later, another Heaven Origin creation was born in the Dragon Palace. It had a metal attribute. There was still no need to look for a spot. It was a direct breakthrough in the heavenly universe. More than 3,000,000 years later, another one was born in the Dragon Palace. It had a light attribute. It was still a breakthrough in the universe. 5,000,000 years later, the Dragon Palace gave birth to another heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. Wind attribute. 9,000,000 years later, the Dragon Palace gave birth to a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert with the wind attribute. At this point, the Dragon Palace only had wood and light attribute slots. The other attribute slots were all used up. At this point, the Dragon Palace had 16 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. 16 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts was a huge number. The Dragon Palace was able to produce Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts so quickly. One reason was that they obtained resources from the Void Universe. These resources were exchanged for various treasures used by the Justice Alliance to break through. Another reason was that cultivating in the Primal Chaos Gem for 1,000,000 years was equivalent to 100,000,000 years. Coupled with the majestic energy of the Great Tao of Heaven, it was why the experts of the Dragon Palace were born so quickly. I'm about to break through. On this day, Wang Xian had a thought and a smile appeared on his face. The body of the Void Divine Dragon had been cultivating in the Primal Chaos Stone for more than 1,000,000,000 years. Finally, he had broken through. His strength had reached the level of control. When he used the Void Dragon Disc, he could also use the Void Dragon Disc. This allowed Wang Xian to instantly increase the combat strength of two people who had just entered the Heaven's Origin creation stage. His strength had reached the Chaos level, the Great Tao level, the Control level, and the Beginner level. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He had two ultimate treasures of the Heaven's Origin creation stage. With all kinds of powerful means, Wang Xian felt that he was abnormally powerful now. Next, I will continue to improve, Wang Xian thought to himself. However, what Wang Xian didn't expect was that not long after, something broke his peaceful cultivation life. It was located in the Dragon Palace of the Nine Origin Universe. On this day, very suddenly, Tianxi's body appeared in front of the ancestral tree. A maternal fruit slowly disappeared. Tianxi appeared in the Dragon Palace with a trace of cold sweat on his face. He breathed in the fresh air. What? Tianxi's sudden appearance caught Prime Minister Gui's attention. He immediately came to the Dragon King's palace and looked at Tianxi in surprise. Crown Prince Tianxi, what are you doing? Prime Minister Gui looked at him in confusion and asked. Uncle Prime Minister Gui. Tianzi greeted him politely before saying, I was killed by someone, so I was resurrected here in the Dragon Palace. Yes, Tianzi's sudden appearance here was because he was resurrected here after his death. Wang Xian gave Tianzi a mother's womb fruit. This fruit had always been placed here in the Dragon Palace. When Tianzi died, he could be resurrected here immediately. However, this mother-born fruit was consumed a little quickly. What? The Crown Prince was killed? Who killed you? Prime Minister Gui's eyes narrowed and he immediately said, I'll inform the Dragon King about this immediately. No need. Tianzi opened his mouth and shook his head in refusal. Although he was young, he was already very strong. Moreover, his foster father had already helped him a lot. He didn't say anything, but he still passed the news to Wang Xian. No matter what, Tianzi was the first Dragon King in the entire Dragon Palace. Now that one of them had been killed, how could they not report it to the Dragon King? Your Highness, you are not weak. You have the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. How could you be killed? Is the other party a great Tao existence? Prime Minister Gui asked Tianzi. Yes. Tianzi was silent for a moment and did not hide anything. This time, I met some enemies in the land of origin. The other party is very strong. Oh, really? Prime Minister Gui raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, Your Highness. You should stay in the Dragon Palace for a while. It's been a long time since Your Highness Tianzi came to the Nine Origin universe. It's also been a long time since he met the Dragon King. Our Dragon King misses you. Is foster father in the Nine Origin universe? Tianzi asked in surprise. No, but the Dragon King wants to come back. He can come back immediately. Prime Minister Gui smiled as he chatted with Tianzi. Tianzi nodded his head. Oh! At the same time, at the Avenue of Heavenly Arrival. When Wang Xian received Prime Minister Gui's urgent message, he was slightly stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. Interesting. You even dare to kill Tianzi. Wang Xian said faintly. Buzz. He waved his arm and the primal chaos stone at the side became illusory. A real shadow of the primal chaos stone entered Wang Xian's body. At the side, the shadow of the primal chaos stone was still there. This was an ability of the primal chaos stone after it had fused with 10% of Wang Xian's strength. It was able to create an illusory space of the primal chaos stone. In this space, it was the same as the real space of the primal chaos stone. It had 100 times the time. After Wang Xian finished setting up, he called an lie over. Buzz. A few seconds later, Wang Xian's figure appeared in the Dragon Palace. Tianzi is here. Sensing the location of Tianzi, Wang Xian came to his side in a flash. Foster father. When Tianzi saw Wang Xian, he immediately shouted happily. Tianzi was now considered a top expert in the universe. However, in front of Wang Xian and his mother, he was still a child. Hee Tianzi. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been? Wang Xian looked at him and asked with a smile. Although he knew everything, a child still had his pride. He didn't point it out. Very good. Tianzi nodded with a smile. Following that, he said, Now, the Muli tribe has a few more powerhouses at the peak of the ruler realm. My mother has also improved very quickly. With the resources given to me by Godfather, I might be able to break through soon. Is that so? Not bad, not bad. Come. It's been a long time since we had a meal together. Let's have a meal together and let me see how your strength is. Wang Xian smiled and said to him, Yes, foster father. Tianzi nodded. Following that, Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gui to prepare some delicious food. The two of them chatted while eating. A few hours later, Wang Xian brought Tianzi to the dragon field of the Dragon Palace. Come, let me see if your strength has improved. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm. The body of the Void Dragon flew out from his body and the Void Dragon pool floated below. Yes, foster father. Tianzi also nodded his head. Tianzi knew the strength of his foster father. The last time he brought him to fight against the powerhouses of the belief universe, he displayed the strength of the Great Tao. And within the Great Tao, he should be considered relatively strong. After such a long period of training and going to the land of origin with the great beings of the Six Paths universe, he had a clear understanding of his foster father's power. He guessed that it was roughly equivalent to 1 great Dao level, 1 control level, and 1 or 2 beginner levels. This level of strength was already very strong. At the very least, the powerhouse who killed him this time was stronger. Buzz. Wang Xian's void dragon body was stronger than Tianxi when he was using the void dragon pool. Wang Xian wanted to train him, so he naturally had to suppress him. However, he didn't take out the void disc to bully Tianxi too much. Tianxi, make your move first. My body is of the space attribute and my attacks are very strange. Be careful and use all your strength to attack me. The body of the void divine dragon said to him. All right. Tianxi nodded. He knew his foster father's strength and didn't hold back. He took out the heaven origin blessed grade divine tree and attacked the body of the void divine dragon. However, under the attack of the divine tree, the body of the void divine dragon disappeared instantly and appeared in front of him. Following that, continuous attacks were launched at Tianxi. The strange teleportation also caused Tianxi to continuously defend himself. Wang Xian watched from the side. Tianxi's combat experience had improved a lot. However, he was still a little lacking. He needed to train. After fighting for a few months, it finally stopped. Foster father, has your strength increased again? Tianxi panted heavily and asked Wang Xian. His clone Tianxi knew about it. However, in the past, his foster father's clone was not this strong. It has improved a little. Wang Xian smiled and said, your experience is still a little lacking. In the next period of time I will improve your experience. Yes, foster father. Tianxi nodded and didn't refuse. In the next few thousand years, Wang Xian continued to train Tianxi's combat experience. Later on, he even called Bei Shuang and the rest over to join forces to attack him. When Tianxi saw that the Dragon Palace had added a few powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm, his face was filled with shock. Wang. On this day, when Tianxi was sparring with Bei Shuang and the others, his heart suddenly jumped. Sister Bei Shuang, stop for a moment. Tianxi quickly said and took out a wooden token from his body. This wooden token was the one he used to communicate with his family and the 6 universe masters. This wooden token would not be used unless it was an emergency. However, when he saw the message on the wooden token, his expression changed drastically. His expression immediately turned ugly. Tianxi, what happened? Bei Shuang looked at Tianxi's expression. She raised her eyebrows and asked. Something happened at our 6 Paths universe. Tianxi could not help but speak. Is it related to the incident where you were killed last time? Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, asked. Tianxi opened his mouth. Do you think you can hide it from me? How can I not know about the consumption of the maternal fruit? Wang Xian smiled at him. Let's go. Let's go to the 6 Paths universe. I want to see what happened. I also want to see who dared to kill my foster son. Now, the 6 Paths universe was also in danger. What was certain was that the other party's strength was not weak. It was not as simple as just a great Dao warrior. In the entire 6 Paths universe, with Tianxi's strength, along with the undead Golden Leopard and Sand City, they were already able to fight against a great Dao warrior. However, now that the 6 Paths universe was in danger, they must have been invaded by a powerful enemy. Tianxi looked at his foster father and nodded. The undead of the 6 Paths universe had sent him an urgent message. A powerhouse was about to invade the 6 Paths universe. And the powerhouse that invaded them was the powerhouse that had killed him. In addition, there was also a powerful force that worked together with that powerhouse. Facing such an enemy, their 6 Paths universe could not withstand it. They had no way to do anything about it. The Golden Leopard of the Dead wanted Tianxi to call for help from the Dragon King. In addition, the cause of this incident was also caused by Tianxi. The reason was that there were powerhouses who wanted to plunder Tianxi's ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Tell me, what exactly is it? Wang Xian brought Tianyuan to the 6 Paths of the universe. When they arrived at the Muli tribe, they asked him, Foster father, the reason for this is at the land of origin. Uncle Undead and I were preparing to hunt the Chaos Behemoth to look for treasures. During the hunt for a Chaos Behemoth, we had a fight with the other powerhouses. The fight was nothing at first, but later those few experts brought more experts. There was a great Dao expert. He said that he wanted the heavenly fate treasure in my body. so I naturally didn't agree. The other party was very strong. He also had a heavenly fate treasure and his strength reached the great Tao level. I couldn't beat him, so I was killed by him. Tianxi said. Then he thought of something and said, "Oh right, foster father, among them there are some who use the power of faith. They seem to be strong people who believe in the universe." There are also strong people who believe in the universe? Have you seen them before? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. No, they are not the few strong people who believe in the universe who were killed by you, foster father. However, they do use the power of faith. Tianxi replied. HMM, they should be the masters of the universe of faith. The universe of faith is very strong. They have 2 universes, hee. Wang Xian smiled coldly. What's the situation now? Uncle Undead and the rest told me that the group of people has invaded. With their strength, the 6 Paths universe cannot withstand them. They said that if I don't hand over the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin, they will occupy the entire 6 Paths universe. Tianxi said. Interesting. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that there were experts appearing not far away. I replied to Uncle Undead and the rest. They are rushing over. Tianxi said. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and came to the main hall of the Muli tribe with Tianxi. Uncle Undead, come in. Tianxi spoke to the front when they arrived at the main hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next instant, the golden leopard and the rest of the undead appeared. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Xian. They cupped their hands at Wang Xian and said, Dragon King. What's the current situation? Wang Xian looked at them and asked. Dragon King. The current situation is not optimistic. The specter frowned slightly. A grave expression appeared on his face. Now, the proud heaven of the Tsang Heaven universe is leading a group of subordinates of the Heaven's Origin Creation Realm, as well as 4 to 5 Heaven's Origin Creation Realm powerhouses who believe in the universe. They are preparing to invade our 6 Paths universe. They are rushing towards us now. They are also telling us that if heaven bestows you not to hand over the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin Creation, he will make all the living beings in our 6 Paths universe suffer. He will completely destroy our 6 Paths universe. As the undead spoke, his expression turned a little ugly. The Tsang Heaven universe? When Wang Xian heard the undead's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. They are preparing to forcefully snatch the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin Creation. Yes, they are already on their way here. It won't be long before they arrive at our universe. The undead nodded and looked at Wang Xian. His expression was a little ugly. Dragon King. They are very strong and difficult to deal with. We have to be prepared. How can we hand over the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin Creation just because they want it? Can we contact them? Wang Xian looked at the undead and continued to ask. Yes, they are very confident. Ao Tsangtian and the rest are also very famous in the land of origin. The Tsang Heaven universe is also very strong and has many friends from other universes. Even if we don't inform them, they will still come because their main goal is the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. They are also afraid that Tianxi will hide. The undead nodded. All right, let them come to the Muli tribe. Wang Xian looked at the undead and said faintly, Dragon King, do you have a way? They are very, very strong. I heard from a friend from another universe that there are about 10 Tianyuan level powerhouses in the Tsang Heaven universe. Ao Tsang Heaven is the strongest. In addition, he has some other powerhouses who are cooperating with him. When the time comes, there might be more than 10 Tianyuan level powerhouses. I think we can use this time to prepare and hide. Jin Bao suggested in a deep voice. The dead souls in Sand City nodded in agreement. If it were an ordinary enemy, they might still be able to withstand it. But this time, the opponent was too strong. Not counting the experts in the Great Tao realm, there might be more than a dozen other experts in the Tianyuan Blessed realm. In their eyes, it would be difficult for the Dragon King to resist such a strong force. It's fine. We'll wait for them here. Let me see who is the one who wants to snatch the Heaven's gift, the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. Hee hee. Wang Xian chuckled. Dragon King, are you confident? Upon hearing that, the spirits of the dead narrowed their eyes slightly and asked. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled. As long as you're confident, Dragon King, Heaven's gift is an expert from our 6 universes. We are comrades from the same universe. Even if a war breaks out, we will not retreat. The spirits expressed their views and spoke solemnly. If it was really the war, they would lead the experts from their race to escape. But to surrender without a fight and exchange treasures for safety? This was something they could not accept. The first time they wanted the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, wouldn't they have to offer it to them in the future? Wang Xian nodded and swept his gaze across them. As long as you are at ease, I will settle Tianxi's matter for him. Okay. Although the 3 of them were astonished, they nodded their heads when they saw how confident Wang Xian was. The undead took out a communication device and sent some messages.